Section 12 of The Man of Genius by Cesare LOMBROSO. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 3. Literary and Artistic Mattoids. Definition: physical and physical characteristics, the literary activity. Examples: lawsuit mania, mattoids of genius, Bosisio, the decadent poets, Verlaine, mattoids in art. We have just been considering, in Madmen, the substantial character of genius under the appearance of insanity. There is, however, a variety of these, which permits the appearance of genius and the substantial character of the average man. And this variety forms the link between madmen of genius, the sane, and the insane properly so called. These are what I call semi-insane persons or mattoids. This variety constitutes, in the world of mental pathology, a particular species of a genius distinguished by modestly as odd, queer, strange, persons of insane temperament, and previously by Morel. Le Grand du Soil and Schul, Geisteskrankheit, Volume 2, 1880, regard them as hereditary neurotics, Regay as neuropathics, and now many as paranoiacs, a terminology which produces a hopeless confusion. The graphomaniac representing the commonest variety has true negative characteristics, that is to say, the features and cranial form are nearly always normal. Bosisio, Cianciattini, F, P, etc. His characteristics are not the result of hereditary. At most, he is a son of a man of genius. Florenz, Bruceus, Spandri, Nestor, etc. This form of aberration is most frequently found in men. I only know of one exception in Europe, Louise Miguel, and appears more especially in great cities, worn out with civilization. The mattoid shows far fewer signs of degeneracy than the insane properly so called. Of 33 mattoids, only 21 show degenerative characters, and of these last 12 had 2. 2 were found to have 3, and there were 2 of 4, and only 1 with 6. Another negative characteristic is the survival of family affection, even that of the human race in general, sometimes reaching such a point as to become exaggerated altruism, though in many cases vanity enters largely into the composition of this virtue. Thus Bosisio thinks of and provides for the well-being of posterity and even of the dead. Thus D loves his wife and grandchildren and constantly works for his family. Cianciattini supported a deaf and dumb sister. Sabbarbo, Lazzaretti, Probable adored their wives. In prison, a few days ago, I had occasion to perform the operation of blood transfusion, and wasted much time in trying to find a healthy individual from whom to take the blood. All refused, but a consumptive mattoid, as soon as he heard of the matter, volunteered for the operation, and was overwhelmed with shame when I would not make use of him. They have an exaggerated conviction of their own personal merit and importance, with a peculiar characteristic that this opinion shows itself rather in writing than in words or actions, so that they do not show irritation at the contradictions and evils of practical life. Cianciattini compares himself to Galileo and to Jesus Christ, but sweeps the barrack stairs. Passanante proclaimed himself president of the political society while working as a cook. Mangione classified himself as a martyr to Italy and to his own genius, yet he condescended to act as a broker. Cassant claimed to be a cardinal, but in the meantime he was a clever parasite, and made large profits through his very insanity. The shepherd Blewett believed himself to be an apostle and counted permission, and, like the author of Scottattinge, deigned to address himself to none but royal personages. Yet he did not refuse to carry on the trade of a horsebreaker. Stewart, the eccentric author of the new system of physical philosophy, who travelled all over the world to discover the polarity of truth, asserted that all the kings of the earth had entered into alliance to destroy his works. He therefore gave the latter to his friends, with the request to wrap them up well, and bury them in remote localities, never revealing the latter except on their deathbeds. Martin Williams, brother of that Jonathan Williams, who in an attack of insanity set fire to York Minster, and of John Williams, who struck out a new line in painting, published many works to prove the theory of perpetual motion. After having convinced himself by means of 36 experiments of the impossibility of demonstrating it scientifically, it was revealed to him in a dream that God had chosen him to discover the great cause of all things, and perpetual motion, and this he made the subject of many works. These persons would not come under the heading of mattoids, even in their writings. The earnestness and persistence in one idea which make them resemble the monomaniac and man of genius were not often associated with the pursuit of absurdity, continual contradictions, and the prolixity and utility of insanity. One tendency overpowers all others, one which we find predominant in insane genius, viz. Personal vanity. Thus out of 215 mattoids, we find 44 prophets. Philopanti, in the Dio Liberale, places his father Berillo, a carpenter, and his mother Berilla among the demigods. He discovered 3 atoms, and gives a minute narrative, year by year, of the actions of each. Cordigliani prepared to insult the Chamber of Deputies in order to obtain an annuity from the government, and thought this action much to his own credit. Guiteau thought he was saving the Republic by the murder of the President, and had himself called a great lawyer and philosopher. In the same way, Passanante, after having preached the abolition of capital punishment, condemns the guilty members of the Assembly to death, and, having given orders to respect the forms of government, insults the monarchy, makes an attempt at regicide, and proposes to abolish all ministers and hypocrites. A physician, S., prints a statement that blood-letting exposes to an excess of light. Another announces in 2 thick volumes that diseases are elliptical. Critics have said, referring to the works of demons, that his dialectic quintessence and sextessence are a true quintessence of absurdity. Gleases affirms that flesh is atheistical. Fusi, a theologian, asserts that the menstrual blood has the property of quenching conflagrations. Hannequin, he used to write in the air with his fingers, and had an aromal trumpet, by means of which he communicated with the spirits dispersed through the air, declares that in the future age many men shall become women and demigods. Henrion, in the Académie des Inscriptions, advanced the theory that Adam was 40 feet in height, Noah 29, Moses 25, etc. Leroux, the celebrated Paris deputy, who believed in metapsychosis and the Kabbalah, defined love as the identity of the reality of a part of the totality of the infinite being, etc., and wished to insert the principle of the triad in the preamble of his constitution. Asgill maintained that men might live forever if only they had faith. It is true that here and there some new and vigorous notion emerges from the chaos of such minds, because the only symptom of genius developed in them by psychosis is less degree of aversion to novelty, or, to employ my own terminology, of messianism. Thus, for example, amid the most absurd opinions, Cianciattini had some very fine passages. All animals have the instinct of self-preservation, with the minimum fatigue of escaping from troublesome thoughts and of enjoying the delights of life, and to obtain these things. Liberty is indispensable to them. All animals except man gratify and always have gratified these instincts, and perhaps will always continue to do so. Mankind alone, constituted as a society, find themselves fettered, and in such a way that no one has ever succeeded, not merely in bringing them into a state of peace and liberty, but even in showing how they may attain this end. Will I propose to demonstrate this proposition, as a locked door cannot be opened without breaking it, save by means of a key or a picklock, so as man has lost his liberty by means of the tongue, nothing but the tongue, or its equivalents, can set him free without injury to his nature. Amid the doggerel jargon of the Scottadinge, I find this beautiful line on Italy. Padrona sciava sempre e figli tua nemica. We shall see in Passanante's biography that sometimes in his writings, and still more in his speeches, he struck out vigorous and original ideas which, in fact, led many persons into error as to the nature and reality of his disease. I may mention the sentence, where the learned lose themselves, the ignorant man may triumph, and another, history learnt from the people is more instructive than that which is studied in books. Lewis distinguishes the maid from the virgin, in that the first has the will for evil without the power, and the second has neither the power nor the will. It is natural that mattoids should repeat in their conceptions the ideas of stronger politicians and thinkers, but always in their own way and always exaggerated. Thus Bosisio exaggerates the delicate consideration of our lovers of animals, and anticipates the ideas of Millet, Clemens Royer, and Comte on the necessity for the application of the Malthusian theory. In the same way, De Tomasi, a dishonest broker, discovered a practical application except for the morbid eroticism which he added to it, of the Darwinian system of natural selection. Cianciattini wishes to put socialism into practice. Now the stamp of insanity is evident, not so much in the exaggeration of their ideas, as in the disproportion of the latter among themselves, so that, from some well-expressed and even sublime conception, we pass suddenly to one which is more than mediocre and paradoxical, nearly always opposed to the received ideas of the majority, and at variance with some position and education of the other. In short, we have by that means of which Don Quixote, instead of extorting our admiration, makes us smile. Yet his actions in another age, and even in a different man, would have been admirable and heroic. In any case, among mattoids, traits of genius are rather the exception than the rule. Most of them show a deficiency rather than exuberance of inspiration. They fill entire volumes without sense or savour. They eke out the commonplaceness of their ideas and the poverty of their style with a multiple points of interrogation and exclamation, with repeated signatures, with special words coined by themselves, as in the habit of monomaniacs. Thus Menck already observed that some mattoids contemporary with himself had invented the words de rapti felisan. Berbiguer created the word farfiderism, a monomaniac. Le Barrière wrote a work entitled Dominatmos Herseri, intended to show farmers how to attain double harvests, and sailors to avoid storms. He entitled himself Dominatmospheriae Fatiler. Cianciattini invented the traverso of the idea. Parry invented Cafangalia and Morbozu, and we owe to Waldock Elytrologia and Anthropomognotologia, and to G. Lepidermocrinia and Glessostomopactica. We often find an eccentric handwriting, with vertical lines cut by horizontal ones, and transverse furrows, even with unusually formed letters, as in Cianciattini. They frequently introduce drawings into their sentences, as if to heighten their force, thus returning, as we've already seen to be the case with megalomaniacs, to the ideographic writing of the ancients, in which the figure served as a determining symbol. Waltuck published 2 books on psychology, a new kind of philosophic system which, however, has found a serious commentator in the same philosopher, which speaks volumes for the seriousness of some philosophers. According to this system, ideas are represented by so many images impressed on each of the cerebral convolutions. Thus a symbol of physics is a lighted candle, that of electrology, or the faculty of judgment, is the nose or the sense of smell, of ethics a ring, and of motion a fishing hook. The author, despairing, and with good reason, of making himself understood in words, philosophizes with his pencil, and has crammed his book with diagrams of brains covered with such figurative signs. In order to prove the applicability of these principles to literature, he has presented us with a tragedy, Job, in which the characters have their heads covered with similar signs, and chant verses worthy of the system, e.g., "O that I could separate the 2 united conceptions of myself and impiety, I am just, Satan is impious." The Jesuit missionary Paoletti wrote a book against St. Thomas, and illustrated it with a drawing of the vessels used in the tabernacle, so as to determine the future condition of the sons of Adam with regard to predestination. The divine and human wills are figured as 2 balls revolving in opposite directions, and finally meeting at a common centre. The titles of all their works show an exuberance which is really singular. I possess one of 18 lines, not counting a note included in the title page itself, and intended to explain it. A socialistic work published in Australia by an Italian and impure Italian has a title arranged in the shape of a triumphal arch. It is precisely on the title page that nearly all of them at once betray the taint of madness. This example, from the work of the Mattoid de Mons, will suffice. The demonstration of the 4th part of nothing is something. Everything is the quintessence extracted from the quarter of nothing and that which depends on it, containing the precepts of the holy, magic, and devout invocations of demons, to discover the origin of the evils which afflict France. Many have the crotchet of mixing up with their sentences an accumulated series of numbers, which is also sometimes done by paralytics. In a mad production of Sauvbirez entitled 666, all the verses are accompanied by the number 666. This strange thing is that, at the same time, a certain porter in England had published a work on the number 666, declaring it the most exquisite and perfect of numbers. Lazzaretti, too, had a singular partiality for this number. Spandry, Levron, and C have a similar preference for the number 3, a special characteristic found in mattoids, and also, as we have already seen in the insane, is that of repeating some words or phrases hundreds of times on the same page. Thus, in one of Passanante's chapters, the word reprobates occurs about 143 times. Some have had special paper manufactured for their works, like Verlaine, who had it made with different colours on the same sheet at an enormous increase of expense, so that a volume of 400 pages cost him over 2,200 sterling. Verlaine had every page of his book on a different colour. Another characteristic is that of employing an orthography and calligraphy peculiar to themselves, with words in large type or underlined. They will sometimes write even private letters in double column, or with vertical lines traversed by horizontal and sometimes by diagonal ones. They sometimes underline one letter in preference to others in the same word, Passanante, or they write in detached verses like those of the Bible, or introduce points after every 2 or 3 words, as in the MS, in my possession, of a certain bellone, or parenthesis, or even one within the other, as Madrol used to do, or notes upon notes, even in the title page, as in the case of Cass and of La. The latter, a university professor, in a work of 12 pages, has 9 consisting of notes alone. Hepane invented a physiological language, which consists in the main of our own letters reversed and of numbers used in their places. Many have a calligraphy quite peculiar to themselves, close, continuous, with lengthened letters, and always extremely legible. Many, like some of the insane, whom they surpass in this point, continually intersperse their conversation with puns and plays on words. A certain Jasio wished to prove the analogy of the hand and the week in which God created the world, by means of a pun on the words main and semaine. Eckhart, who had himself said that it is the peculiarity of the insane to occupy themselves with useless trifles, wrote the biography of the madman of Valenciennes, and the strange book entitled Anagrammata Poema N. 7, Chance, 95th edition. As a matter of fact, it was the first. Rev cor et orgamenti a anagrammatapolis la an 14 de l'ère anagrammatique Valenciennes, 1821. 16. The book was almost entirely composed of inversions of words. The following is an example. Lectur il sit que jevus dis, quile sbier fera labris, quile dupier est sans pedur, que on put macula sans clameur, la nomade amis la madone, et la paterne de Petron, quint le grand assieur etat diacre, le caffeer cultiver du fiacre. And so on for 12,000 lines, concluding with this. Moi jivas posia mon repos. Here it is well to note that, on the margin of a copy of the Anagrammata belonging to the Bibliothèque Nationale of Paris is the first confession in the author's handwriting. Anagrams are one of the greatest inanities of which the human mind is capable. One must be a fool to amuse oneself with them, and worse than a fool to make them. This is a correct diagnosis of his case. Felopanti, in the Dio Liberale, explains Luther's propaganda by a caprice on the part of the deity who caused Mars to become a monk. The latter thus became Martin, and then Martin Luther. The origin of Gleese's vegetarian mania was a dream which he heard a voice crying in his ears. Gleese's means Eglise. He thus thought himself suddenly appointed by God to preach his doctrine to mankind. Damonin has the plague decapitated. Take away his head from hence. I fear that his head will deprive my people of their heads by a new mischief. But a still more prevalent characteristic of the singular copiousness of their writings, Blewett left behind no less than 180 books, each more foolish than the other. We shall see how Mangion, who in addition was crippled in one hand and could not write, deprived himself of food to defray the cost of printing, and somehow spent more than 100 scudi per month to enable him to gratify his taste for authorship. We know how many reams of paper Passanante covered, and how he attached more importance to the publication of a foolish letter of his than his own life. Guiteau used so much paper as to incur a considerable debt in which he was unable to pay. The list of George Fox's works is so long that the Bibliographica Lowndes does not venture to give it. Howard Lance's essay on Tournay consists of 117 volumes. Sometimes they content themselves with writing and printing their vagaries, and make no attempt to diffuse them among the public, though they assume that the latter must be acquainted with them. In these writings, apart from their morbid prolixity, let it be noted that the aim is either futile or absurd, or in complete contradiction with their social position and previous culture. Thus, two physicians write on hypothetic geometry and astrology, a surgeon, a veterinary surgeon, an obstetric practitioner on aerial navigation, a captain on rural economy, a surgeon on therapeutics, and a cook on high political questions. A theologian writes a treatise on menstrua, a carter on theology. Two porters are the authors of tragedies, and a custom-house officer of a work on sociology. As in the subjects chosen, an examination of 186 insane books in my collection gives the following result. 51 deal with personal topics, 36 are works on medicine, 27 are works on philosophy, 25 contain lamentations, 7 are dramatic, 7 are religious, 6 are poetry, 4 are on astronomy, 4 are on physics, 4 are on politics, 4 are on political economy, 3 are on rural, 2 are on veterinary medicine, 2 are on literature, 2 are on mathematics, 1 is on grammar, 1 a dictionary. I did not count miscellaneous works such as controversial treatises, essays on mechanics, studies in magnetism, funeral orations, eccentric theological works, researches in literary history, proclamations, matrimonial advertisements, etc. Some statistics compiled by Verlaine gives a list of such books known in Europe, which are thus classified: Theology 82, Prophecy, Esoteric Mysticism 44, Philosophy 36, Politics 28, Poetry and Drama 9, Languages and Grammar 8, Erotic Literature 5, Hieroglyphics 3, Astronomy 2, Aeronautics 2, Chemistry 1, Physics 1, Zoology 1, Strategy 1, Chronology 1, Hygiene 1, Pedagogy 1, Archaeology 1. While poetry prevails among the insane, theology and prophecy predominate in the mattoids, and so on in diminishing proportions for the more abstract, uncertain, and incomplete sciences, as we may see by the scarcity of the naturalists and mathematicians. It is well to note the small number of atheists, 3 only, amidst such a swarm of theologians and philosophers, 162. Spiritualism, on the other hand, is so much in favour that Verlaine gave up the task of cataloguing the works which treated of it. All topics are welcome to mattoids, even those most foreign to their profession or occupation, but they are found to choose by preference the most grotesque and uncertain subjects, or questions which it is impossible to solve. Such are the quadrature of the circle, hieroglyphics, exposition of the apocalypse, air balloons, and spiritualism. They are also fond of treating the subject most talked of, what one might call the questions of the day. Speaking of demons, who has already been mentioned, Naudier said, "He was not a monomaniac, very much the contrary. He was a many-sided madman, always ready to repeat any strange thing that came to his ears, a chameleon-like dreamer who insanely reflected the colours of the moment." Thus, at the time of our great national deficits, projectors appeared by the dozens, with proposals to restore the Italian finances, either by means of assignats, or by the spoliation of the Jews or the clergy, by forced loans, etc. Later on came the social and religious program, Passanante, Lazzaretti, Bosisio, Cianciattini. At the present moment, the question most under discussion is that of the pellagra. Thus we have, among others, Parry, who has discovered the cause of disease in certain fungi, which fall from the roofs of dirty huts into peasants' food and make them ill. The proof is evident. Photograph the section of a hut and place it under the microscope. and you will find, on comparison, that fungi are more numerous than in townhouses where pellagra is unknown. But why do these fungi produce the pellagra? The reason is very simple. These fungi contain the substance fungina, which burns at 47 degrees Celsius. Now when the outside temperature is at 13 degrees and the body at 32, the two quantities of caloric are added together and we burn. This is why sufferers from the pellagra appear scorched by the sun. It is noteworthy that in nearly all Bosisio, Cianciottini, Passanante, Mangione, De Tomasi, B, the convictions set forth in their written works are exceedingly deep and firmly fixed. They show as much absurdity and prolixity in their writings as they do common sense and prudence in their verbal answers, even rebutting objections with a single monosyllable, and explaining their own eccentricities with so much good sense, and sometimes acuteness, that the unlearned may well take their fancies for wisdom, while later on they relieve their insane impulses by covering reams of paper. The Guardian is a true sentinel of the people and government. Liberty, the circulation of the press, was a sentence of Passanante's, which at first seems a mere play on words, but he explained it to experts in these terms. The liberty of the press, the free circulation of journals, constitute a surveillance over the rights of the people. When he asked Bosisio why he was so eccentric as to wear sandals and walk about bareheaded and half naked in the heat of July, he replied, to imitate the Romans, and to keep the head healthy, and lastly, to call public attention to my theories by some verbal sign. Would you have stopped to speak to me if I had not been dressed like this? Moreover, mattoids, the verse being the case both with genius and insanity, are united by common interest and sympathy, and above all by hatred to their common enemy, the man of genius. They form a kind of Freemasonry, all the more powerful that it is irregular, founded on the common need of resisting the ridicule which inexorably attacks them on every side, on the need of extirpating, or at least opposing, their natural antithesis, genius. Though hating one another, they are firmly united, and though they do not enjoy one another's triumphs, they rejoice in common over the victims who never fail to fall to the lot of one or the other. For as we have seen, the vulgar, called upon to choose between the mattoid and the man of genius, never hesitate to sacrifice the latter. Even at the present day, many practitioners who take the dosimetricians seriously laugh at homeopathy, and the academic multitudes who laugh at the Schliemann and Article never treated the archaeological discoveries of Father Secchi in the same way. This is also shown by the emphatic and senseless address presented to Coccopelio and Sbarbaro by many individuals who were still more insane than their idols. This explains why, in spite of the fact that universal suffrage was introduced under the Roman Republic of 1849, the populace never thought of electing Cesare to the parliament. Cesare was a rough working man, but he was sane. One characteristic which further distinguishes mattoids from criminals, and from many of the actually insane, is the extreme abstemiousness, which sometimes equals the excesses of the early Cenobites. Bosisio lived on polenta without salt, Passanante on bread only, Lazzaretti often on nothing but a few potatoes, Mangione on peas, beans, rice, etc., at 13 sous a day. This may be explained by their finding sufficient support and comfort in their own grotesque lucubrations, as is the case with ascetics and great thinkers. And besides, being usually poor, they prefer to spend their small means in securing the triumph of their ideas rather than in satisfying their stomachs. All the more so as nearly all of them, Cianciottini, Bosisio, F., for instance, were scrupulously honest and almost excessively methodical, keeping account even of scraps of waste paper, which they catalogued with singular order. In short, such men, certainly insane in their writings, and sometimes as much so as any patient in an asylum, are scarcely so in the ordinary acts of life, in which they show themselves full of good sense, shrewdness, and even a sense of order, so that they are quite the reverse of men of real genius, especially those inspired by madness, whose ability in literature is nearly always in inverse proportion to their aptitude for practical life. This is how it happens that many authors of medical eccentricities are practitioners of great repute. 3 such are directors of hospitals, the author of the Scottitange, is a captain and a commissariat officer. Another, the inventor of almost prehistoric machines, an author of works which are more than humorous, fills an office which exposes him to continual contact with cultivated men who have never suspected him of madness. 5 are professors, 2 of whom are attached to a university. 3 are deputies, 2 senators. 1 is a councillor of state, 1 councillor of prefecture, and another councillor of the Court of Cassation. 3 are provincial councillors, and 5 priests, and nearly all of them are of advanced age and respected in their vocations. Frécot was mayor of Heslop. Leroux and Asgill were members of Parliament. Mattoid theologians Simon Morin, Le Breton, Geoffriot, Valli, Fenini have unfortunately been taken so seriously as to be burned alive or hanged. Joris's bones were burned with his writings under the gallows of Bale. Keller was beheaded for the sole offence of having corrected Joris's proofs. We shall see in the following chapter how many others, Smith, Fourier, Klenov, Fox, found fanatical followers. Their calmness, in spite of obstinate persistence in a delusion, which distinguishes them from more ordinary insane patients, may also be observed in monomaniacs, even in their most prominent characteristic, and is not rarely found in some of the stages of inebriety. But precisely as in the ordinary insane, so also in mattoids, the calm sometimes suddenly ceases, and gives place to impulsive forms of mania and delusion, especially under the stimulus of hunger or irritated passion, or during the return of the various neuroses which accompany and often generate the disease, as in the case of Cordigliani and Mangione. This is why it is important to note that many are subjects to symptoms which indicate the pre-existence of disturbance of the nervous centers. Geraud and Spandry have convulsive movements of the face, lowering of the right eyebrow, and ptosis on the right side. Anesthesia was found in Lazzaretti, Mangione, and Di Tomasi. Delusions of short durations in Cordigliani. P., a young man of distinguished abilities, became mattoid early after an attack of typhus fever. Coleman became a prophet at 18 after suffering from disease of the brain. These impulsive outbursts make such cases extremely important to alienist physicians, who, finding no similar cases in any of the better-known forms of mental disease, often erroneously infer imposture or soundness of mind, and still more to politicians, who, by not at once placing such men, at first it is true, far more ridiculous than dangerous, in asylums, expose themselves to perils perhaps greater than those threatened by actual madmen, who betray themselves at once, thus making it possible to take measures for rendering them harmless. There is a much more dangerous variety of these graphomaniacs, those whose disease was formerly known as lawsuit mania. These individuals feel a continual craving to go to law against others, while considering themselves the injured party. They display an extraordinary activity, and a minute knowledge of the law, which they always try to interpret to their own advantage, heaping up petition on petition, memorial on memorial, in such quantities as is difficult to imagine. Many attach themselves to some person to obtain whose influence they are continually scheming, then they apply to the king or the parliament. They are apt to succeed at first, especially with members of parliament, or at least to be considered merely as overzealous suitors. At last, however, when their persistence has wearied every one out, they convert their forensic and literary violence into deeds, certain that everything will be pardoned them in consideration of the justice of their cause, nay, that their action will have the effect of deciding the suit in their favour. The result, to tell the truth, sometimes ensues, thanks to the institution of the jury. Thus G, having lost his cause, shot at and wounded Count Colli, but was acquitted through the singular eloquence he displayed before the jury. 10 years later, he forced his way armed into an apartment which he had already sold, and which, nevertheless, he insisted on having back. As the erotomaniac falls in love with an ideal person, and imagines himself loved by one who has never even seen him, so they can see no aspect of the cause but their own. And the lawyers and judges who do not support them become enemies on whom they concentrate the fiercest hatred, and whom they look on as the cause of every misfortune that may befall them. It is not rare to find them constituting themselves judges in their own cause. pronouncing sentence on their own responsibility on their adversaries, and sometimes going the length of executing the same. A certain B, from whom the parish priest had taken a field by a perfectly legal and regular contract, took it into his head that he had the right to assault all the priests of his village, because, he said, Catholicism is in opposition to the government. For the same reason he tried to burn down the church, and all this after a series of lawsuits and proclamations. Very just, it may be conceded, in principle, but certainly not in application. These persons have, too, a similar kind of handwriting, with very much lengthened letters, and they likewise abuse the alphabet. Their theme, however, is confined to their immediate circle, and they show more violence in dealing with it. They only touch by rebound, as it were, on social and religious questions. Yet the personal litigations of many of these suitors are mixed up with political differences, and this is the kind from which most danger is to be expected in our day. These are usually individuals whose scant education and extreme poverty do not allow them to air their ideas in print, so that they have to relieve their feelings by deeds of violence. Such was Sandon, who caused such annoyance to Napoleon and to Billiot, and was a genuine political mattoid. Such too were Cordigliani, Passanante, Manguion, and Guiteau. Krafft-Ebing speaks of a man who had founded a club of the oppressed for the assistance of those who could get no justice from the courts, and forwarded its rules to the king. Mattoids of genius. Not only is there an imperceptible gradation between sane and insane, between madmen and mattoids, but also between these last, who are the very negation of genius, and men of real genius. So much so that among my collection there are certain individuals I find a difficulty in classifying. Such, for instance, is Bosisio of Lodi. El Bosisio of Lodi, 53 years of age, has one cousin, a cretin. His mother is sane and intelligent, his father intelligent, but given to drink. He had 2 brothers who died of meningitis. As a young man he became a revenue officer, left his native town in 1848, and when nearly dying of hunger at Turin, threw himself from a balcony and broke his legs. Having obtained promotion in 1859, he fulfilled his duties in a satisfactory manner up to the year 1866, when, though still showing intelligence accuracy in his duties of his office, he began to perform eccentric actions, especially inexplicable in a member of the bureaucracy. Thus, one day, he bought all the birds for sale in the village of Baselengo, and then opened their cages and set them at liberty. He took to reading newspapers all day long, and began to send energetic protests to the government, petitioning them to put a stop to the disforesting of the country, the massacre of birds, etc. Being dismissed from his post with a meagre pension, he suddenly gave up all the luxuries of life, and took no food but polenta without salt. He left off, one at a time, all his clothes except shirt and drawers, and spent all his scanty means on the purchase of books and papers, and in publishing works on the regeneration of posterity, which he distributed gratuitously. Criticisms on my Times, The Cry of Nature, and 113 of The Cry of Nature. To anyone who studies these books, and still more to one who hears him talk, it is evident that he has worked out on his own head a system not entirely logical. We suffer loss, he says, though to grape disease, through the diseases among the silkworms and crabs, through floods. All these things are caused by injury done to the globe through the destruction of forests and the extermination of birds, and, this is where we first perceive his madness, the torture inflicted on it by the railways which pass over its surface. In economical matters, we are doing equally ill. By raising ruinous loans, we are compromising the future of that posterity whose champion he has appointed himself. Add to this, he continues, that the ancient Romans took much exercise, and not the luxury that we have, and did not take coffee. All these things compromise posterity, because they ruin the germs of humanity, and what ruins them far more is the ill treatment of women, marriages for the sake of money, and certain forms of ill-judged charity. Unhappy children, crippled or consumptive, are kept alive, who, if killed in time, will not reproduce themselves, and in the same way, if, instead of keeping sickly individuals alive in hospitals at great trouble and expense, people were to help the strong and healthy when they fall ill, the race would be improved. And thieves and murderers, are they too not sick men who ought to be exterminated, if the race is not to be ruined? How deadly and bestial is human greed! Everything is neglected for the sake of satisfying the appetites without a thought for the fate of the generations who are to succeed us. The ill-omened mania for procreation, which is inexorably precipitating all nations into an abyss whence one can see no outlet, and which arrested the attention of Malthus, reminds me of the story of Midas, who asked of a god that everything which he touched might turn to gold. The divinity consented, but his first transports of joy were followed by grief and despair. As his very food being changed to gold, he saw himself condemned by himself to die of hunger. I think there could be no better example than this to prove the existence of an active and powerful mind, unsound on a single given point. Anyone who knows the writings of Clemens Royer and Comte will, in fact, find nothing insane in these ideas of Bosisio's, except his refusal to eat salt, which he scarcely justifies by adducing the example of savages who are strong and healthy without it. His notion of railways ruin their globe, and his very airy fashion of dress. For this last whim, however, he gives a tolerably good reason by alleging the example of Roman simplicity, and by the assertion, not altogether without foundation, that the wearing of the hat tends to promote baldness. Moreover, he observed, very justly, that without these eccentric habits he would be unable to gain a hearing and promulgate his ideas. A truly morbid symptom, however, is to be found in the fact that he based all his conclusions on the information gained from political journals, poor material indeed for study. However, he justified himself thus: "What can I do? They are modern studies, and I cannot do without them, much as I dislike them, as I have no other means of gaining information about mankind." But the point where his insanity comes out most clearly is in the importance attached by him to the slightest fact gathered up in these sweepings of the political world. If a child falls into the water at Lisbon, or a lady sets her skirts on fire, he immediately infers from these facts the degeneracy of the race. The student of hygiene must be astonished at seeing a man retain robust health, and Bosisio walks his 20 miles a day on unsalted polenta. The psychologist cannot refuse to recognize in this case that madness acts like leaven on the intellectual powers, and excites the psychic functions so as almost to reach the level of genius, though not without traces of disease. It is certain that if Bosisio had been a student of law or medicine, instead of a poor exciseman, and had been grounded in the culture which he only gained at haphazard, and under the influence of mental disease, he might have become a Clemens Royer, or a Comte, or at least another Fourier, for his philosophic system is, in the main, similar to that of the latter, except for the peculiarities engrafted on it by mental aberration. But when we think of the integrity of his life, the method and order to be perceived in all his affairs, we can dismiss him merely as a man of unsound mind. And when we remember the relative novelty of his ideas, can we confuse him with the many absurd mattoids already described? Certainly not. Let us suppose that Giuseppe Ferrari, instead of a superior culture, had only received Bosisio's education. We should certainly have had, in place of a savant justly admired by the world, something similar to Bosisio. Certainly indeed those symptoms of historical arithmetic, with kings and republics dying on a fixed day at the will of another, can only belong to the world of mental alienation. The same thing might be said of Michelet, if one thinks of his fancy natural history, his academic obscenities, his incredible vanity, and the latter volumes of his History of France, which are nothing but a tangled thicket of scandalous anecdotes and grotesque paradoxes. So too of Fourier and his disciples, who predict the mathematical exactness that 80,000 years hence man will attain the age of 144, that in those days we shall have 37 millions of poets. Unhappy world. Likewise 37 millions of mathematicians equal to Newton, of Le Mercier, who along with some very fine dramas wrote some in which speeches are assigned to ants, seals, and the Mediterranean, and of Boccaglio, who asked painters to depict for him an earthquake in the air, and describes a mountain giving a pair of spectacles to a bell tower. The same is true of the heir of Confucius, the astronomer who created the Dio Liberale, of the pseudo-geologist who had discovered a secret of embalming bodies which might be known to any assistant demonstrator of anatomy, and who believes that the world can be purified by cremation. In Italy, a man has for many years been a professor in one of the great universities who, in his treatises, created the nation of the Cagots, and suggested a certain instrument for resuscitating the apparently drowned, which would have been enough to suffocate a healthy person. Another talked of baths at the temperature of -20 degrees Celsius, and the advantages of seawater owing to the exhalations of the fish. Yet his volumes contain some very fine things, and have reached a second edition, and none of his colleagues ever suspected that his mind was not perfectly sound. How is he to be classified? He occupies a middle place between the madman, the man of genius, and the graphomaniac, with which last he has in common the stability of his aims, and his calm and persistent search after paradoxes. Italy, for the rest, as I have shown in Tribuni, has had and idolized for a brief quarter of an hour 2 mattoids of considerable gifts, Coccapellier and Sparbaro, who, in the midst of immoralities, trivialities, contradictions, and paradoxes, had a few traits of genius, explicable by a less degree of messianism and a greater facility in adopting new ideas. Decadent poets. Some acquaintance with this new variety of literary madman will explain to us the existence in the 17th century of the French Precocity, and at the present day that of the Parnassians, Symbolistes, and the Décadents. I have read their verses, say Lemaitre, and not even seen as much as the turkey in the fable who, if he did not distinguish very well, at least saw something. I have been able to make nothing of these series of words, which, being connected together according to the laws of syntax, might be supposed to have some sense, and have none, and which spitefully keep your mind on the stretch in a vacuum, like a conundrum without an answer. Enter dentelle hoenes nature, mundo evanescement, taisens pour l'être sans histoire, tel vous de livres resumant, tout ombre hors d'un territoire, setente iterativement, et la lueur exhalatoire, des pétales le ruminant. One of them, however, has explained to us what they intend doing, in a pamphlet mostly entitled Traits du Verbe, by Stéphane Mallarmé. By this it appears that they have invented 2 things, the symbol and the poetic instrumentation. The invention of the symbolist seems to consist in not saying what feelings, thoughts, or states of mind they express by images, but even this is not new. A symbol is, in short, an enlarged comparison of which only the second term is given, a connected series of metaphors. Briefly, the symbol is the old allegory of our fathers. Now here is a second discovery made by our wild-eyed symbolists. Men have suspected ever since Homer's time that there are relations, correspondences, affinities between certain sounds, forms, and colours, and certain states of mind. For instance, it was felt that the repeated sound of A had something to do with the impression of freshness and peace produced by this line of Virgil. Pescitur in silva magna formosa juvenca. It was known that sounds may, like colours, be striking or subdued, like feelings sad or joyful, but it was thought that these resemblances and relations are somewhat figurative, having nothing constant or sharply defined, and that they are, at least, hinted at by the sense of the words which compose a musical phrase. Now attend to this, for the gentleman. A equals black, E equals white, I equals blue, O equals red, U equals yellow. Again, black equals the organ, white equals the harp, blue equals the violin, red equals the trumpet, yellow equals the flute. Again, the organ expresses monotony, doubt, and simplicity, the harp, serenity, the violin, passion and prayer, the trumpet, glory and ovation, the flute, smiles and ingenuousness. It is difficult to make out to what degree the young symbolists still take account of the sense of words. That degree, however, is in any case very slight, and for my part, I cannot well distinguish the passages where they are obscure from those where they are only unintelligible. In short, a poetry without thoughts, at once primitive and subtle, which does not, like classic poetry, express a connected series of ideas, nor like the poetry of the Parnassians, the physical world in its exact outlines, but states of mind in which we can scarcely distinguish ourselves from surrounding objects, where sensation is so closely united in sentiment, or that it grows so rapidly and naturally out of the former, that it is quite sufficient for us to note down our sensations about them just as they present themselves, to express ipso facto the emotions which they successively give rise to in the mind. Do you understand? Neither do I. One would have to be drunk in order to understand this. I can only conceive that the poetry and attempt to define which has here been made could be that of a solitary, a nerve sufferer, and almost a madman. This poetry thus flourishes on the borderland between reason and madness. Yet these mattoids have their man of genius. Verlaine. Let us hear Lemaitre on this subject. I imagine he must be almost illiterate. He has a strange head, the profile of Socrates, an enormous forehead, a skull knobbed like a battered basin of thin copper. He is not civilized, he ignores all received codes of morality. One day he disappears. What has become of him? It would be in character for him to have been publicly cast out from regular society. I see him behind the gate of a prison like Francois Villon, not for having, like him, become an accomplice of thieves and rogues for the love of a free life, but rather for an error of oversensitiveness, for having avenged, by an involuntary stab, given as it were in a dream, a love reprobated by laws and customs of the modern and Western world. But though socially degraded, he remains innocent. He repents as simply as he sinned, with a Catholic repentance, all tenderness, without reasoning, without pride of intellect. In his conversion, as in his sin, he remains a purely emotional being. Then it may be, a woman took pity on him, and he let himself be led like a little child. He reappears, but continues to live apart. No one has ever seen him on the boulevards, or in a theatre, or at the salon. He is somewhere at the other end of Paris, in the back room of a wine merchant shop, drinking blue wine. He is as far from us as if he were an innocent satyr in the great forests. When he is ill or at the end of his resources, some doctor, whom he knew formerly when in jail, gets him into the hospital. He stays there as long as he can and writes verses. He hears queer, sad songs whispered to him out of the folds of the cold white calico curtains. He is not déclassé, for he never had a class. His case is rare and peculiar. He finds means to live in a civilized society as he could live in a state of the freest nature. It may be that he has sometimes felt, for an instant, the influence of some contemporary poets, but these have done nothing for him, save to wake and reveal him to the extreme and painful sensibility which is his whole being. In the main he is without a master. He molds language at his will, not like a great writer because he knows it, but like a child because he is ignorant of it. He gives wrong sense to words in his simplicity. Little as we might expect it, this poet, whom his disciples regard as such a consummate artist, writes on occasion, if we may dare to speak out, like a pupil of the technical schools, or a second-rate chemist subject to lyric outbursts. After this, it is amusing to see him, while posing as the implacable artist, the sculptor of tropes, the gentleman who distrusts imagination, write with the keenest sense of enjoyment. A nos qui cesselons les mots comme des coupes, et qui fassions des vers amours très froidement, ce qu'il nos faut, à nous est auxiliaires des lamps, la science conquise et le sommeil dompté. Yet this writer, so wanting in ordinary technical skill, has yet written, I cannot tell how, verses of a penetrating sweetness, a languid charm which is peculiarly his own, and which perhaps arises from union of these things, charm of sound, clearness of feeling, and partial obscurity in the words. Thus when he tells us that he is dreaming of an unknown woman who loves him, who understands him, and weeps with him, he adds, Son nom, je me souviens que est la douce et sonore, comme sous des aimes qu'il avait exila. Son regard est préval au regard des statues, et pour sa voix lointaine, et calme, et grave, elle est à l'inflexion des voix chères qui se sont tous. I am very fond of the chanson d'automne, though certain words, blême and suffocant, are not perhaps used with entire accuracy, and scarcely correspond with the languor described just before. Les sanglots longs des virons, de l'automne, blessent mon cœur de une langueur monotone, tout suffocante et blême quand sonne la hue. Je me souviens des jours anciens et je pleure, et je le mauvaise, ou votre mauvaise, qui m'importe, décadent, parella à la foule morte. He celebrates the Virgin in an exceedingly fine hymn. Je ne veux plus aimer quima miel mari, et comige etias faible et bien merchant en cor. Ox main laches les yeux ebluos des gemens, et les passer mes yeux, et me jongent les mains. Et me insigne les mots per les quis en ador, et tuis ses bons efforts versus croi et leques, comige in vocoes, el insignant mes reins. His pity inspires him with some very sweet lines. Écoutez la chanson bien douce, qui ne pleurer quel pour vous plaire, elle est discrète, elle est légère, un frisson de yo sœur de la moussu. Elle dit la voix reconnue, qui bibont est notre vie, qui de la haine est la envie, reine est la mot venue. Alcoholisme la voix qui persiste, dans son naïf epithélamé, à les reines malheur l'âme, qui diffère en la mot triste. Je ne me souviens plus, qui tout le me font déjà fait. Dans tous les mouvements bizarres de ma vie, de mes malheurs, selon me la émet et le lieu, des auteurs et de moi, de la route vie, j'ai en rien retenu qui le grâce Dieu. But even in the poem's Saturnines, we already meet with pieces of an oddity difficult to define, pieces which seem to belong to a poet who is slightly mad, or perhaps to one who is only half awake, and whose brain is darkened by the fumes of his dreams, or of drink, so external objects only appear to him through a mist, and the indolence of his memory prevents him from getting hold of the right words. Take this for an example. La lune plaqueret ses tens de zinc, parangas obtus, des bouts de fumée en forme de zinc, sortain entrus et noirs, des hoods toits pointus. Le ciel était gris, la bise pleurait. Ainsi qu'un basson, à lune en matoir flex descrit. Malouette de étrage aigre facon, moige à les revent du divin Platon, et di Phidias, et di Salamine et di Marathon, sut le all cling notat des blues becs de gaz. That is all. What is it? It is an impression. The impression of a gentleman who walks about the streets of Paris at night, and thinks about Plateau and Salamis, and thinks it funny to think of Plateau and Salamis sous hors des becs de gaz. Why should it be funny? I cannot tell. Aimes donc la raison que toujours for écrits, impruntent de elle sur le lieu illustre et le brix. One might almost say that Paul Verlaine is the only poet who has never expressed anything but sentiment and sensation, and has expressed them for himself and for no one else, which dispenses him from the obligation of showing the connection between his ideas, since he knows it. This poet never asked himself whether he should be understood, and he has never wished to prove anything. This is why, Sagaz accepted, it is almost impossible to give a resume of his collections, or to state their main idea in an efficient form. One can only characterize them by means of the state of mind of which they are most frequently the rendering. Semi-intoxication, hallucination which distorts objects and makes them resemble an incoherent dream. Uneasiness of the soul which, in the terror of this mystery, complains like a child. The languor, mystic sweetness, and a lulling of the mind to rest. In the Catholic conception of the universe accepted in all simplicity. There is something profoundly involuntarily and illogical in the poetry of M. Paul Verlaine. He scarcely ever expresses movements in full consciousness or entire sanity. It is on this account, very often, that the meaning of his song is clear, if it is so at all, to himself alone. In the same way, his rhythms are sometimes perceptible by no one but himself. I do not infer here to the interlaced feminine rhymes, alliterations, assonances within the line itself, of which none is made us more frequently or more successfully than he. But there are two sides to him. On one he looks very artificial. He has an ars poetica of his own, which is entirely subtle and mysterious, and which I think he was very late in discovering. De la musique avant toute chose, et pour cela préfère l'impère, place vague et place sur le beau dans l'air, sans rien et l'eau qui presque au compose. Il faut aussi que tourner les ponts. Choisir tes mots sans quelque méprise. Rien de plus cher que la chanson grise. Ou de indices au précis jaunt. Quand nos volons à nos encore. pas le couleur rinquillanos, o al nos seriofaians, l'erveur orvev et le flûte à corps. On the other side, he is quite simple. Jesus venu cum orphelin, riche de melsures tranquillis, versa homus des grands villes, les ne mem pas trop malin. Or elsewhere, Gia pafur de un basier, quando un abiel, je souffre et je vil, sans me reposer, je impure de un basier. It will be seen that the decadents correspond exactly to the diagnosis of literary mattoids, in all their old vacuity, but with the appearance of novelty. At the same time, there are among them real men of genius who, amid the frequently atavistic oddities of mattoidism, have struck an original note. All these cases show us that the gradations and transitions between sanity and insanity are far from being as hypothetical as Livy asserts them to be. Moreover, all this is in perfect harmony with the internal evolution which we see going on in the ample realm of nature, which, as has been well said, never proceeds by leaps, but by successive and gradual transformations. Now it is natural that, as these gradations exist in this very strange form of literary insanity, they should also be found in the forms of criminal insanity, and that, in consequence, many of those asserted to be guilty or mad are only half responsible, although no human thought can trace the limits with entire certainty. It is well to observe here what a different appearance madness assumes, according to the age in which it occurs. Had Bosisio lived in the Middle Ages, or in Spain or Mexico at a later period, the kind-hearted liberator of birds, the martyr for posterity, would have become a Saint Ignatius or Torquemada, the positivist atheist and ultra-Catholic, commanded by a cruel deity to immolate human victims. But Bosisio was an Italian living in 1870. This case affords an excellent explanation of the occurrence in remote times and among savage or slightly civilized nations of numerous outbreaks of epidemic insanity, and shows that many historical events may have been the results of mania on the part of one or more persons. Cases in point are those of the Anabaptists, the Flagellants, the witch mania, the Taiping Revolution. Mental aberration gives rise in some men to ideas which, though bizarre, are sometimes gigantic and rendered more efficacious by a singular force of conviction, so as to sweep along the feeble-minded multitude, who are all the more attracted by any singularity in dress, attitudes, or abstinence, which such disease alone can suggest and render it possible. That these phenomena are made inexplicable to them, and therefore worthy of veneration, by their ignorance and barbarism. The ignorant man always adores what he cannot understand. Our poor sufferer from hallucinations wanted nothing but a favourable epoch to impress his ideas on the multitude, neither muscular strength, nor a certain vigour of thought, nor extraordinary endurance under privations, nor disinterestedness, nor conviction. In another epoch, Italy would have found her Mahomet in Bosisio. Mattoids in art. As the competition opened in Rome for designs for a proposed monument to Victor Emmanuel, the subject being an international one, mattoids came forward in crowds. In fact, we find in Dossier's curious book no less than 39 out of 296, 13%, a number which would be raised to 25% if we add 38 more, who in addition to their eccentricity gave tokens of being imbecile. The most general characteristic of these productions is their stupidity. One of them proposes a square stone box without a roof, similar to the magnaneries or roofless stone buildings used in the south of France for silkworms, which he calls a right quadrangular tower, destined to receive the late king's remains and protect them against the inundations of the Tiber. Tris, monument, destined to live for centuries, consists of a column surrounded by obelisks, by 4 flights of steps and 4 triangles, each surrounded by 12 small spires. Each of the latter is to support a bust. Each of the columns a statue of some great Italian. With regard to 6 statues, the artist reserves the right of changing them at the death of our illustrious men, Sella, Namaendi, etc. This is a case of saying, perish the astrologer. Another competitor, to in fact, have rejected rooms to serve as public lavatories to the base of their columns. There's a curious coincidence and emulation of hatred in nearly all. Most of them make use of celebrated monuments, whose destruction is, of course, in sine qua non to the erection of theirs. But if wanting in every sign of genius, these designs are not deficient in allegorical symbols of the most grotesque type, or in inscriptions, some of them indeed are nothing but a mass of irrelevant inscriptions, relating to everything in the world except the poor re galantuomo himself, but more particularly to the supposed genius of the artist. Here we find the main characteristic of such minds. Vanity, heightened to the point of disease, makes each one think his own production a masterpiece. Canfor declares that he is neither engineer nor architect, but inspired by God alone. A.B. does not send his design to the committee because it is too grand, and another ends by saying, "How mighty is the thought of the artist." Nearly all are absolutely ignorant of the art in which they claim to excel. Thus Dossier found among the projectors teachers of mathematics and of grammar, doctors in medicine and in law, military men, accountants, and others who themselves assert that they had never before handled pencil or compasses. At the same time, their far from humble social position bears out what I consider to be one of the principal points, viz., that we have before us, as might be suspected, idiots, or persons actually insane, but men quite respectable outside their special artistic mania. Such should be M., a member of the Russian Archaeological Society of the Hellenic Silage, architect-in-chief of Rumelia and the palaces of the Sultan, knight and commander of various orders, etc., etc. When we compare these stupid abortions with the pictures inspired by insanity, I am now speaking of those painters who, like various poets and musicians, in losing their reason, lost artistically more than they gained, especially the right proportion and the harmony of colour. We shall often find the absurd and disproportionate, but also at the same time a true, even excessive originality, mingled with a savage beauty sui generis, which, up to a certain point, recalls the masterpieces of medieval and still more of Chinese and Japanese art, so extraordinarily rich in symbols. We shall see, in short, that art suffers here, not from a defect, but from an excess of genius, which ends by crushing itself. In conclusion, it is very evident that the insane artist is as superior to the mattoid in the practice of his art, as he is inferior to him in practical life. That, in short, in the region of art, the mattoid approaches nearer to the imbecile and the lunatic to the man of genius. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Man of Genius by Cesare LOMBROSO. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4. Political and Religious Lunatics and Mattoids. Part played by the insane in the progressive movements of humanity. Examples: Probable Causes, Religious Epidemics of the Middle Ages, Francis of Assisi, Luther, Savonarola, Cola da Rienzi, San Juan de Dios, Campanella, Prosper Enfantin, Lazzaretti, Passanante, Guiteau, South Americans. All this helps us to understand why the great progressive movements of nations in politics and religion have so often brought about, or at least determined, by insane or half-insane persons. The reason is that in these alone is to be found, coupled with originality, which is a special characteristic of the genius and the lunatic, and still more of those who partake of the character of both, the exaltation capable of generating a sufficient amount of altruism to sacrifice their own interests and their lives for the sake of making known the new truths, and often of getting them accepted by a public to which innovations are always unwelcome, and which frequently takes a bloody revenge on the innovator. Such persons, says Maudsley, are apt to seize on and dispute the bypaths of thought, which have been overlooked by more stable intellects, and so by throwing a sidelight on things, to discover unthought of relations. One observes this tendency of mind even in those of them who have no particular genius or talent, for they have a novel way of looking at things, do not run in the common groove of action, or follow the ordinary routine of thought and feeling, but discover in their remarks a certain originality and perhaps singularity, sometimes at a very early period of life. Notable again is the emancipated way in which some of them discuss, as if they were problems of mechanics, objects or even round which the associations of ideas and feelings have thrown a glamour of conventional sentiment. In regard to most beliefs, they are usually more or less heterodox or heretical. though not often constant, being apt to swing round suddenly from one point to a quite opposite point of the compass of belief. Inspired with strong faith in the opinions which they adopt, they exhibit much zeal and energy in the propagation of them. They are careless of every obstacle, and untroubled by the doubts which arise in the minds of calm and sceptical thinkers. Thus they are frequently social or religious reformers. It should be understood that they do not create anything, but only give a direction to the latest movements prepared by time and circumstance. As also, thanks to their passion for novelty and originality, they are nearly always inspired by the latest discoveries or innovations and use these as their starting point in guessing at the future. Thus Schopenhauer wrote at an epoch in which pessimism was beginning to be fashionable, together with mysticism, only fused the whole into one philosophic system. Caesar found the ground prepared for him by the tribunes. When, says Taine, a new civilization produces a new art, there are 10 men of talent to express the idea of the public and group themselves around one man of genius who gives it actuality. Thus de Castro, Moreto, Lopez de la Vega, round Calderon, Van Dyck, Jordaens, Devos, and Snyders round Rubens. Luther summed up in himself the ideas of many of his contemporaries and predecessors. It is sufficient to mention Savonarola. The spherical shape of the earth had already been maintained by St. Thomas Aquinas and by Dante before the discoveries of Columbus, which were also antedated by those of the Canary Islands, Iceland, and Cape Verde. If the new ideas are too divergent from prevalent popular opinion, or too self-evidently absurd, they die out with their author, if indeed they do not involve him in their fall. Arnold of Brescia, Nunston, Campanella tried to shake off the dominion of the clergy and take away the temporal power of the Pope. They were persecuted and crushed. The insane person, says Maudsley, is in a minority of one in his opinion, and so at first is a reformer, the difference being that the reformer's belief is an advance on the received system of thought, and so in time gets acceptance, while the belief of the former, being opposed to the common sense of mankind, gains no acceptance, but dies out with its possessor, or with the few foolish persons whom it has infected. Of late years there has arisen in India, owing to the efforts of Keshab Chandra Sen, a new religion which defies modern rationalism and skepticism. But here also the madness of Keshab evidently outran the march of the times, for the triumph of a similar religion is not probable, even among us, with a much greater progress in knowledge. Thus too, Buddhism, finding the ground contested by the caste system in India, took no firm hold there, but extended itself in China and Tibet. Keshab was induced to take up this line of action by a form of madness analogues, to which we shall also see and be of Modena. In fact, this strange rationalist belief in revelation, and in 1879 he declaimed, "I am the inspired prophet," etc. The same thing may be said of politics. Historical revolutions are never lasting, unless the way has been prepared for them by a long series of events. But the crisis is often precipitated, sometimes many years before its time, by the unbalanced geniuses who outrun the course of events, foresee the development of intermediate facts which escape the common eye, and rush without a thought of themselves on the opposition of their contemporaries, acting like those insects which, in flying from one flower to another, transport the pollen which would otherwise have required violent winds, or a long space of time to render it available for fertilization. Now we add the immovable, fanatical conviction of the madman to the calculating sagacity of genius, we shall have a force capable, in any age, of acting as a lever on the torpid masses, struck dumb before this phenomenon, which appears strange and rare even to calm thinkers and spectators at a distance. And further, the influence which madness, in itself, already has over barbarous peoples at early periods, and we may well call the force an irresistible one. The importance of the madman among savages and the semi-barbarous peoples of ancient times is rather historical than pathological. He is feared and adored by the masses, and often rules them. In India some madmen are held in high esteem, and consulted by the Brahmins, a custom which many sects bear traces. In ancient India, the 8 kinds of demonomania bore the names of the 8 principal Indian divinities. The Yakshagraya have deep intelligence. The Devagraya are strong and intelligent, and esteemed and consulted by the Brahmins. The Gandharvagarya serve as choristers to the gods. But in order to know what a point the veneration of the insane may reach, and how little modern India has changed in this respect, it is quite sufficient to observe that there exist at present in the country 43 sects which show particular zeal towards their divinity, sometimes by drinking urine, sometimes by walking on the points of sharp stones, sometimes by remaining motionless for years exposed to the rays of the sun, or by representing to their own imagination the corporeal image of the god, and offering up to him, also in imagination, prayers, flowers, or food. The existence of endemic insanity among the ancient Hebrews, and by parity of reasoning among their congeners, the Phoenicians, Carthaginians, etc., the same words being used for prophet, madman, and wicked man, is proved by history and language. The Bible relates that David, fearing that he would be killed, feigned madness, and that Achish said, "Have I need of madmen, that ye have brought this fellow to play the madman in my presence?" This passage is evidence of their abundance, and also of their inviolability, which is certainly owing to the belief, still common among the Arabs, which causes the word Nabi, prophet, to be constantly used in the Bible in the sense of madman, and vice versa. Saul, even before his coronation, was suddenly seized by the prophetic spirit, so much to the surprise of the bystanders that the event was made the occasion of a proverb. Is Saul also among the prophets? One day after he had become king, the spirit of an evil deity weighed upon him, and he prophesied, raged, in the house, and attempted to transfix David with a lance. In Jeremiah 29:26 we read, "The Lord hath made thee priest, for every man is mad and make himself a prophet, that thou shouldest put him in prison and in the stocks." In 1 Kings 8 we see the prophets of the groves, and of Baal crying out like madmen, and cutting their flesh. In the first book of Samuel we find Saul as a prophet rushing naked through the fields. Elsewhere we see prophets publicly approaching places of ill fame, cutting their hands, eating filth, etc. The Mejdub of the Arab and the Persian Davana are the modern analogues. Mejdubim says Berberuker is a name given to these individuals who, under the influence of special circumstances, fall into a state which exactly recalls that of the convulsionaries of Saint-Médard. They are numerous in Algeria, or they are better known under the names of Aisawa or Amamadim. Mullah Ahmed, in the narratives of his journey, translated by Berbuger, speaks of Sidi Abdullah, the Mentutab, who brought the best influence to bear on the Hamis, his thievish and vicious fellow citizens. He would remain for 3 or 5 days like a log, without eating, drinking, or praying. He could do without sleep for 40 days, at the end of which he was seized with violent convulsions. Further on he speaks of one of the city at El-Kadir, who wandered from place to place, forgetful of himself and his family, and indifference probably due to his sainthood. Drummond Hay shows us how far respect for the insane is carried in Morocco and among the neighbouring nomadic tribes. The Moor tells us that God has retained their reason in heaven, whilst their bodies upon earth, and when madmen or idiots speak, the reason is, for the time, permitted to return to them, and that their words shall be treasured up to those of inspired persons. The author himself and an English consul were in danger of being killed by one of these novel saints, who, naked and often armed, insisted on acting out the strangest caprices which enter their heads, and those who oppose them do so at their peril. In Barbary, says Vanity, the caravans are in the habit of consulting the mad santons, Vasili, to whom nothing is forbidden. One of them strangled every person who came to the mosque, another at the public baths violated a newly married bride, and her companions congratulated the fortunate husband on the occurrence. The Ottomans extended to the insane the veneration which they have for dervishes, and believe that they stand in a special relation to the deity. Even the ministers of religion receive them into their own houses with great respect. They are called Iulia, Ula Deli, divine ones, sons of God, or more accurately, madmen of God, and the various sects of dervishes present phenomena analogous to those of madness. Every monastery has its own species of prayer or dance, or rather its own peculiar kind of convulsion. Some move their bodies from side to side, others backwards and forwards, and gradually quicken the motion as they go on with their prayer. These movements are called Makadbi, heightening of the divine glory, or Ovres Tawid, praise of the unity of God. The Kufes are distinguished above all other orders by exaggerated sensity. They sleep little, lying, and when they do, with their feet in water, and fast for weeks together. They begin the chant of Allah, advancing the left foot and executing a rotatory movement with the right, while holding each other by the forearm. Then they march forward, raising their voices more and more, quickening the motion of the dance, and throwing their arms over each other's shoulders, till worn out and perspiring, with glazing eyes and pale faces, they fall into the sacred convulsion, haluk. In this state of religious mania, says our author, they submit to the ordeal of hot iron, and, when the fire is burned out, cut their flesh with swords and knives. In Bataki, when a man is possessed by an evil spirit, he is greatly respected. What he says is looked on as the utterance of an oracle, and immediately obeyed. In Madagascar, the insane are objects of veneration. In 1863, many people were seized with tremors, and impelled to strike those who came near them. They were also subject to hallucinations and saw the dead queen coming out of her grave. The king ordered these persons to be respected, and for a space of at least 2 months, soldiers were seen beating their officers, and officials their superiors. In China, only the well-defined traits of insanity are to be found in the only Chinese sect which was ever conspicuous in that skeptical nation for religious fanaticism. The followers of Tao believed in demoniacal possession and endeavour to gather the future from the utterances of madmen, thinking that the possessed person declares in words the thought of the spirit. In Oceania, at Tahiti, a species of prophet is called Iotoa, i.e. possessed of the divine spirit. The chief of the island said that he was a bad man. Tuato Enno, or Mai, the interpreter, said that these prophets were a kind of madmen, some of whom in their attacks were not conscious of what they were doing, nor could they afterwards remember what they had done. With regard to America, Schoolcraft, in that enormous medley entitled Historical and Statistical Information of the Indian Tribes, 1854, says that the regard for madmen is a characteristic trait of the Indian tribes of the North, and especially of Oregon, who are considered the most savage. Among these latter, he mentions a woman who showed every symptom of insanity, sang in a grotesque manner, gave away to others all the trifles she possessed, and cut her flesh when they refused to accept them. The Indians treated her with great respect. The Patagonians have women doctors and magicians who prophesy and emit convulsive attacks. Men may also be elected to the priesthood, but they must then dress as women and cannot be admitted unless they have, from their childhood, shown special qualifications. What these are is shown by the fact that epileptics are appointed as a matter of course as possessing the divine spirit. In Peru, besides the priests, there were prophets who uttered their improvisations amid terrible contortions and convulsions. They were venerated by the people, but despised by the higher classes. All revolutions in Algeria and in the Sudan are due to lunatics or neurotics who make, of their own neurosis and the religious societies in which they attach themselves, instruments for invigorating religious fanaticism and getting themselves accepted as inspired messengers of God. Such were the Mahdi, Omar, and a madman who headed the great revolt of the Taipings in China. Phenomena which present such complete uniformity must arise from like causes. These seem to me to be reducible to the following. 1. The mass of the people, accustomed to the few sensations habitual to them, cannot experience new ones without wonder, or strange ones without adoration. Adoration is, I should say, the necessary effect of the reflex movement produced in them by the overwhelming stock of the new impression. The Peruvians supplied the word Huilca, divine, to the sacred victim, the temple, a high tower, a great mountain, a ferocious animal, a man with 7 fingers, a shining stone, etc. In the same way the Semitic El, divine, is synonymous with great, light, new, and is applied to a strong man, as well as to a tree, a mountain, or an animal. After all, it is quite natural that men should be struck by the phenomenon of one of their fellow creatures completely changing his voice and gestures, and associating together the strangest ideas, when we ourselves, with all the advantages of science, are often puzzled to understand the reasons for his actions. 2. Some of these madmen possess, as we have seen and shall see again in the Middle Ages and among the Indians, extraordinary muscular strength. The people venerate strength. 3. They often show an extraordinary insensibility to cold, to fire, to wounds, as among the Arab Santons and among Roman lunatics, and to hunger. 4. Some affected either by theomania or ambitious mania have first declared themselves inspired by the gods, or chiefs and leaders of the nation, etc., drew after them the current of popular opinion, already disposed in their favour. 5. The following is the principal reason. Many of these madmen must have shown a force of intellect, or at any rate of will, very much superior to those of the masses whom they swayed by their extravagances. If the passions redouble the force of the intellect, certain forms of madness, which are nothing but a morbid exaltation of their passions, may be said to increase it 100-fold. Their conviction of the truth of their own hallucinations, the fluent and vigorous eloquence with which they give utterance to them, and which is precisely the effect of their real conviction, and the contrast between their obscure or ignoble past and their present position of power or splendour, give to this form of insanity in the mind of the people a natural preponderance over sane but quiet habits of mind. Lazzaretti, Briand, Loyola, Molinos, Joan of Arc, the Anabaptists, etc., are proofs of this assertion, and it is a fact that, in epidemics of prophecy, such as those which prevailed in the Cevennes and recently at Stockholm, ignorant persons, servant maids, and even children, excited by enthusiasm, are fired to deliver discourses which are often full of spirit and eloquence. A maidservant said, "Can you put a piece of wood in the fire without thinking of hell? The more wood, the greater the flames." Another prophetess, a cook, cried out, "God pronounces curses on the wine of wrath," i.e. brandy, "and the sinners who drink of it shall be punished according to their sin, and torrents of this wine of wrath shall flow in hell to burn them." A child of 4 said, "May God in heaven call sinners to repentance. Go to Golgotha. There are the festival robes." 6. Mania. Among barbarous peoples often take the epileptic form, as among the savage negroes of Judea, among the Apones, and among the Abyssinians in the affections analogous to the tarantula which are called tigretia. Thus in Greece, instances recorded of an epidemic madness among the people of Abdera, who had been deeply moved by the recital of a tragedy, and those Theaids who appeared at Athens and Rome, worshippers of Bacchus, thirsting for luxury and blood, and seizing with sacred fury, were affected by erotico-religious insanity. But this is more especially seen in the Middle Ages, when mental epidemics were continually succeeding one another. The strangest forms of madness were thus communicated, like a true contagion, from whole villages to whole nations, from children to old men, from the credulous to the most resolute skeptics. Demonomania, more or less associated with nymphomania and convulsions, etc., produced sometimes witches, sometimes persons possessed with devils, according as was boasted of and displayed, or suffered with horror by its victims. It showed itself in the most obscene hallucinations, especially in commerce with evil spirits, or the animals which represented them, the antipathy to sacred things, or those believed to be such, e.g. the bones said to be relics, or in an extraordinary development, sometimes of muscular, sometimes of intellectual power, so that they spoke languages of which they had previously only the slightest knowledge, or recalled or connected the most remote and complicated reminiscences. This form of insanity was sometimes associated with erotic ecstasies or partial anesthesia, and often with a tendency to biting, to murder, or to suicide. Sometimes there was a shuddering horror, often of gloomy hallucinations, but always a profound conviction of their truth. When the prophetic enthusiasm became epidemic in the Cevennes, women and even children were reached by this contagion and saw divine commands in the sun and in the clouds. Thousands of women persisted in singing psalms and prophesying, though they were hanged wholesale. Whole cities, says Verlaine, seemed to be possessed of the devil. At Aix-la-Chapelle in 1374, the spread from epileptics and cholerics to the people in general, affecting even decrepit old men and pregnant women, a mania for dancing in the public squares, crying, "Here Saint Johann, so, frisch andro." This was accompanied by religious hallucinations in which they saw heaven opened, and within it the assembly of the blessed. The subjects also had an antipathy to anything red, unlike tarantula's subjects, who are madly attracted to red. The mania extended to Cologne, where 500 persons were seized with it thence to Metz, where there were 1,100 dancers, Strasbourg, and other places. Nor did it cease speedily, for it recurred periodically in subsequent years, and on the day of St. Vitus, probably chosen as a patron on account of the Celtic etymology of his name, thousands of dances took places near his relics. In 1623 these pilgrimages still continued. Most curious is that epileptic mania for pilgrimages, developed among children in the Middle Ages, when men's minds were cast down with grief for the loss of the Holy Land in 1212, a shepherd boy of Cleurs in Vendôme thought himself sent by God, who had appeared to him in the shape of an unknown man, accepted bread from him, and entrusted him with a letter for the king. All the sons of the neighbouring shepherds flocked to him. 30,000 men became his followers. Soon there arose other prophets of 8 years old, who preached, worked miracles, and led hosts of delirious children to the new Saint at Cleurs. They made their way to Marseilles, where the sea was to withdraw its waves in order to let them pass over dry shod to Jerusalem. In spite of the opposition of the king and their parents, and the hardships of the journey, they reached the sea, were put on board ship by 2 unscrupulous merchants, and sold as slaves in the East. The first impulse towards the epidemic form caused by mania was a veneration for individuals affected by it, which rendered them liable to be taken as models. But the principal cause is just that isolation, that ignorance, which is the accompaniment of barbarism. It is above all the advance of civilization, the greater contact of a greater number of persons, which gives definite form to the sense of individuality, sharpening it by means of interest, dividends, ambition, emulation, ridicule, but above all by the continual variety of sensations and consequent variety of ideas. Thus it seldom happens that great masses of people are equally predisposed towards and impressed by the same movement. In fact, though epidemics of mental alienation have shown themselves even in the most recent times, it has always been among the most ignorant classes of the population, and in districts remote from the great centres of communication. Always, moreover, in mountainous countries, certainly through atmospheric influences, as well on the account of greater isolation, as in Cornwall, Wales, Norway, Brittany, the barking women of Jocelyn, in the remotest colonies of America, in the distant valley of Morzines in France, and the Alpine gorge of Versailles in Italy, where Franzolini has so well described it. Thus at Monza Maniata, where later on we shall find Lazzaretti, the chroniclers record that one Ordiberti lived in an extraordinary state of filth, and was for this reason venerated as a saint. Not far from this place, Bartolomeo Brandano, a tenant of the Olivetan monks, who lived towards the end of the 16th century, perhaps overcome by the sufferings of his country during the occupation by the Spanish army, was seized by religious monomania, and believed himself to be John the Baptist. He assumed the dress of the saint, and covered with a hair shirt reaching to his knees, with bare feet, a crucifix in his hand, and a skull under his arm, he travelled through the district of Siena, preaching, prophesying, working miracles, and finding proselytes. He then went to Rome, and on the square of St. Peter's preached against the Pope and the cardinals, but Clement VII, instead of having him hanged, sent him to the Torre di Nonna prison, where it was usual at the time to seclude the insane, when they were not burnt at the stake for being possessed of demons. When he came out of prison, he returned to Siena, and several times insulted Don Diego Mendoza, commander of the Spanish army. But Don Diego, unable to tell whether he was a saint, a prophet, or a madman, had him seized and taken to the prison of Telamon, so that the governor might decide the question. The Sienese governor would have nothing to do with him, and said, if he is a saint, saints are not sent to the galleys; if he is a prophet, prophets are not punished; and if he is mad, madmen are exempt from the laws. Brandano was thus liberated in a short time, and, after having preached a sermon to the prisoners, he went away, and returned to his prophecies and his exorcisms. Even recently, in the remote village of Busca, at Piedmont, 2 saints have risen, one of whom had been a convict for 20 years, and the other already had a congregation of over 300 members. Not far from there, in the Alpine village of Montenero, there appeared in 1887 the epidemic delirium of the Second Coming of Christ, in expectation of which event more than 3,000 inhabitants assembled in spite of the snow. At the same time a vagabond Messiah was arrested at Vezzola, in the Abruzzi. The retrograde metamorphosis of the intellectual faculties pass through slighter gradations in the barbarian than in the civilized man. The former is much less able to distinguish illusions from realities, hallucinations from desires, and the possible from the supernatural, and also to keep his imagination in check. The Norwegian preaching epidemic of 1842 was termed Madkrankheit, the maidservant's disease, because it attacked servants, hysterical women in general, and children of the lower classes. The Red Ruth epidemic was diffused entirely among persons whose intellect is at the very lowest class, whereas when, in recent years, the craze of magnetism and the still more foolish one of table rapping appeared, they never presented any other characteristic than that of widely diffused errors, and mental alienation in this direction could only boast of isolated victims. It is not long since the Haitian Negroes looked on certain trees which had been hung with clothes as images of saints, and the Nubians see their gods in the grotesque forms of splintered rocks. The slightest cause predisposes the barbarian to terror, and from terror to superstition is but a short step. This last, which disappears before the logic of the sarcasm of civilized people, is the most important factor in the development of insanity. Adler, speaking of the Stockholm epidemic of 1842, mentions it as a historical fact that, in the places where the disease first appeared, people's minds had for a long time past been disturbed and excited by sermons and devotional exercises, and that, in these places, the number of those affected has perceptibly increased. This is the explanation of ancient and modern prophets, and their sudden power which left traces on the history of nations. Many unhappy persons affected by ambitious mania or theomania are looked upon as prophets, and the delusions taken for revelations, and this is the origin of a number of sects which have intensified the struggle between religion and liberty both in the Middle Ages and in modern times. Picard, for example, imagined himself to be a son of God, sent to earth as a new Adam, to re-establish the natural laws which consisted, according to him, in going naked and in the community of women. He met with believers and imitators, and founded the sect of the Adamites, who were exterminated by the Hussites in 1347, but were afterwards revived under the name of Turlupins. In the same way, the Anabaptists at Munster, at Appenzell, and in Poland believed that they saw luminous forms of angels and dragons fighting in the sky, that they received orders to kill their brothers or their best beloved children, homicidal mania, or to abstain from food for months together, and that they could paralyze whole armies by their breath or by a look. Later on, those sects of Calvinists and Jansenists which caused the shedding of so much blood had, as Camille had demonstrated, an analogous origin. This is also the origin of the belief in wizards and demoniacs. If we glance over the lists of literary madmen and Illuminati given by Delepierre, Philomenst, and Edelang, the number of followers found by many of them makes us laugh and sigh in the same breath for the extent of human folly. Let us mention, for example, Kleinov, who in the middle of the 18th century claimed to represent the King of Zion, whose sons his followers asserted themselves to be, and Joachim of Calabria, who declared that the Christian era was to end in 1200, when a new Messiah was to appear with a new gospel. Swedenborg, who believed that he had spoken with the spirits of the various planets for whole days and even for months together, who had seen the inhabitants of Jupiter walking partially on their hands and partially on their feet, those of Mars speaking with their eyes, and those of the moon with their stomachs. Incredible as it may seem, has believers and followers even up to the present time. Irving, in 1830, asserted that he had received by divine inspiration the gift of unknown tongues, and founded the sect of the Irvingites. John Humphreys Noyes of the United States believed himself to have the gift of prophecy, and founded the sect of perfectionists established at Oneida, who considered marriage and property as theft, did not recognize human laws, and believed every action, even the commonest, to be inspired by God. At the beginning of the century, that prophetess of monarchy, Julie de Krudener, possessed great influence. She was hysterical, and so far erotic as to throw herself on her knees in public before a tenor. Afterwards, impelled by disappointment in love towards the ancient faith, she believed herself chosen to redeem humanity, and found in this belief the vigor of a burning eloquence. She went to Bale, and turned the city upside down by preaching the speedy coming of the Messiah. 20,000 pilgrims responded to her call. The Senate became alarmed and banished her. She hastened to Baden, where 4,000 people waiting on the square to kiss her hands and her dress. A woman offered her 10,000 florins to build a new church. She distributed them to the poor, whose reign was at hand. She was exiled from Baden and returned to Switzerland followed by crowds. Though persecuted by the police, she passed from town to town, followed by acclamations and blessings. She said that her works were dictated to her by angels. Napoleon, who had treated her with contempt, became for her the Dark Angel. Alexander of Russia, the Angel of Light. Her influence became the inspiration of the latter, so much so that the idea of the Holy Alliance seemed to be due to her alone. Loyola, when wounded, turned his thoughts to religious subjects, and terrified by the Lutheran revolt, planned and founded the Great Company. He believed that he received the personal assistance of the Virgin Mary in his projects, and heard heavenly voices encouraging him to persevere in them. Analogous phenomena may be observed in the lives of George Fox and the early Quakers. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Man of Genius by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4. Political and Religious Lunatics and Mattoids, Part 2. Francis of Assisi, the son of a religious woman. Francis of Assisi was forced to devote himself to business after receiving only the elements of education from the priests of St. Giorgio. Being rich and able to spend money as he pleased, he became the life and soul of the joyous companies of young men, whose custom it was to go about the city by day and night, singing and diverting themselves. He seemed to be the son of a great prince, rather than of a merchant. The citizens of Assisi called him the flower of youth, and his companions deferred to him as to their leader. He excelled in singing. His biographers praised his sweet and powerful voice, and he was also dexterous in feats of arms. When taken prisoner in a skirmish between the burghers of Perugia and those of Assisi, he encouraged his companions in prison, and exhorted them to cheerfulness both by word and example. His naturally refined and noble disposition was shown both in his persons and manners, and in a liberality which delighted in giving to the poor. It is said that in his 24th year, a severe illness confined him for a long time to his bed. At the beginning of his convalescence, he left the house, leaning on a stick, and stood still to gaze at the beautiful country which surrounded Assisi, but could find no pleasure in it, as he had once done. From that day forward, he was sad and thoughtful. He often left his companions and retired to a cave where he spent hours in meditation. In order to relieve his sufferings, he had recourse to prayer, and prayed so fervently that one day he thought he saw before him Christ nailed to the cross, and felt the passion of Christ impressed even upon his bowels, upon the very marrow of his bones, so that he could not keep his thoughts fixed upon it without being overflowed with grief. He was then seen wandering about the fields, with his face bathed in tears, and when asked whether he felt ill, he replied, "I am weeping for the passion of my Lord Jesus." His friends said to him, "Think of choosing a wife." And he replied, "Yes, I am thinking of a lady, of the noblest, the richest, the most beautiful that was ever seen." Who was the lady of his thoughts? He revealed on the day when, laying aside the dress of his rank, he threw a beggar's mantle over his shoulders, to the unbound anger of his father, who in vain tried to imprison him, and to the great scandal of every one. By many we read of the Fioretti. He was thought a fool, and as a madman he was mocked and driven away with stones, by his relations and by strangers, and he suffered patiently all mockery and harsh treatment, as though he had been deaf and dumb. Francis of Assisi, however, was original and great, not through those qualities which he had in common with the vulgar herd of ascetics, abstinences, mortifications, prayers, ecstasies, visions, but on account of something which was, without his knowing it, the very negation of asceticism, the affirmation and the triumph of the gentlest and sweetest feelings of humanity. The ascent abhorred, condemned, and fled from nature, life, all human affections, in order to steep himself in solitary contemplation. Francis, by example and precept, preached the love of nature, concord, mutual affections between human beings and work. The ascetic called everything beautiful in the world the work of Satan. Francis brought about a true revolution by calling it the work of God, praising and thanking God for it. It was a new kind of loving and passionate pantheism which inspired him with the soul and the sun, in which all creatures, animate and inanimate, are joined in fraternal embrace. in which the beautiful and radiant sun, the bright and precious moon and stars, the wind, the clouds, the clear sky, water, useful, humble, precious and chaste, fire, shining, joyous, hardy and strong, Mother Earth, who sustains and feeds us, together with man, who up to that time had been taught to despise everything that might distract him from the selfish thought of his fate in the next world. All these are called upon to sing the glory of the Lord who is good, to bless him for having made the universe so rich, varied and beautiful, so worthy to be loved. If we think of this bold and far-reaching change, we shall no longer smile in reading the psalm, remembering too that it was the first attempt made by the Italian people to express their religious feelings in the vulgar tongue. For such a song to burst from the impassioned heart of Francis, the germs of universal love which he cherished there must already have come to perfect growth. He must have freed himself entirely from the ancient terror, which, in the common superstitious belief, peopled woods, mountains, air and water with hidden enemies. As also, in order to bring men back to mutual love in an age when those whom one wall and one ditch confined gnawed one another, he had, through his natural tendency to extremes, to include not only Brother Sun and Sister Moon, but even Brother Wolf. Having composed the song, Francis was so well pleased with it that he had adapted it to a musical melody, taught it to his disciples, and thought of choosing among his followers some who should go about the world singing praises of God and asking as their only recompense that the listeners should repent, should call themselves just God's jesters, circulatores domini. Thus he gave the first and most vigorous impulse to religious poetry in the vulgar tongue. Luther attributed his physical pains and his dreams to the arts of the devil, though all those of which he has left us a description are clearly due to nervous phenomena. He often suffered, e.g., from an anguish which nothing could lighten, caused, according to him, by the anger of an offended God. At 27 he began to be seized with attacks of giddiness, accompanied by headaches and noises in the ears, which returned to the ages of 32, 38, 40, and 52, especially when he was on a journey. At 38, moreover, he had a real hallucination, perhaps favoured by excessive solitude, when in 1521, he writes, I was in my Patmos, in a room which was entered by no one except 2 pages who brought me my food. I heard one evening, after I was in bed, nuts moving inside a sack, and flying off themselves against the ceiling and all round my bed. Scarcely had I gone to sleep when I heard a tremendous noise, as if many berries were being thrown over. I rose and cried, Who art thou? Commended myself to Christ, etc. At the church at Wittenberg, he had just begun explaining the epistle to the Romans, and had reached the words, and just shall live by faith, when he felt these ideas penetrate his mind, and heard that sentence repeated aloud several times in his ear. In 1507, he heard the same words when on his journey to Rome, and again in a voice of thunder, as he was dragging himself up the steps of the Scala Santa. Not seldom, he confesses, as it happened to me to awake about midnight, and dispute with Satan concerning the Mass, and he details the many arguments adduced by the devil. Savonarola. For the illustration in every respect, most apostates, if it did not seem almost a national blasphemy to say so, is that offered us by Savonarola. Under the influence of a vision, he believed himself, even from his youth, sent by Christ to redeem the country from its corruption. One day, while speaking to a nun, it seemed to him that heaven suddenly opened, and he saw in a vision the calamities of the church, and heard a voice commanding him to announce them to the people. The visions of the Apocalypse and of the Old Testament prophets passed in review before him. In 1491, he wished to leave off treating of politics in his sermons. I watched all Saturday, and the whole night, but at daybreak, while I was praying, I heard a voice say, Fool, dost thou not see that God will have thee go on in the same way? In 1492, while preaching during Advent, he had a vision of a sword on which was written, Gladius Domini super terram. Suddenly the sword turned towards the earth. The air was darkened, there was a rain of swords, arrows, and fire, and the earth became a prey to famine and pestilence. From this moment he began to predict the pestilence, which in fact afterwards came to pass. In another vision, becoming ambassador of Christ, he makes a long journey to paradise, and there holds discourse with many saints and with the Virgin, whose throne he describes, not forgetting the number of the precious stones with which it is adorned. We shall see how a similar scene was described by Lazzaretti. Savonarola was continually meditating on his dreams, and tried to distinguish which among his visions were produced by angels, which were the work of demons. Scarcely ever he is touched by a misgiving that he may possibly be in error. In one of his dialogues he declares that to feign oneself a prophet in order to persuade others would be like making God himself an impostor. Might not be, continues the objector, that you were deceiving yourself. No, is the reply. I worship God. I seek to follow his footsteps. It cannot be that God should deceive me. Yet with contradiction peculiar to unhinged minds, he had written a short time before, I am not a prophet, no, the son of a prophet, is your sins and make me a prophet before. Moreover, in one page he says that his prophetic illumination is independence of grace, whereas a few pages back he had declared that the two were one and the same thing. Verlaine justly remarks that this is the singularity of his character, that man who had given to Florence the best form of republic, who dominated an entire people, who filled the world with his eloquence and had been the greatest of philosophers, should make it his boast that he had heard voices in the air, saw the sword of the Lord. But as the same author well concludes, the very plurality of his visions proved that he was the victim of hallucinations, and is still stronger proof of their uselessness, even hurtfulness, as far as he himself was concerned. What need was there, if he wished to cheat the masses, to write treatises on his visions, to speak of them to his mother, to write reflections on them on the margins of his Bible, those things which his admirers would have been most eager to hide, those which the simplest intelligence would never have allowed to get into print? These very productions he continued to publish and republish. The truth is that, as he often confessed, he felt an inward fire burning in his bones and forced him to speak. And as he was himself swept away by the force of that ecstatic delirium, so he succeeded in carrying with him his audience, who were moved by his words in a way we find hard to understand when we compare the impression produced with the text of the sermons themselves. This helps us to understand how, exactly in the same manner as Lazzaretti had propagated his divine madness among the people, not only epidemically, by the contagion of ideas, but producing actual insanity in persons who, being nearly or quite without education, preached and wrote extempore in consequence of their madness. Thus Domenico Cecchi was the author of the work entitled Sacred Reform, which contained the very just suggestions of relieving the great council from minor business, taxing church property, imposing a single tax, and creating a militia, also that of fixing the amount of girls' dowries. In his preface he writes, I set myself with my fancy to make such a work, and I can make no other, and by day and night methinks I have made such efforts that I might call them miraculous, but it has come to pass I myself stand amazed threat. A certain Giovanni, a Florentine tailor, seized with morbid enthusiasm, wrote Terzine, in which he extolled the future glories of Florence, and produced verses worthy of Lazzaretti. The prophecy is like the following, yet it must needs that the Pisan shall descend with irons on his feet into the sewer, since he has been the cause of so much woe. If I were asked whether in our asylums we often meet with types analogous to these, I shall reply that there is, perhaps, not an asylum in Italy which has not received one of these strange lunatics. Cola de Rienzi. In 1330, Rome was sinking to chaos. Historians have left us an appalling picture of the disorders of the time, the absence of any regular government, and lawless tyranny of the robber barons. The general conditions of the age were favourable to popular movements. King Robert, the protector of the barons, was dead, and Todi, 1337, Genoa, under Adorno in 1367, and Florence, 1363, had initiated a democratic regime, which ushered in the terrible Ciompi Revolution of 1378. A premature thriller revolt ran through Europe and was felt even in feudal monarchical France, where the movement was organized, for a short time, at Paris under Marcel. Under these circumstances, Cola, a young man, born in the Tiber district in 1313, the son of an innkeeper and a washerwoman, or water seller, who thought at first little better than a field labourer, had studied as a notary and acquired a considerable knowledge of the history and antiquities of his country, saw his brother murdered by the wretches who formed the government, or rather the misgovernment of Rome. Then he, who, as the anonymous historian tells us, always had a fantastic smile on his lips, and already, when meditating on ancient books and the ruins of Rome, had often wept, exclaiming, "Where are the good Romans of the old time? Where is their justice?" was seized, as he afterwards acknowledged, by an irresistible impulse to put into action the ideas which he had acquired from books. In his capacity of notary, He devoted himself to the protection of minors and widows, and assumed the curious title of their consul, just as there were, in his time, consuls of the carpenters, cloth workers, and other guilds. In 1343, in one of the numerous small revolutions of the period, the people had attempted to overthrow the Senate, creating the government of the 13 under the papal authority. On that occasion, Coelho was sent as spokesman of the people to Avignon, where he vividly depicted the evils prevalent in Rome, and by his bold and powerful eloquence amazed and won over the cool-headed prelates, from whom he obtained the appointment of notary to the urban chamber in 1344. On his return to Rome, he continued to exercise his office with exaggerated zeal, and got himself called consul, no longer of the windows but of Rome. He excelled others in courtesy, was also inflexible in the administration of justice, and never failed to involve himself in long harangues against those whom he called the dogs of the capital. One day, in a moment of exaggerated fanaticism, he cried to the barons, in full assembly, "Ye are evil citizens, ye who suck the blood of the people," and turning to the officials and governors, he warned them that it was their place to provide for the good of the state. The result of this was a tremendous buffet dealt him by a chamberlain of the house of Colonna. He then took matters more calmly, and began to depict the former glories and present miseries of Rome, by means of paintings, in which the homicides, adulterers, and other criminals were represented by apes and cats, the corrupt judges and notaries by foxes, and the senators and nobles by wolves and bears. On another day he exhibited the famous table of Vespasian, and invited the public, including the nobles, to a dramatic explanation of it. He appeared arrayed in a German cloak, with a white hood, and a hat also white and surrounded by many crowns, one of which was divided in the midst by a small silver sword. The interpretation of these grotesque symbols, which already indicate his madness, the continual use of such being, as already stated, characteristic of monomaniacs till they end by sacrificing to their passion for symbols the very evidence of the things which they wish to represent, is unknown, thus applying, somewhat after his own fashion, the decree of the Senate, which granted to Vespasian the right of making laws at his pleasure, of increasing or diminishing the gardens of Rome and of Italy. If he had been a scholar, he would have said the area of the Roman district, and of making and unmaking kings. He called on them to consider into what a state they had fallen. Remember that the Jubilee is approaching, and that you have made no provision of food or other necessities. Put an end to your quarrels, etc. But along with these, he delivered other discourses which were, to say the least, eccentric, e.g., I know that men wish to find a crime in my speeches, and that out of envy, but thanks to heaven, 3 things consume my enemies: luxury, envy, and fire. These 2 last words were greatly applauded. I do not understand them, however, especially the last. I believe that they were applauded precisely because the audience did not understand them, as happens to many street orators, with whom resonant and meaningless words supply the place of ideas, and are even greeted with greater enthusiasm. The fact is that among the upper classes he passed for one of those persons of unsound mind who were then in great request for the amusement of society. The nobles, especially of Colonna, disputed the pleasure of his company with each other, and he would tell them the glories of his future government. And when I am king or emperor, I will make war on all of you. I will have such an one hanged, and such another beheaded. He spared none of them, and mentioned them by name, one by one to their faces, and all the time, both to nobles and commons, he continued to speak of the good state, and of how he was going to restore it. Here I insert a parenthesis. It has been said, by Petrarch in particular, that he feigned madness and was a second Brutus. But when we see his love for pomp, luxury, strange symbols and garments, gradually increasing as he advanced in his political career, and after his rise to power, we no longer have any doubt as to the reality of his madness. He continued to put forth new symbolic pictures, among others one with this inscription: "The day of justice is coming, await this moment." Be it noted that this picture represented a dove bringing a crown of myrtle to a little bird. The dove stood for the Holy Spirit, as we shall see, one of the favourite objects of his delirium, and the bird was himself, who was to crown Rome with glory. At last, on the first day of Lent, 1347, he affixed to the door of San Giorgio another placard: "Before long the good state of Rome shall be restored." Not being feared by the nobles who thought him mad, he was able to conspire secretly, or rather to keep up the ferment of public opinion by taking a part, gradually, one by one, the men who seemed to him best adapted for the purpose, and assigning them their posts on Mount Aventine, towards the end of April, on a day when the governor was to be absent. In this assembly, the only one which, up to that time, had been held in secret, the mode of bringing about the good state was deliberated on. Here we show the eloquence of a man who speaks from conviction, and of things which are too true not to produce a deep impression. He described the discord of the great, the debasement of the poor, the armed men roaming about in quest of plunder, wives dragged from their marriage beds, pilgrims murdered at the gates, priests drowned in sensual orgies, no strength for wisdom among those who held the reins of power. From the nobles there was everything to fear and nothing to hope. Where were they in the midst of all these disorders? They were leaving Rome to enjoy a holiday on their estates, while everything was going to wreck and ruin in the city. As the members of the popular party were hesitating for want of funds, he gave them a hint that these might be obtained from the revenues of the apostolic chamber, reckoning 10,000 florins for the tax on salt alone, 100,000 for the hearth tax, figures which Sismondi, chapter 38, declares to be absolutely erroneous. He also gave them to understand that he was acting in accordance with the wishes of the Pope, which was false, and that he was able, with the consent of the latter, to seize upon the revenues of the Holy See. On May 18, 1347, in Colonna's absence, he had proclamation made through the streets by sound of trumpet that all citizens were to assemble in the night of the day following, in the church of St. Agnello, to take measures for the establishment of the good state. On the 19th, Rienzi was present at the meeting, in armour, guarded by 100 armed men, and accompanied by the papal vicar and by 3 standards covered with the most extraordinary symbols, one of them representing liberty, one justice, and one peace. Among the measures which he caused to be adopted by this improvised assembly were some which would be well suited to our own times. The following, for instance: all lawsuits were to be terminated within 15 days. The apostolic chamber was to provide for the support of widows and orphans. Every district of Rome was to have a public granary. If a Roman were killed in the service of his country, his heirs to receive 100 lire if he were a foot soldier, and 100 florins if a horseman. The garrison of cities and fortresses to be formed of men chosen from among the Roman people. Every accuser who could not make good his accusation to be subject to the penalty which his victim would have incurred. The houses of the condemned not to be destroyed, as was then the case in all communities, but to become the property of the municipality. Cola received from this popular assembly entire lordship over the city. He associated the papal vicar with himself as a harmless assistant, and taught himself tribune, and performed an actual miracle in restoring peace where there had been chaos. He saw the proud barons, even the rebellious and powerful prefect of Vico, prostrate at his feet. He executed severe justice upon the most powerful nobles as well as the populace. Members of the Orsini, Savelli, and Gaetani families were hanged by him for violation of the laws, and what is more, even priests such as the monk of St. Anastasius, who was accused of several murders. By means of the so-called Tribunal of Peace, he reconciled with each other 1,800 citizens who had previously been mortal enemies. He abolished, or more accurately speaking, tried to abolish, the servile use of the title Don, which is still rampant among us in the South. He prohibited dicing, concubinage, and fraud in the sale of provisions, which last was the measure which conduced most to his popularity. Finally, he created a true citizen militia, a real national guard. He caused the escutcheons of the nobles to be erased from all palaces, equipages, and banners, saying that there was to be in Rome no other lordship than the Pope's and his own. He re-established a tax on every hearth in all the towns and villages of the Roman district, and was obeyed even by the Tuscan communities who might have claimed exemption. The collectors were not sufficient for the work. All the governors, except 2, submitted, and he finally appointed a kind of justice of the peace, to decide even criminal cases. He did even more. He was the first to conceive, what even Dante had not thought of, and to lead neither Goethe nor Ghibelline, under the headship of the Roman municipality, in which, like Marcel of Paris, he attempted to assemble a true national parliament. He was the first man in Italy to think of this, and was only understood by 35 communes. At Avignon, finally, he was able to archive what I consider his greatest enterprise, to get himself pardoned after a course of speech and action so hostile to the papal court, by those who never pardon, the clergy of that ferocious and implacable age, and not only pardoned, but sent back, through a short period in which an inferior capacity, to a position fraught with the greatest dangers to that order. But all these miracles, alas, lasted for only a few days only. The man who, in his political ideas, surpassed not only his contemporaries, but many modern thinkers, and preceded Mazzini and Cavour to the idea of unity, was in fact a monomaniac, as is recorded by the historians Rie and Papincourt. If he was great in conception, he was uncertain and incapable of practical matters. This is fully shown, e.g., when, though he had his greatest enemy, the prefect of Guiteau, in his hands, he let him go, keeping his son as a hostage, and when he failed to profit by his unexpected victory over the barons. Always incapable of taking any resolution, which is not merely theoretical, he believed that everything he did was done by the grace of the Holy Spirit. Under his auspices we have seen that he began his enterprise. He was still further confirmed in his delusion by a heresy which had then recently sprung up, according to which the Holy Spirit was to regenerate the world, and especially by the fact, very insignificant in itself, that a dove alighted near him while he was showing the people one of his allegorical pictures. To this dove he attributed his successful beginning, as he ascribed to his prophetic inspiration the victory over the Colonna, and that over the prefect. In the most important affairs, he believed that he heard in himself, through the medium of a dream or other sign, the voice of God, with whom he took counsel, and to whom he referred everything. Sustained by the prestige of this inspiration, he furthermore enacted religious laws, e.g., one compelling confession once a year, and a pain of confiscation to the extent of 1/3 of a man's property. He did not fail to exhibit the usual contradictions peculiar to the insane. Very religious himself, he had no hesitation in comparing himself to Christ, only on account of the coincidence implied in his having gained a victory at the age of 33. After his defeat, he again compared himself to him, in a play upon numbers such as is common among the insane, because he was for 35 months an exile in the Magella, in a wild and lonely hermitage, surrounded by several persons subject to hallucinations, followers of the Holy Spirit, who prophesied that he would once more be victorious, and even rule over the whole world. The megalomaniac delirium which usually prevailed in his case explains the greater part of these contradictions. He believed that in his own person was centered all the hopes of the Messiah of Italy, who was to restore the Roman Empire, nay, even redeem the world. In a moment when he must have thought himself near death, in the prison of Prague, he thought himself the victim of diabolical imaginations, or believed that he was obeying the will of heaven. Thus he wrote, "I kissed the key of the prison, as if it were the gift of God." One day he arose from the throne, and advancing towards with faithful followers, said in a loud voice, "We command Pope Clement to present himself before our tribunal, and to live at Rome, and we give the same command to the College of Cardinals. We cite to appear before us the two claimants, Charles of Bohemia and Ludwig of Bavaria, who take upon themselves the title emperors. We command all the electors of Germany to inform us on what pretext they have usurped the inalienable right to the Roman people, the ancient and legitimate sovereigns of the empire." Then he drew his sword, waved it 3 times towards the 3 divisions of the known world, and said 3 times, in a transport of ecstasy, "This too belongs to me." All this because he had bathed in the porphyry basin of Constantine, to the great scandal of his followers, and believed that he had thus succeeded to the power of that emperor. While he was going on this course, the papal legate, by whose concurrence alone all these eccentricities could, up to a certain point, be justified, protested with all the force his slight degree of energy would allow. It would be pretty much as if the Council of San Marino were to take it into his head, on the strength of majority of votes, or because he had worn a hat belonging to Napoleon I, that he could summon before his tribunal the emperors of Austria, Germany, and Russia, with a few dukes into the bargain. And this would appear ridiculous in our own times, when in theory at least, right is esteemed above might. What must it have seemed in that age? Nor was this a mere momentary aberration. We still possess the diplomatic communication, dated August 12th, destined for the emperors. After that mad theatrical ceremony, I extract some passages. In virtue of the same authority, and of the favour of God, the Holy Spirit, and the Roman people, we say, protest, and declare that the Roman Empire, the election, jurisdiction, and monarchy of the Sacred Empire belong, by full right, to the city of Rome, and to all Italy, for many good reasons which we shall mention at the proper place and time. After having summoned the dukes, kings, etc., to appear between this day and that of the Pentecost next following, before us in St. John Lateran, with their titles and claims, failing which, on the expiry of their term, they will be proceeded against according to the forms of law and the inspiration of the Holy Spirit. Moreover, he adds, as though he had not yet expressed himself clearly enough, besides what has been heretofore said, in general and in particular, we cite in person the illustrious princes Louis, Duke of Bavaria, and Charles, Duke of Bohemia, calling themselves emperors, or elected to the empire, and besides these the Duke of Saxony, the Marquis of Brandenburg, etc., that they may appear in the said place before us in person, and before other magistrates, failing which we shall proceed against them as contumacious, etc. This was too much. The mutual animosity of the Colonna and the Orsini was momentarily suspended. They united their forces to combat him openly and conspire against him in secret. An assassin sent by them to attempt the tribune's life was arrested and, when put to the torture, accused the nobles. From that instant Rienzi incurred the fate of a tyrant, and adopted tyrant suspicions and rules of conduct. Shortly afterwards, under various pretexts, he invited to the capital his principal enemies, among whom were many of the Orsini and 3 of the Colonna. They arrived, believing themselves called to a council banquet, and Rienzi, after inviting them to take their place at table, had them arrested. Innocent and guilty had to undergo this terror alike. After the people had been summoned to the spot by the sound of the great bell, they were accused of a conspiracy to assassinate Rienzi, and not a single voice or hand was raised to defend the heads of the nobility. They passed the night in separate rooms, and Stefano Colonna, battering at his prison door, several times entreated that he might be freed by a swift death from so humiliating a position. The arrival of a confessor and the sound of the funeral bell showed them what was awaiting them. The great hall of the capital, where the trial was to take place, was hung with white and red, as was usual when a death sentence was about to be pronounced. All seemed ready for their condemnation, when the tribune, touched by fear or pity, after a long speech to the people in their defence, caused them to be quitted, and even granted them some offices, such as the prefecture of arms, which could not fail to be formidable weapons against him. It was not the sort of thing which was done in those days, and even Petrarch thought he had been too lenient, while the lower classes expressed their sense of his folly in a coarser, more energetic fashion. Such was his madness, says the anonymous historian, that he allowed his enemies to entrench themselves afresh, and then sent a messenger to summon them to his presence. The messenger was wounded, whereupon he summoned them a second time, then had 2 of them painted, hanged head downward. They, in their turn, took the town of Nepi from him, for which he could devise no other retribution than the drowning of 2 dogs supposed to represent them. After the bloodless and useless marches, he returned to Rome, and, having put on the dalmatica of the emperors, had himself crowned for the 3rd time. Worse still, he at the same time expelled the papal legate, Bertrando, thus throwing away his last anchor of safety at the moment when he needed it most. Besides, the eccentricity of his consecration as Knight of the Holy Spirit, preceded by the bath in the vase of Constantine, which, though it can readily be explained by the ideas of the period, did him serious injury in the estimation of the majority, and especially the religious, as being an act of profanation. He was guilty of the egregious political folly of declaring that, after that ceremony, the Roman people had returned to the full possession of their jurisdiction over the world, that Rome was the head of the world, and the monarch of the empire, and the election of the emperors were privileges of the city, of the Roman people, and of Italy. This is clearly a declaration of war against both Pope and Emperor. Later on August 15th, with his usual monomanic tendency to symbolism, he crowned himself with 6 wreaths of different plants, either because he loved religion, mostly because he honoured learning, partly because of its resistance to poison, as the emperor was supposed to resist the malevolence of his enemies. To these he added, for no discoverable reason, the mitre of the Trojan king and a silver crown. All this proves, says Gregorovius, that it was his intention to get himself crowned emperor, as it was the custom of the Roman emperors to promulgate edicts after their coronation. So he, immediately after this ceremony, by political decrees, confirmed to the whole of Italy the right of Roman citizenship. Alberto Argentaro adds that he threatened Pope Clement with deposition if he did not return to Rome within the year, and that he would have elected another pope. Verlaine says that he wished to reform the whole of Italy in the ancient manner, and subject it to the dominion of Rome. To understand how truly insane was his project, it must be remembered that his sacred militia, that which he believed most faithful, numbered no more than 1,600 men, and the whole army, counting both horse and foot, did not on an outside calculation exceed 2,000. After defeating the nobles, without any merit on his part, he, who had formerly been so generous, forbade the widows to weep for the dead, and was guilty of words and actions which, even in the ferocious age, struck his sacred knights, as he called them, as so barbarous and foolish that they refused to bear arms for him any longer. From this moment date, on one hand, his undoubted insanity, on the other, the contempt of all honourable men, vigorously expressed by Petrarch himself in a well-known letter. It can now be understood why he was, even from the time of his first exploits, so fond of pompous titles. After calling himself Consul of the Windows and Consul of Rome, he adopted the title of Tribune, which afterwards became Clement and Severe Tribune, the contradiction being nothing to him, so long as he could suggest the name of Servius Boethius, whose arms he had also adopted, and, not long after this, referring with that kind of play upon words so dear to the insane and to idiots, to his nomination in August Tribune. We can also comprehend that, stripped of all his power, an exile and a prisoner, he should have turned to the prosaic Emperor Charles IV, telling him his dreams, as we shall see, with complete confidence in their reality. At Rome, after his first fall, which was perhaps one cause of the indulgence with which he was treated by the Pope, there had been a new outburst of disorder, which a tribune who has remained almost unknown, one Baron Celli, in vain endeavoured to stem. Nor did Rienzi himself meet with any better success on his return, shorn of his ancient prestige, and without that youthful audacity which, united to a maniacal erethism, has increased the strength of the poor scholar 100-fold, and he was overthrown by the populace themselves. For men, whether madmen of genius or complete geniuses, have no power against the natural force of things. Marcel had no success at Paris, though he had far greater force at his disposal, and was allied with the Jacquerie of the country districts. But Rienzi could not even succeed in realizing the prodigies of insane genius, since he had by this time fallen to true dementia. It appears that in the early stages of his government he was a sober and temperate man, so much so that he had to make an effort to find time to eat. From this he passed to the opposite extreme of continuous orgies and actual dipsomania, which he excused by alleging the effects of a poison which he believed to have been administered to him in prison. I believe, on the contrary, that this phenomenon was occasioned by the progress of his malady, since we see that it began in the early months of his first tribunate, and since slow poisons produce emaciation, not obesity, in their victims. At every hour he was eating dainties and drinking. He observed neither time nor order. He mixed Greek with Flavian wine. He drank new wine at any hour. He used to drink too much. Moreover, he had now become enormously stout. He had a face like a friar, round and jovial as that of a bonze, a ruddy complexion, and a long beard. His eyes were white, and suddenly he would turn red as blood, and his eyes would become inflamed. In short, as is usually the case with persons inclining to dementia, his body became enormous, and his eyes were often bloodshot, while his face acquired an entirely brutal cast of expression. His mind was much less active, and his temper fundamentally changed, while the fickleness, restlessness, and oddity, which had served to excite great admiration for him in the mind of the populace, now had so degenerated as to redound to his injury. Those who saw most of him said that he changed his mind, as well as his expression of face, from one minute to the next, and was never constant to the same thought of a quarter of an hour together. Thus he began the siege of Palestrina, and then abandoned it. He would appoint a skilful commander, and then cashier him. In later times, when he was forced to impose taxes on wine and salt, even for the poor, he restrained his luxurious tendencies, and became apparently temperate. But his other evil propensities did not change. To the intermittent generosity of which he had given proofs in his early period succeeded a cold selfishness, which excited horror even in that cruel age, where, for instance, he had Fra Monreal beheaded, for not repaying a sum of money which Rienzi had lent him. His friend Pandolfo Pandolfini, respected in all Rome as a model of an honourable man, was beheaded by him, without a shadow of a reason, merely for envy of his reputation. Thus he sacrificed, or despoiled of their property, the best men in the country, and passed from the extreme of timidity to that of ferocity. He was seen to laugh and weep almost at the same time, in both cases without sufficient cause. His paroxysms of joy were followed by sighs and tears, but it is chiefly in his letters that the whole of his genius and that of his madness is revealed. The letters of Cola di Rienzi were sought for and collected with singular curiosity, as though Petrarch several times writes to him, they had fallen from the antipodes, or the sphere of the moon. 4 collections of his letters are extant, at Mantua, at Turin, 22 closely written pages, at Paris, and at Florence, the last name being autographs. They have been published and republished by Gay, de Sade, Hobhouse, Hoximio, Peluzel, and Papencourt, and would by themselves be sufficient material on which to base a diagnosis. In fact, there is not one of them which does not bear the impress, either of a morbid vanity or of those trivial repetitions and plays upon words especially characteristic of the insane. The first point to note is their great abundance, in an age when very little was written. When his residence in the capital was sacked, after his first flight, what most surprised those who entered his private office was the mass of letters which had been drafted and never sent. It was well known that the numerous staff of clerks employed by him could not keep pace with the amount of matter he dictated, and that he was continually sending couriers not only to friendly republics, but to indifferent or hostile potentates, like the King of France, who sent a jesting reply by an archer, a functionary somewhat analogous to a modern policeman. Thus, too, the lords of Ferrara, Mantua, and Padua returned him his letters. Add to this their style, their exaggerated length, the addition of postscripts longer than the letter itself, and the singular signature, richer in laudatory titles than was ever used except by Oriental princes. These letters have, indeed, a flavour of their own, a vivacity breaking loose from the restraints of the classical writers who served as his models, an exuberant self-confidence which at first sight obliged the reader to put faith in the falsehoods with which they swarmed. Nay, it seems that, as happens with some lunatics and some incorrigible liars, he ended by himself believing in his own functions. Leaving aside many strange blunders, surprising in a Latin scholar, and the prolixity already mentioned, without dwelling on the very undiplomatic want of delicacy present to a morbid extent, and all the more surprising in a statesman of that age, when reserve was more general than at present, one fact particularly strikes me, an inveterate habit of punning, a symptom of extreme frivolity, which was certainly not a characteristic of medieval diplomacy. What man in his senses would, even in the depths of the Dark Ages, have written as he did to Pope Clement, in the letter dated August 5th, 1347? The grace of the Holy Spirit having freed the republics under my rule, and my humble person having been, at the beginning of August, promoted to the militia, there is attributed to me, as is the signature, the name of the title of August. Give as above on the 5th of August. Humble creature, candidate of the Holy Spirit, Niccolo the severe and clement, liberator of the city, zealous for Italy, lover of the world, who kisses the feet of the blessed. Note that, after all this signature, the letter goes on for 3 pages more, on much more serious topics, which he had postponed the pun on August. In this respect, a clear proof of his insanity is to be found in the letter which he wrote in the elation of his victory over the barons. Not to dwell on the strange familiarity with the deity which he shows when he writes that God formed to war those fingers which had been trained to the use of the pen, whereas as a matter of fact he had no knowledge whatever of the art of war. It is well to note that among his gravest charges against the Colonna was that of their having sacked a church where he had deposited his golden crown. Still more strange is the following claim to prophecy addressed to the clergy, who is dealing in such matters are likely to be most sceptical concerning them. We should not forget to tell you that 2 days before these occurrences we had a vision of Pope Boniface, who foretold our triumph over those tyrants. We made a report thereof in full season, and the presence of the assembled Romans, and going into St. Peter's to the altar of St. Boniface, we present to him a chalice and a veil. This vision, at last, thanks to heaven, was fulfilled thanks to the help of the blessed Martin, his tribune. Here he forgets that 2 pages previously in the same letter he had attributed his victories to St. Lawrence and St. Stephen. As those traitors, he continues, had plundered the pilgrims on the day of his festival, that saint took vengeance on them by the hand of a tribune 3 days afterwards, this is to say, on the day of St. Columba, who glorified the dove, Columba, of our flag. Note the puns in the above. He concludes with some of those postscripts which are so frequent in the letters of monomaniacs and are found in nearly all of his. Given at the capital, on the very day of the victory, the 3rd of November, on which day there persisted 6 tyrants of the house of Colonna, and none remained but the unhappy old man Stefano Colonna, who is half dead. He is the seventh, and this is how heaven was willing to make the number of the slain Colonna equal the crowns of our coronation, and the branches of the fruit-bearing tree which record the 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit. Absolute insanity is shown both in the idea and the word in which he makes the deity intervene to extinguish a family of heroes for the sake of a sinister freak of language, in order the man who, a few pages previously, with our hypocrisy soon believed by facts, had written, "Consistently with our character, we were not willing to employ the severity of the sword, however just, against those whom we might bring back to grace without injury to freedom, justice, and peace." Both comic and insane is the way in which, in another letter to Rinaldo Orsini, September 22, 1347, he tries to disguise, by a number of useless fictions, the enormous error of which he had been guilty in setting at liberty the nobles arrested shortly before. "We wish that your paternity should know how, having judged certain nobles, lawfully suspected by the people and by us, it pleased God that they should fall into our hands. We see, on the contrary, that he had expressly invited them. We caused them to be shut up in the dungeons of the capital, but finally, our scruples and suspicions having been removed, we made use of an innocent artifice, to reconcile them not only with ourselves, but with God. Wherefore we procured them the happy opportunity of making a devout confession. It was on the 15th September that we sent confessors to each of them, in prison, and as the latter were ignorant of our good intentions, and believed that we were going to be severe, they said to the nobles, 'The Lord Tribune will condemn you to death.' Meanwhile the great bell of the capital tolled without ceasing for the assembly, and thus the terrified nobles gave themselves up for lost, and, in the expectation of death, confessed devoutly and with tears. I then made a speech in praise of them, etc. Let the reader judge of the condition of the moral sense in a man who could write thus. It should be noted, besides, that, diplomatically, an excuse of this sort, especially in dealing with priests, who being in the trade, so to speak, would know its exact value, would not only be useless, but even constitute a serious accusation. Nor is his conclusion less strange. With all their hearts are so united to ours, and to those of the people, that this union must last for the good of our country, because thus they see that we are impartial, and do not wish to be as severe as we might be. But his useless hypocrisies do not end there. The confusion of the patricians probably suggested the order already mentioned that all citizens were to confess and receive the communion at least once a year, under pain of losing a third of their goods. Half of the forfeited property go to the parish church of the defendant, the other to the city, and the notaries were obliged to act as spies for every testator. Now Rienzi, in a postscript to the above letter, and I repeat that I have frequently observed in monomaniacs this fad of postscripts occurring at the end of letters, gives notice of his new edict, adding, "It seems to us fitting that, as the second Augustus provides for the temporal profit of the Republic, he should also seek to favour and promote its spiritual welfare." This, if one thinks about it, was a usurpation of the special rights and duties of the pontiff, even according to the most modern view of them, as also when he prescribed to the clergy special ceremonies and ecclesiastical processions of his own invention, and enacted decrees against the members of religious orders who should fail to return to Rome. This, in fact, was one of the principal accusations, and a just one, levelled against him at Prague, headed at Vignon, and one which he only rebutted by false statements. Elsewhere he speaks of being inspired by the Holy Spirit, with a confidence which would be altogether unintelligible except in a man who was perfectly sincere, and therefore under the influence of hallucination. A glance at other letters explains at once that the bath in the vase of Constantine was for him what the tattooed marks on his forehead were to Lazzaretti, one of those symbolic freaks to which the insane attach peculiar significance, in fact a kind of imperial investiture. A long letter to Charles IV, written from prison in July 1350, dwelling on a supposed intrigue of his mother with the Emperor Henry VII, bears in subject matter and style the unmistakable impress of insanity. A little later, August 15, 1350, we find him writing to the Emperor another letter full of senseless puns, in which he tells him, with doubly absurd freaks of thought and language, how, in the idea that the mother of Servinius Boethius was descended from the kings of Bohemia, and he called Boethius the younger and himself the severe, and how he had adopted from them the device of the 7 stars, matters which could neither interest the emperor nor be of advantage to himself, but have all the characteristics of insanity. So also, when he wrote that he was persuaded by the prophecies of the Magilla hermits already mentioned, that his second exaltation should be more than glorious than the first, as the sun long hidden by the clouds appeared more beautiful into the eye of the beholder, perhaps the Lord, justly indignant at the wicked and unheard of murder of Rienzi's illustrious grandfather, Henry VII, and the losses in souls and bodies suffered by the world during the interregnum. He raised up choler for the advantages of Charles, chosen him to re-establish the empire, and ordained that he should be baptized in the Lateran, in the church of the Baptist and the bath of Constantine, that he might be the forerunner of the emperor, as John the Baptist was of Christ. Charles, it is true, has said that the empire could only be restored by a miracle, but was not this miracle that one poor man should be able to succour the falling empire, as St. Francis had succoured the church? Let him awake, and gird on his sword. Let him not count for anything the revelation of the friars, since the whole Old and New Testaments were full of revelations. He could alone become master of Rome, if he did not do so at once. Charles would lose at least 100,000 gold florins from the tax on salt and the other revenues in the city, which had been increased by the approach of the Jubilee. Within a year and a half the Pope should die, and many cardinals be slain. In 15 years there should be put one shepherd and one faith, and the new Pope, the Emperor Charles. The college should be, as it were, a symbol of the Trinity on earth. Charles should reign in the west, the tribune in the east. For the present he was content with supporting the emperor in his journey to Rome. He was willing to open the way for him with the Romans and other peoples of Italy, who would otherwise be adverse to the empire, so that Charles might come along them peaceably and without bloodshed, and his arrival should not be the signal for mourning to the city and the whole nation, as had that of former emperors. So far did he go that the Archbishop of Prague wrote to him that he wondered how the tribune, who had done things which at first appeared to come from God, could be so far from exercising the virtue of humility as to consider his own revelation the work of the Holy Spirit, and to call himself the candidate to the latter, words which may well be noted by those who see in his madness only the effect of the superstitions of the period. The emperor replied with much common sense, advising him to cease from ignorant hermits who think themselves to be walking in the spirit of humility without being able even to resist their sins and save their own souls, and who speak fantastically of knowing hidden things and governing in the spirit all that is under heaven, and telling him that, out of love to God and his neighbours, he has caused thee to be imprisoned with a sower of tares, and withal, out of love for thine own soul, to cure it. Later already counsels him to lay aside all the vagaries, and whatever his origin may have been, to remember that we are all God's creatures, sons of Adam made out of the earth, etc. A curious lesson in democracy given by a king of Bohemia to the ex-tribune of an Italian republic. But all was useless, and when after many vicissitudes he once more acquired a shadow of his former power, by the aid of money obtained by sheer trickery, he announced the fact of Florence in a pompous proclamation, adding that women, men, boys, priests, and layfolk had gone to meet him with palms and olive branches and trumpets and cries of welcome. These speeches seem so very extravagant that their genuineness has been doubted by Zeffirino Re, or the account of the extreme improbability of Petrarch's having defended him, or the emperor regarded him with favour for a single moment, had he really entertained ideas so eccentric and heretical. But that, however improbable, such is the fact, is already evident a priori to anyone who, even without examining these strange letters and still stranger circulars, has observed the progressive development of insanity in Coller's career, and knows that it was just through his unheard-of audacity that he triumphed, and that the Bohemians were not so much scandalized as struck dumb by his eloquence, and afterwards astonished and deeply moved by his recantations. Moreover, these writings were refuted by the Bohemian bishops in a document which is still extant, and afterwards retracted by himself. With the delicacy of which historians have not taken sufficient account, they were not consigned to their entirety to the papal court, along with the person of the tribune, whose condemnation indeed could bring neither pleasure nor profit to the host who had been already forced by political considerations to betray the confidence reposed in him. He remained meanwhile an isolated phenomenon, an enigma to historians, since it was not so much history as the science of mental pathology which could succeed in completely explaining him. That science has pointed out to us in Rienzi all the characteristics of the modern maniac: regular features in handwriting, exaggerated tendency to symbolism and plays upon words, an activity disproportionate to his social position, and original even in absurdity, which entirely exhausted itself in writing, an exaggerated consciousness of his own personality, which at first aided him with the populace and supplant the want of tact and practical ability, but which led him into absurdities, a defective moral sense, a calm marking the approach to dementia, which was only disturbed by the abuse of alcohol or by a spirited opposition. Campanella. If Cola da Rienzi was a strange problem for historians until resolved by the modern psychiatric studies on monomania, not less strange has been the problem presented by Campanella, who from being a humble and disdained monk in a forgotten district of Calabria, claimed to be a monarch and, as it were, a demigod against the power of Spain and of the Pope, and then suddenly became and died a zealot for both, contradicting himself, even against his own advantage, certainly against that of his fame. At last, it seems to me, the problem is approaching solution, after the classical works of Baldacchino, of Spaventa, of Fiorentino, but above all of Amabile, especially since Carlo Filetti has passed those powerful works through the alembic of his synthetic criticism and removed from this strange metal the stains deposed by legends and historical prejudices. Campanella, remarks Filetti, with his badly formed skull surmounted by 7 inequalities, hills, as he himself called them, possessed most sensitive nerves, an acute intellect, and easily exalted emotions. The mystical education of the order to which he belonged completed the work of nature. Having entered a Dominican monastery at the age of 14, he always lived outside the real world. He spent 8 years in the schools of Calabria amid disputes with his masters and fellow pupils, and then departed, almost fled, from Cosenza and went to Naples. But no good fortune met him there. Soon after his arrival, he chanced to speak slightly of excommunication. He was at once denounced, imprisoned, taken to Rome, tried and condemned. On leaving prison, he decided to go to Padua. On the way, he was robbed of his manuscripts. 3 days after reaching Padua, he was accused of using violence against the general of the Dominicans, hence a fresh imprisonment and fresh trial. Discharged and set at liberty, he took part in public discussions, but the doctrines he openly professed led to another trial and imprisonment. He was only 26 and already spent 3 years in prison. At the age of 20, in the monastery of Cosenza, Campanella had associated with a certain Abramo, from whom he received lessons in necromancy, and who predicted that he would one day be king. This was the starting point of his wild and ambitious imaginations. It should be added that when studying astrology, especially in 1597, he talked with many astrologers, mathematicians, and prelates, who all held that the end of the world was approaching. Excited by their arguments, he gave himself to the study of prophecy, seeking it in the Bible, the fathers, and the poets of antiquity, and the symbols of the white horses and the white-robed elders of the New Zion. He saw the brothers of Saint Dominic. Convinced that the prediction of the Holy Republic referred to the Dominicans, he retired to Stillo. All the political and social disorders of his time were for Campanella manifest signs, and to these were added earthquakes, famines, floods, and comets. Evidently, the prophecies were being fulfilled. No doubt 1600 was the fatal year which would indicate the beginning of great changes and revolutions. Campanella spread the prophecies and prepared the ground for the Holy Republic. There can be no question that these predictions and preparations led to a real rebellion, because they fitted in with the miserable conditions of Calabria. Such prophecies pleased many who cherished desires of revenge. In the ears of these exasperated people, Campanella's words sounded like a call to rebellion. Maurizio di Rinaldi, the leader of the band, so understood it, as did other bandits. Rinaldi cared little for religious reforms, and knew nothing of what the 7 seals of the Apocalypse signified. He understood, however, that his arm was needed, and persuaded that it was not possible to fight against Spain with writings and words and the weapons of brigands. He sought the aid of the Turks. He was the real rebel, the real matter in the liberation of Calabria from subjection to Spain. Of all the chief persons concerned in this disturbance, he alone confessed himself a rebel. The others either denied the existence of a rebellion or professed their innocence. Seeing the old world doubled by the discovery of new lands, and Europe turned upside down by wars, Campanella thought of a universal monarchy with the Pope and himself the king and pastor. Turn to his utopia of the city of the sun, in which all are educated in common. All the Solarians call each other brother. They are all sons of the Great Father, adorned on the summit of the mountain on which the city is built. There is not and cannot be among them any selfishness. All consider the common good, and under the guidance of the priest and head live happily together, since all are instructed and knowledge is the foundation of every honour. There is no noble strife of intelligence. The Solarian citizens have made wonderful progress in the arts and sciences. They have ships that plough the seas without sails and without oars, and cars that are propelled by the force of the wind. They have discovered how to fly, and they are inventing instruments which will reveal new stars. They know the world is a great animal in whose body we live, that the sea is produced by the sweat of the earth, and that all the stars move. They practice perpetual adoration, offer up bloodless sacrifices and reverence, but do not worship the sun and the stars. All this simplicity, happiness, and prosperity are due in the first place to education and to communism, and in the second place to the magistrates who are all priests. The spiritual and temporal head is Hoc, who is assisted by Pom, Sim, and Mor. Pom has charge of all that refers to war. Sim presides over the arts, industries, and instruction. Mor directs human generation and the education of children. He regulates the sexual relationships in order to produce healthy and robust offspring, only permitting the strong to procreate. The rest are allowed to sacrifice to the terrestrial Venus after fecundation has been ascertained. The city of the sun is not in favour of war, but has not refused to fight. In battle the citizens are invincible because they fight in defence of their country, natural law, justice, and religion. The felicity of the city of the sun is rested, therefore, on a community of goods, of women, of pleasures, and of knowledge, on wholesome generation, on sacerdotal government, and on simplicity in religion. Campanella aimed at founding the Calabria, a facsimile of the city of the sun. The whole of his trial of heresy showed that he wished to reform religion and render it more in harmony with human nature. By his own confession, it is proved that he wished to establish a sacerdotal government. No other affirms, in fact, that he aimed to become king of Calabria in order to extend his authority thence over the whole world. Campanella's mind was in such a condition that it may be held, with Amabile, that he saw the possibility of founding a republic similar to that described in the City of the Sun. Naturally, the head of this little holy republic, the Hoc of the City of the Sun, would be a philosopher and therefore himself. All nations observing the felicity enjoyed by the citizens of the new Sion would accept the new law, and thus Campanella would become the monarch and guide of the world. Only a lunatic would consider it possible to undertake the reorganization of society at a stroke, habemus fundamentalis, changing the form of government and overturning the most ancient customs, institutions, laws, and traditions. But the madness diminishes if this reorganization is a consequence of a profound and general upheaval, like the proclaimed by the prophets for the end of the world. In his writings, certainly, we find puerilities which go to prove insanity. If he had been an ordinary man, they would not be remarkable. They would harmonize with the common prejudice of the day, but he had broken with theology and undertaken to examine its ratio. He had caught a glimpse of the modern state, and he proposed reforms which for his time were most liberal and remarkable. Thus he writes, "Laws are consent of all, written and promulgated for the common good." A. Pol. 32. The laws should establish equality. I. Bid 40. The laws should be such that the people can obey them with love and fear. Mon. di Spagna. C. 11. Heavy taxes should be levied on articles that are not necessary and are of luxury, the light ones on necessaries. B. 2. Doc. 197, page 91. There should be unity of government. Mon. di Spaga. C. 12. The barons should be deprived of their just carcerandi. I. Bid. C. 14. They should be deprived of fortresses. I. Bid. The national army should be established. Education should be free. I. Bid. Medical aid should be gratuitous. B. 2. Doc. 97, page 82. In fact, Campanella proposed what Sully, Reculot, Colbert, and Louis XIV did for the French nation. Now, when a man who reasons so profoundly fails to see the absurdity and impossibility of becoming, with a few followers in a remote country style, the monarch and reformer of the whole world, he can only be insane, and so he was judged by the more sagacious among his contemporaries. Thus Father Giacinto, the confidant Reculot, wrote, "No one believes so easily any story that is told him, and examines things that he believes to be de facto with less judgment." And again, I shall always hold him for a man wilder than a fly, less sensible in worldly affairs than a child. Pedriscio called him bonhomme. Following human intellect, Campanella reached pantheism, the soul of things, the transformation of animate and inanimate beings, veneration of the sun, the beneficent star, living temple, statue, and venerable face of the true God. Stricken by adversity, not assisted by his God, he returned to Catholicism, to the angels and miracles, to the future life, which promises enjoyments which cannot be had on earth, and the restoration of the beloved lost. Like all madmen, incapable of moderation, he became furiously intolerant, hence his ferocious suggestions for oppressing the Protestants, and the title which he took of emissary of Christ, or of the Most High. He imagined that his works would serve to confute the Protestants, wrote and disputed against Lutherans and Calvinists, wished to fund colleges of priests for the diffusion of Catholicism, gave advice to those who would, none of it for overthrowing heresy and propagating the true faith. In short, he ended as he had begun, in a delirious dream of religious ambition, which only varied in subject, going from one pole to the opposite. But I repeat, this phenomenon of contradiction, and on the passage from opposite excesses of feeling, is one of the most marked characters of monomania, and especially religious monomania. I remember nuns of whom I had charge at the asylum of Pesaro, who, on first becoming insane, were violent and blasphemous, and later on, in the course of their madness, apostles of Christianity, and thus it is easy to see what the misery may, under the influence of insanity, develop extraordinary prodigality. We have seen Lazzaretti, a drunkard and a blasphemer, become austere and pious under the influence of insanity, and then from being a fanatical papist, becoming and dying an anti-papist, when he found himself repulsed by the Vatican. Recently, Dindino, in his book Il Messaie degli Abusi, had described a certain priest, become a messiah, who, while insane, attempted reforms at all events and rites, and who during the last month of his life, like Campanella, starved himself in penitence for his revolutionary sins, and in spite of fasts and penances, believed that he was damned. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Man of Genius by Cesare LOMBROSO. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4. Political and Religious Lunatics and Mattoids. Part 3. San Juan de Dios. Juan Ciudad was born on March 8, 1495, in the town of Montemoro or Novo, in Portugal. He seems to have been tormented by the spirit of adventure from his childhood, as he left his father's house at the age of 8. A priest took him as far as Oropesa, where he entered the service of a Frenchman in the capacity of shepherd. After some years, he became tired of his work, and being tall and strong enlisted as a soldier. The life he led in the army cannot be described. The officers set the example and plundered as greedily as the privates. One of the former entrusted his share of the booty to Juan, who either lost it or stole it. He was condemned to death, and was just going to be hanged when a superior officer passing by granted him his life, but dismissed him from the army. He then returned to Oropesa and resumed his former position. Towards 1528 he enlisted a second time, and marched under the orders of the Count of Oropesa. When the war was over, he returned to Montemor or Novo to see his parents, but he lost his memory and forgot his father's name. He then left the place and went to Ayamonte in Andalusia, where he became a shepherd. It was there that he believed himself to have been called, and later on, to have had a dream in which he dedicated himself to God and to the poor. Those were the days when the Barbary pirates flourished, making descents on ill-defended countries, and kidnapping their inhabitants, whom they sold at Fez, Algiers, and Tunis. 2 religious orders had made it their special task to collect alms for the ransom of the Catholics who were being sold in the slave market. It seems that Juan Ciudad had the intention of consecrating himself to this sacred duty. He embarked for Ceuta, where he entered the service of an exiled and ruined Portuguese family, whom it was said he supported by his labour as an artisan. After a time he grew weary of this life. He left his master and sailed for Gibraltar, where he established a small trade in relics and other sacred objects. The sale of these having brought him some money, he left Gibraltar and settled at Granada, where he opened a shop. He was then aged 43 and was just about to undergo that mental convulsion which determined his vocation. On the 20th of January 1539, after hearing a sermon by Juan de Avila, he was seized by a fit of frantic devotion. He confessed his sins in a loud voice, rolled in the dust, pulled out the hair of his head, tore his clothes, and rushed through the streets of Granada, imploring the mercy of God, and followed by boys shouting after him as a madman. He entered his library, destroyed all the secular books in his possession, gave away the sacred ones, distributed his furniture and clothes to anyone who was willing to have them, and remained in his shirt, beating his breast and calling on everyone to pray for him. The crowd followed him noisily as far as the cathedral, where, half naked, he again began his vociferations and bursts of despair. The preacher, Juan de Avila, having been informed of the conversion occasioned by his words, listened to the poor man's confession, consoled him, and gave him advice, which does not appear to have had much effect, since on leaving him, Ciudad rolled himself in a dung-heap, proclaiming his sins in a loud voice. The crowd amused themselves by hissing him, throwing stones and mud, and otherwise maltreating him. Some, however, took pity on him and conducted him to the place set apart for the insane in the royal hospital. He was subjected to the treatment then in vogue. That is, he was bound and scourged in order to deliver him from the evil spirit supposed to possess him. This attack of mania appears to have been one of great violence. In general, with regard to mental maladies, the more excessive the alienation, the more easily it ceases. It is said that in the midst of the blows inflicted on him, he took a vow to receive poor madmen and treat them as is fitting. When the nervous exasperation was calmed, he employed himself in attending on the sick, and later on obtained his liberty and a certificate testing his sanity, having made a vow to go on pilgrimage to the shrine of the Virgin of Guiteau. He started barefoot, without a farthing, in the middle of winter. On his way through the forests and across the moors, he picked up dry sticks and made them into a faggot, which, then he reached an inhabitable place, he gave in exchange for a little food and a night's lodging. It is said that when he reached Guiteau, he had a vision which exercised a decisive influence on him. The Virgin appeared to him, and gave him the child Jesus, naked, with clothes to cover him. This was to show him that he ought to have pity on the weak, shelter the destitute, and clothe the poor. At least such was his interpretation. His mission dates from that day, and he executed it with so much more zeal, as he believed it to have been laid upon him by the Virgin whom he adored. Dressed in a white garment, which an Hieronymite monk had given him, with a wallet on his back and a pilgrim's staff in his hand, he returned to Oropesa and went to lodge in the poorhouse. The misery of the inmates so touched him that he went outside the city, begged alms for them, and gave them all that he received. Later on he took to selling faggots in the public square, giving to the poor and sick all that he gained, and slept in stables through the charity of their owners. One day, having seen a notice posted up in the square, "House to let for the poor," he conceived the idea of making it into an asylum. Having begged money from the rich, with which he bought mats, blankets, and utensils, he received and sheltered 46 sick and crippled paupers. In order to maintain them, he went about the streets at the dinner hour to collect from the rich the remnants of their meals, crying, "Do good, my brethren, it will return in blessing to yourselves." Juan de Dios's example provoked emulation. Several men offered themselves to help him. He instructed them in their new duties, and thus became the head of the group, which, by multiplying, had become the great congregation now in existence. The resources now put at his disposal permitted him to treat the sick, as is fitting. It is worthy of attention that Juan de Dios was a reformer in the matter of treating the sick, only placing one patient at each bed. He was the first to divide the sick into classes. He was, in short, the creator of the modern hospital, and the founder of casual wards, for he opened in connection with the hospital a house where the homeless, poor, and travellers without money could sleep. It was at this period that he took the name Juan de Dios. The good done by him did not remain unknown, and the name of Juan de Dios, Father of the Poor, was spread abroad through Spain. Profiting by this, he made a journey as far as Granada and returned with abundant contributions. He was exhausted by hardy work and exposure rather than by years. He treated himself with exaggerated austerity, always travelling on foot without shoes, hat or linen, only covered with a single grey garment. He fasted with extreme frequency, and imposed on himself the most trying exertions. He would rush through a burning house to save the sick. He often threw himself into the water to save children. He may be said to have died of the hardships he endured. During his last days, he sent for Antonio Martin, his earliest disciple, and recommended the work to his care. Feeling the approach of death, he left his bed to pray and died on his knees. He was born on March 8, 1495, and died on Saturday, March 8, 1550. He had a splendid funeral. Sick men touched the bier in the hope of being healed. The sheet which covered the corpse was torn to pieces, and each rag became a relic. He was canonized September 21, 1630 by Urban VIII, and is now known as San Juan de Dios. Prosper Enfantin. Prosper Enfantin, though an engineer, a railway director, and otherwise connected with such rational and prosaic subjects as mathematics, nevertheless in 1850 believed himself to be, and in fact was, the head of a new religion, a variation of that of Saint Simon. He had a handsome face and large forehead of an Olympian cast. He was very kind-hearted, but profoundly convinced of his own infallibility on all subjects, on industrial and philosophical questions, on painting as well as on cooking. He had what, in a peculiar language of mathematics, he called circumferential ideas, in which every new fact found, in its pre-established place, the proper solution. The new religion was to equalize men and women, and to make the language of finance and industry poetical. He himself represented the father, and was always hoping to find the mother, the free woman, the Eve, a woman reasoning like a man, who, knowing the needs and capabilities of women, would make the confession of her sex without restriction, so as to furnish the elements for a declaration of the rights and duties of women. But the right woman was never found, for Madame de Staël and George Sand, to whom he and his friends first turned, laughed at them. They sought her in the East, at Constantinople, and found instead a prison. But, for all that, he never lost his illusion. He used to say that only great men could found a new religion. His goodness was exquisite. He constantly sacrificed himself for his followers, his sons as he called them. These wore at one time, like certain monomaniacs, a symbolical uniform, white trousers to represent love, red waistcoat for work, and blue coat for faith. This signified that his religion was founded on love, strengthened the heart with work, and was wholly encompassed by faith. Every one was to have his name written on his shirt front, and to wear in addition a collar adorned with triangles, and a semicircle, which was to become a circle as soon as the mother, the Eve aforesaid, had been found. These are the symbols usual with the monomaniac and the mattoid. This is seen in their programs, in which they announce, in type of various sizes, that man recalls the past, women represents the future, the two united see the present. Yet in spite of all this, he foresaw, even tried to undertake the Suez Canal, and counted among his followers such men as Chevalier, Lambert, and Jordan. Lazzaretti. An example the more curious as well as authentic, as it has manifested itself in recent years, under the eyes of all, and has arrived at the dignity of an historic event, is the case of David Lazzaretti. This man was born at Arquidoso in 1834. His father, a carter, appears to have been given to drink, but was of great strength. He had some relatives who were suicidal and others insane. One in particular died a religious maniac, and believed himself to be the eternal father. Lazzaretti's 6 brothers were all strong men, of gigantic stature, ranging from 1.9 to 1.95 meters in height, which however is not uncommon in that part of the country, of quick wits and tenacious memory. David was distinguished from the rest by his superior stature, by the distinction and regularity of his features, by greater intelligence, by the large size of his head, which is dolichocephalic in form, and by his eyes, which some found fascinating, though to many, says the advocate Pugnal, they seem to have the character of possession of insanity. It is asserted that he was hypnospastic and perhaps impotent in his youth, an anomaly of no slight importance if we remember that moral, and especially Legrand de Soul, have often discovered them in hereditary madmen. Even from his childhood he showed these contradictions, those tendencies to extremes in character, which are frequent precursors of insanity. Thus, when a boy, he wished to become a monk. Later on, after he had taken to his father's trade, he began to lead an irregular life, and gave himself up to alcoholic intemperance. In the meantime, however, he cultivated his mind by a course of reading, which was singular for a man in his position, including Dante and Tasso, and at 15 he was called 1,000 Ideas from the strange songs he invented. Though he could never succeed in learning the rules of grammar, he was quarrelsome, used a foulest language, and was dreaded by all, so much so that one day, on the occasion of a festival, Unarmed and followed only by his brothers, he put to flight the entire population of Castel del Piano. Yet he was exactly excited by a speech, a poem, a sermon, a play, anything that appeared noble and great. He had an extreme veneration for Christ and Mahomet, whom he used to call the two greatest men that had ever appeared in the world. According to his own confessions, he had, at the age of 14, various hallucinations of the same kind as those which proved so fatal to him in 1878. It is certain, besides that, at one time in his youth, he had a strong sympathy for a Jewess of Pizzigliano, awakened by the eloquence with which she defended her religion. Yet at that time he was accustomed to say that there were three things he abhorred: women, churches, and dancing. In 1859, at 25, he enlisted as a volunteer in the cavalry, and in 1860 he took part in Cialdini's campaign, but rather as an officer's servant than as a soldier. Before starting, he wrote a patriotic hymn, which was sent to Porfirio, and surprised him by the novelty of its thoughts and the beauty of some of the verses, contrasting strangely with the roughness of the phraseology and the numerous grammatical errors. After this, he again returned to his trade as a carter, at the same time to his habits of debauchery and foul language. He also rejoined his wife, whom he had married 3 years previously, and for whom he felt a poetic affection which he carried so far as to write love songs to her. Here again his ambitious ideas reappeared, and induced him anew, though so uncultivated, to seek fame through his verses and tragedies, which read like burlesques. Gradually his fantastic delusions took another direction. In 1867, at 33, he had, whether as an effect of drink or of political excitement, a return of the religious hallucinations of 1848 in a more marked form than previously. One day he disappeared in consequence of a vision of the Madonna, who had commanded him to go to Rome and remind the Pope, who had first refused to receive him but afterwards treated him with courtesy, though, it is said, not without advising him to try the remedy of a good shower bath, of his divine mission. He then went to the hermitage of Montorio Romano, in the Sabine Mountains, inhabited by a Prussian monk named Ignazio Micus. The latter kept him with him for 3 months in the grotto of the Blessed Amadeus, directing him in his theological studies. It is very probable, though at this point we can only conjecture, as all direct evidence is wanting, that this monk assisted him to make the 2 marks on his forehead, which he claimed to have received from the hand of St. Peter, and which he hid under a lock of hair from the gaze of the profane, showing them only to true believers. This tattooing, according to the testimony of medical men, consists of an irregular parallelogram, on the upper side of which are 13 dots, disposed in the form of a cross. To this mark, and to 2 others which he afterwards produced on himself, on the deltoid muscle on the inside of the leg, he attributed, through a tendency common among the insane, a strange and mysterious significance, as seals of a special covenant with God. The image of the tattoo is displayed on the page. From that moment a complete change took place in him, such as is often observed in the insane. From being quarrelsome, blasphemous, and intemperate, he became tractable, gentle, and abstemious, to the point of living on bread and water in Sabina, and in the tempora on the mountains on herbs with salt and vinegar. At other times he had no other food but polenta, or soup maigre, or bread with onions or garlic. On the island of Monte Cristo in 1870, he lived for over a month on 6 loaves, garnished with a few herbs, and in the French monastery he got through several days on 2 potatoes a day. What must have appeared still more strange, and surprised even cultured minds, was the fact that the chaotic and burlesque writer became sometimes elegant, always effective, full of vigorous images supplied by a piety comparable alone to that of the early Christians. This, in fact, struck the clergy of the district, who, rightly seeing him a repetition of the ancient prophets, took him seriously, all the more that, according to their usual custom, they perceived the means of making a profit out of him and getting a church rebuilt. The people, already justly astonished at his changed ways of life, no less than by his tattooings, his inspired speech, his long neglected beard and grave bearing, rushed in masses to hear him, encouraged by the priests. A procession was then organized, in which Lazzaretti, accompanied by priests and by some of the most influential among the laity, marched to Arcritoso, Rocalbegna, Castel del Piano, Pian Castagnano, Sinignano, and Santa Fiora. In all these places he was received with rejoicings by the people on their knees, and the parish priests kissed his face and his hands and even his feet. The construction of the church was begun, and contributions to the building fund flowed in abundantly. But though numerous, the amounts were small, the mountaineers being able to give much. The notion was then suggested of employing the labour of their arms. A site of the church being selected not far from Acretoso, about 100 paces from the village, at the spot called La Crosse de Kanzaki, where by a strange fatality he was to receive his death shot. The faithful assembled by thousands to begin the building. Men, women, and children were employed in carrying fascines, beams of wood, and stones. But, unfortunately, architecture, like grammar, has rules, and in carrying them out, prophetic inspiration is of little use without training. Thus, as Lazzaretti's verses remained lame, so the materials collected with so much labour remained a useless heap, like the tower which was to reach to heaven and never became more than a pile of stones. In January 1870, he founded the Society of the Holy League, a mutual assistance society which he called the Symbol of Charity. In March of the same year, after having assembled his followers at a Last Supper, he set out, accompanied by Raffaello and Giuseppe, for the island of Monte Cristo, where he remained for some months, writing epistles, prophecies, and sermons. He then returned to Montalabro, where he wrote down the visions or prophetic inspirations which he had, and where he was arrested for sedition, April 27th. After his liberation, he founded a society to which he gave the name of Christian Families. This was considered very erroneously as a proof of continued fraud, and he was arrested but discharged through the efforts of the advocate Salvi after 7 months' imprisonment. In 1873, Lazzaretti, in obedience to other divine commands, started on a journey, passing through Rome, Naples, and Turin, where he proceeded to the Chartreuse at Grenoble. Here he wrote the rules and disciple of the Order of Penitent Hermits, invented a system of cipher with a numerical alphabet, and dictated the Book of the Heavenly Flowers, in which it is written that the great men shall descend from the mountains, followed by a little band of mountain burghers, to which are added the visions, dreams, and divine commands which he believed himself to have received in that place. On his return to Montalabro, he found an immense crowd, attracted both by devotion and curiosity, encamped on the summit of the mountain, to whom he addressed a sermon on the text, God sees us, judges us, condemns us. For this he was denounced to the authorities as tending to overthrow the government and promote civil war. In the night of November 19, 1874, he was arrested a second time, and brought before the court of Rienzi. This time the authorities were desirous of obtaining the opinion of non-specialist experts, who, with inexplicable want of perception, pronounced him to be of sound mind and a cunning knave. Thus, in spite of his strange publications and his tattoo marks, he was condemned to 15 months' imprisonment and 1 year of police supervision for fraud and vagabondage. The sentence, however, was referred to the Court of Appeal at Perugia, and on the 2nd of August 1875 he was allowed to return to Montalabro, where he reconstituted his society and placed the priest Imperuzzi at the head of it. His health had suffered in prison, and for this reason, perhaps also to avoid new arrests, and to enjoy the glory of easy martyrdom among the legitimist fanatics, he went to France in October, being mysteriously carried, as he expressed it, by the divine power, into the environs of a town in Burgundy. He produced a book, which with good reason he calls mysterious, entitled My Wrestling with God, or the Book of the Seven Seals, with a description and nature of the 7 eternal cities, a mixture of Genesis and Revelation, with sentences and rhapsodies entirely of an insane character. He also wrote a manifesto addressed to all the princes in Christendom, in which he calls himself the great monarch, and invites them to make alliance with him, for at an unexpected time the end of the world shall be manifested to the Latin nation in a way quite opposite to human pride. In the same document he declares himself leader, master, judge, and prince over all the potentates of earth. These writings were copied for him by the priest Imperuzzi, who corrected the most conspicuous mistakes, and many of them attained not only the undeserved honour of appearing in print, but also that of being translated into French by the aid of M. Leon Dufachet and various Italian and foreign reactionaries, who had taken Lazzaretti seriously. However, a short time after, he was so far carried away by delirium as to begin inveighing against the corruptions of the priesthood and the practice of auricular confession, for which he wished to substitute a public one. Thereupon the Holy See declared his doctrines false and his writings subversive, and the same man who had formerly written a work in favour of the Pope now wrote and dispatched on May 14, 1878, an exhortation addressed to his brethren of the Order of Hermits, against papal idolatry and the beast of the 7 heads. After all this, with the usual contradictoriness of the insane, he went to Rome to lay aside his symbolic seal and his rod, and retracted before the Holy Office. He afterwards returned to Montalbano. He continued to deliver addresses against the Catholic Church, which he said had become a shopkeeping church, and against the priests, true atheists in practice, who, not believing themselves, profit by the belief of others. Preaching the Holy Reformation and declaring himself the man of mystery, the new Christ, leader and avenger, he exhorted believers to separate themselves from the world and prove their separation by abstaining from food and from sexual intercourse, even in the case of married persons, who, however, if they indulged, were required to pray for at least 2 hours, naked, outside their bed, before the act. He issued paper money for considerable sums, in proportion to the means at the disposal of the community, i.e. up to 104,000 francs, but it should be noted that this was absolutely useless, being kept shut up in a closed vase. This idea savours unmistakably of insanity. After announcing a great miracle, he caused to be prepared, with a part of the money collected, banners and garments for the members, embroidered with the animals which had appeared to him in his hallucinations, all of strange and grotesque shapes. He had a rich one made for himself, and for the rank and file, a square piece of stuff to wear on the breast, which showed a cross with 2 C's reversed, the usual emblem of the association. In August 1878, he assembled a larger number than ever, and having prescribed prayers and fasts for 3 days and 3 nights, delivered addresses, some of which were public, others private and reserved for believers, who were divided into the various classes of priest-hermits, penitentiary hermits, penitent hermits, and simple associations of the Holy League and Christian Brotherhood, and caused the so-called Confession of the Amendment to be made on the 14th, 15th, and 16th August. On the 17th, the great banner with the inscription, "The Republic is the Kingdom of God," was raised on the tower. Then, having assembled all the members at the foot of a cross, erected for the purpose, the prophet administered the solemn oath of fidelity and obedience. At this point, one of David's brothers tried to persuade him to renounce his perilous enterprise, but in vain, for, on the contrary, he replied that those who pointed out the possibility of a conflict, he would, on the following day, show them a miracle to prove that he was sent from God in the form of Christ, a judge and a leader, and therefore invulnerable, and that every power on earth must yield to his will. A sign from this rod of command was enough to annihilate all the forces of those who dared oppose him. A member having remarked on the opposition of the government, he added that he would ward off the balls with his hand and render harmless the weapons directed against himself and his faithful followers, and the government carbineers themselves would act as a guard of honour to them. More and more intoxicated with his delirium, he wrote in all seriousness to the delegate of public safety, to whom he had already shown the preparations, and later on, giving a half promise to countermand the procession, that he was no longer able to do so, having received superior orders to the contrary from God himself. He threatened unbelievers with the divine wrath, if through want of faith they rebelled against his will. With such intentions, on the morning of August 18th, he set about from Montalbano, at the head of an immense crowd, going down towards Arquidoso. He was dressed in a royal cloak of purple embroidered with gold ornaments, and crowned with a kind of tiara surmounted by a crest adorned with plumes, and he held in his hand the staff of which he called his rod of command. His principal associates were dressed, less richly than himself, in strangely fashioned robes of various colours, according to their position in the hierarchy of the Holy League. The ordinary members were dressed in their everyday clothes, without other mark of distinction than the emblematic breastplate previously described. 7 of the graduates of the Brotherhood carried as many banners with the motto, "The Republic is the Kingdom of God." They sang the Davidian hymn, each stanza of which ended up with the refrain, "Eternal is the Republic," etc. It is needless to relate what took place in those last hours. The man who had shortly before called himself the King of Kings, and believed himself invulnerable, fell, struck by a shot fired by the orders, perhaps by the hand, of a delegate who had many a time been his guest. It appears that he exclaimed, as he fell, under the influence of a last illusion, "The victory is ours." It is certain that procession he had arranged was not only unarmed, but appeared to be in every way calculated to turn out perfectly harmless. Guiteau has well remarked that an exclamation of the strange emblematic properties of the League proved beyond all doubt that the government had mistaken a monomaniac for a rebel. He took his stand on the passage of the Nicene Creed, which states that Christ rose from the dead, and ascended to the right hand of the Father, whence he shall come to judge the quick and the dead. Having waited in vain for the appearance of Christ, he came to believe that this part must be reserved for him. Christ had 12 apostles, therefore he wished to have 12. Christ had included St. Peter among the number, and Lazzaretti also determined to have St. Peter, who was distinguished by the badge of a pair of crossed keys on his breast. In imitation of the 40 days fast, Lazzaretti fasted in midwinter in the island of Monte Cristo, and there received communications from God amid the noise of the tempest, the crash of thunders, and the shaking the whole island. There too he held a sort of last supper with his disciples, on January 15, 1870, in the course of which he said, "Thus it has pleased him who directs me in all my works. Know that this supper carries with it the greatest of mysteries. Think that you are in place which God has chosen for his dwelling, or to speak more correctly, for his adoration. Here, not far from us, on this soil, shall be raised marvellous pyramids in honour of his most holy name, and the said pyramids shall be an oracle of the divine majesty." To say the truth, he did not at this supper institute any sacrament, but that nothing might be wanting in his mad idea of imitating Jesus Christ, he evolved a sacrament of his own, that of the confession of amendment, at bottom a slight variation of auricular confession. All this, however, was not sufficient. David Lazzaretti was determined to have his transfiguration and his earthquake, and promised them for August 18, 1878. When the surgeon was hesitating to operate on one of his sons for calculus, he took the knife out of his hand and performed the operation. The boy died under it, but Lazzaretti, quite undisturbed, kept on repeating, "The son of David cannot die." At the post-mortem examination, a second tattoo mark was discovered on his body. This was the usual cross placed inside a reverse tiara. His brothers, questioned on the subject, replied that he had a golden seal made in France, which he called the imperial seal, and after that, immersing it in boiling oil, he had branded first his own flesh, and then that of his sons and his wife. With the impression, which is in fact a convincing proof of the insensibility to pain peculiar to the insane, and of their tendency to express their eccentric ideas by means of figures and symbols, he claimed to leave a visible sign on the descent which, in common with all his family, he boasted from the Emperor Constantine. However, not satisfied to descend from a royal race, he also wanted to rule the world in his own person, though afterwards he was willing to content himself with the creation of a prince whom he would invest with it. In a manifesto addressed to all Christian princes, he makes the following proclamation: "I address myself to all the princes of Christendom, Catholics, Schismatics, or Heretics, provided only they have been baptized. It matters little whether or not they have been invested with power or the government of nations, as long as they are sprung from royal blood. I call them all, and the first one who shall present himself to me, who is not under 20 years of age, or over 50, and has no bodily imperfection, I constitute him king in my stead." The strange thing is that he was taken at his word by the Comte de Chambord, who sent an embassy to him. "I have need," he continued, "of a Christian alliance. I am decided today to hasten this great enterprise, and if they, the Christian princes, do not come to me within the fixed term of 3 years, from the date of publication of this program, I will leave Europe and go to the unbelieving nations to do with them what I have not been able to do with Christians. But in that case, woe to all of you, princes of Christendom. You shall be punished by the 7 heads of the great Antichrist, which shall rise in the midst of Europe, and above all by a youth, who after my departure shall advance from the regions on the north towards central France, and shall pretend to be that which I myself am. From henceforward there appears in David Lazzaretti the fixed idea of being the King of Kings and Prince of Princes, to the head of the municipal body of Architoso, who would not obey him. He said, I am the King of Kings, the monarch of all monarchs. I bear on my shoulders all the princes of the world. All the carbineers and soldiers there are mine, and dependent on me, and there are no ropes that can bind me. To Menusi, who was trying to escape unnoticed, he said, You don't know that I am the Prince of Princes, the King of all the earth, and if you try to run away, I will have you stoned alive. The witness G.B. Rossi was present at the sermon on the 17th, and heard David say that he was the King of Kings, Christ the Judge, that the Pope was no longer to reside at Rome, but that he, Lazzaretti, on certain conditions, would provide him with another residence, and that the King of Italy too would be his subject. The witness Mariotti also deposed that he had heard David say in his sermon that he had no fear of force, that even with 1,000,000 of soldiers it was impossible for a subject to arrest his monarch. Lastly, not to lengthen the series of proofs, the witness Giuseppe Tonini heard him assert in the sermon that he was the King of Kings and commanded the whole world, while the witness Valentino Mazzetti says that Lazzaretti was determined to hold the position of August 18th at any cost, and that, "Do you think they are going to arrest us? No, it is not possible for subjects to arrest their monarch." The emblematic device he adopted is worth noting, the double C, to which he attached so much importance, representing the first and second Christ, i.e. Christ, the son of St. Joseph of Nazareth, and Christ, the son of the late Joseph Lazzaretti of Archidoso. In truth, it is not in any way comprehensible what relation Christ could hold to Constantine, the latter to David, and all these to Lazzaretti, but the relation exists precisely in those strange contradictions and absurdities which, amid the persistence of the prince idea, constantly come to the surface in monomaniacs, so that some have wished to class their disease as dementia. In fact, although they keep up the character, so to speak, far better than general paralytics, and try to give a plausible appearance to their delirium, yet oftentimes, when overpowered with the necessity of finding a vent for their persistent ambitious idea, they pay no attention to the contradictions they fall into. A Pavia embroideress, believing herself a descendant of the Bonaparte family, modelled her dress, language, and aspect with great success to those of the members of the reigning families. Yet while she asserted herself to be the daughter of Mary Louise, she at the same time claimed Victor Emmanuel as her father, as on other occasions she tried to persuade us that she had found the poison of vipers in the eggs she was eating. Thus, though at first calling on the Pope to liberate Italy, Lazzaretti, when excommunicated, or merely treated with contempt by the Pope, wrote against papal idolatry. Though he wished to die a member of the Catholic Apostolic Church, he inveighed against auricular confession, which is the very pivot of Catholicism, and while he called himself the son of David, he also wished to be thought the son of Constantine. Passanante. Passanante, the would-be regicide of Naples, has no morbid hereditary antecedents. At the age of 29, his height was 1.63 meters, and his weight 51.5 kilograms, i.e. 14 kilograms less than the Napolitan average. His head may be described as almost submicrocephalic, cephalic index 82, probable capacity 1513. His features show the characteristics of the Mongol and the Cretan: small and deeply set eyes abnormally far apart, zygomatic bones highly developed, beard scanty. The pupils show a low degree of mobility, and the genitals are atrophied, a fact connected with that of almost complete anaphrodisia. On the other hand, the liver and spleen are hypertrophied, which partially explains the increase of the temperature varying from 38 degrees to 37.8 degrees at the armpits, the weakness of the pulse 88, and the very slight degree of strength, which, moreover, is less on the right side, 60 kilos, than on the left, 78 kilos. This last fact, which perhaps arises from an old burn on the hand, is most important because rendering the complete carrying out of the crime improbable, especially taking into account the clumsy weapon with which he was armed, and the unfavourable position which was the only one he could take, the sensibility was perverted. The tactile presenting 5 mm on the back of the hand, where the normal sensitiveness is from 16 to 20, and 7 on the forehead, where it is usually from 20 to 22. That on the palm of the hand was not registered. On the contrary, the sensitiveness of the skin to puncture was much weakened. In prison, he had attacks of delirium accompanied by hallucinations. All these characteristics are clear indications of disease, both in the abdominal viscera and in the nervous centers. This result is even more evident from the psychological study of the case. A merely superficial examination might have induced the belief that his affections and moral sentiments were normal. He showed, indeed, a horror of crime, lived a most frugal and abstemious life, while sometimes so religious, sometimes exaggerated patriotic, always appeared to prefer the advantage of others to his own. He thus presented to those unversed in the study of mental pathology the appearance, as it were, of a matter to an idea which had been maturing for years, the mouthpiece and tool of a power sect, who might call for execration politically, but, as an individual, command respect. This view, however, is at once seen to be fallacious. Even leaving aside the delirium, which might have been the effect of imprisonment, if we remember that, as has already been said, frugality and unselfishness are special characteristics of the mattoid, and not seldom also of the insane, some of whom seem to have more affection for their country and for humanity in general than for their families and themselves. and if we notice the indifference or even pleasure which would in his writings, he refers to the murders committed by his countrymen, when, to the sound of axes, they make foreigners give them money. Above all, the enjoyment with which he records the cruel practical joke played on a poor man who was very fond of his cherry tree by digging up the ladder, bringing it back stripped of its fruit, and leaving it at his front door. This morbid apathy is especially revealed in the want of emotion shown after the crime, in the fact of the anger of the populace which were let loose against him. Yet even the greatest fanatics among political assassins such as Orsini, Sand, and Nobiling have been overwhelmed by the emotion after the deed, and have often attempted suicide. The true motive of the act is quite sufficient to prove this. Being dismissed from his situation on account of his political vagaries, arrested as a vagabond, and in addition ill-used by the police, he thought, with a vanity as boundless as his impotence to gratify it, or even to live, of imitating the heroes he had heard talked of in the clubs, and against whom he had himself declaimed, so as to find a way of ending his life by the hand of another. As I find myself ill-used by my employers and felt a horror of life, I formed the design of assassinating the king, so as not to have to kill myself. He said to the magistrate immediately after his arrest, to the judge Lazzaretti, I attempted the king's life in the certainty that I should be killed. In fact, 2 days previously, he had been much more occupied with the dismissal from his place than with projects of regicide, and at his arrest he did all he could to make his situation more serious, reminding the delegate that he had forgotten his revolutionary card on which was written, Death to the King, Long Live the Republic. It was a case of indirect suicide, such as Maudsley, Crichton, Esquirol, and Krafft-Ebing have recorded in great numbers. These, however, are only committed by the insane, or by cowardly and immoral men, and I insist upon this motive all the more that he formed at the same time the means of satisfying that incoherent vanity which in him predominated over the love of life. It is well known that many vain suicidal maniacs enjoy the sight of their own death surrounded by pomp, like the Englishman who had a mass composed, executed in public, and shot himself while the Regiscat was being chanted. If therefore we find in him any fanaticism, it is not for politics, but for his own ridiculous and ungrammatical effusions. When he lost his temper and shed tears at the trial, the outburst was not provoked by any insult to his party, but by a refusal to permit the reading of one of his letters. And when his reputation as a scullion was attacked by the assertion that he was continually reading instead of washing up the dishes, which he flatly denied, though he implied proof of unsoundness of mind would have been entirely in his favour. His intelligence might be called unusual and original rather than superior to the average, and appeared much more brilliant in his conversations than in his writings, in which it is difficult to find a vigorous expression, such as we so frequently meet within the works of the insane, as distinguished from mattoids. However, searching here and there amid the enormous mass of his writings, and piecing out the gaps, we meet with some few fragments which are both original and curious. For example, though grotesque enough, his idea of having deputies and officials chosen by lot, like soldiers for the conscription, that they may not be so proud, is not without originality. Equally striking is the idea of forcing the convicts, who pass their time in enforced idleness, to cultivate waste lands, of calling out the young men for conscription before they have chosen a trade, and of crying after the Emperor William who wants 5 milliards from France. He who sows thorns should be made to walk barefoot. Good too, in its way, though somewhat Turkish, is that of establishing a free inn for travellers in every village. Still more remarkable is this, which, if it had not been written some time previously, might be taken as referring to his own case. It is abominable that the authorities should exercise severity of punishment towards a man whose only idea is to change the form of government and attack the head of the state. The country is the mother of all without distinction. To all without distinction, law should be sister of death, which has no respect for any, but cuts them down when their time has come. His contrast between man isolated and man in association with his fellows is worthy of Guiteau. When you see him alone, he is weak as a glass tumbler. If you see a glass, think of the strength of man. There is no great difference, but united, men become hard and have the strength of 1,000 Samsons. Where he really appeared superior to the average was in his viva voce answers. Thus, history studied practically among the people is more instructive than the history studied in books. The people is the best teacher of history, etc. To justify the literary pretensions which seemed so inconsistent with his position as a poor cook, he replied, Where the learned man goes astray, the ignorant often triumphs. When asked what takes place at the conscious when one is about to commit a bad action, he replied, "In us there are, as it were, two wills, one pushing us on, the other holding us back, and the one that proves strongest determines the action. But it is precisely in his intermittent flashes of political insight, so strange in his position, that a morbid abnormality becomes evident, for it must be remarkable that they constitute rather the exception than the rule. What we find as a rule is a commonplace and the absurd. In the same code he proposes to hang coiners and burn thieves, and abolish the death penalty. He wishes to kill the king. In another article he demands for him a pension of 2.5 millions. Guiteau. The same thing may be said of Guiteau, who presented an enormous number of degenerative characteristics. His handwriting is quite that of the mattoid, and he was descended from a family which counted among its members many lunatics and fanatics. Advocate, theologian, politician, and swindler, he had tried all trades, and claimed to have made a great discovery about the birth of Christ. The fact is that he had spoiled a great deal of paper, and issued one or more journals, and ridiculous works of the existence of hell and on truth, which he believed to be written under divine dictation. He thought that God would pay his debts as a reward for his eccentric preachings. It was in obedience to a divine command that he killed Garfield. It was only done in revenge for his failure to appoint him U.S. consul at Liverpool, ambassador to Austria, etc., which showed great ingratitude on Garfield's part, considering the trouble Guiteau had taken in his own belief to secure his election as president. South Americans. The number of great men in the Argentine Republic suffered from cerebral affections is so considerable that it has enabled Mejia to compose on this subject a work which is among the most curious and valuable produced in the New World. Thus, according to Mejia, Rivadura was a hypochondriac, and died of softening of the brain. Manuel Gracia also suffered from hypochondria, and finally succumbed to a brain affection. Admiral Brown was subject to the delusion that he was persecuted. Valera was epileptic. Francia was a melancholiac. Rosas was morally insane, and Monteagudo was hysterical. End of Chapter 4, Part 3, and end of Section 15. Section 16 of The Man of Genius by Cesare LOMBROSO. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Part 4. Synthesis. The Degenerative Psychosis of Genius. Chapter 1. Characteristics of Insane Men of Genius. Characterlessness. Vanity. Precocity. Alcoholism. Vagabondage. Versatility. Originality. Style. Religious doubts. Sexual abnormalities. Egoism. Eccentricity. Inspiration. The concept of the morbid and degenerative character of genius is confirmed and completed more and more when its isolated phenomena are subjected to a more rigorous examination, and, as in chemical reactions, to mutual contact. If in fact we analyze the lives and works of those great diseased minds which have become famous in history, we find that they can at once be distinguished by many characteristic traits from the average man, and also in part from other geniuses who have completed their life's orbit without trace of madness. 1. These insane geniuses have scarcely any character. The full complete character, which bends not for any winds that blow, is a distinctive mark of honest and sound-minded men. Tasso, on the contrary, declaims against courts, and yet even to his last hour we find him perpetually coming back to beg their grudging favours. Cardan accuses himself of lying, evil-speaking and gambling. Rousseau, though so sensitive, abandons to want the tenderest and kindest of friends, casts off his children, calumniates others and himself, and apostatizes 3 times over, from Catholicism, from Protestantism, and, what is worse, from the religion of philosophy. Swift, though an ecclesiastic, wrote the obscene poem of the loves of Strephon and Chloe, and belittled the church of which he was a dignitary, though his pride reached the proportions of delirium. Lenau, religious to fanaticism in Savonarola, shows himself in the Albigensis even cynically sceptical. He knows it, confesses it, and laughs at it. Schopenhauer denounced women, and at the same time was too warm an admirer of the sex. He professed to believe in the happiness of nirvana and then predicted for himself more than 100 years of life. 2. Genius is conscious of itself, appreciates itself, and certainly has no monkish humility, yet the conceit seething in diseased brains passes the limits of all truth and probability. Tasso and Cardan covertly and mahabitomately declare themselves inspired by God, and the slightest criticism therefore appeared to them as deadly persecution. Cardan wrote of himself, "My nature is placed on the very limits of human substance and conditions, and within the confines of the immortals." Rousseau believed that all men, and sometimes even the elements, were in a conspiracy against him. Perhaps it is on this very account that we have seen almost all these unhappy great spirits fly from association with other men. Swift humiliated and insulted cabinet ministers, and wrote to a duchess desirous of making his acquaintance that the greater men were, the lower must they bow before him. Linneo had inherited the pride of rank from his mother, and his delirium believed himself king of Hungary. 3. Some of these unfortunate men have given strangely precocious proofs of their genius. Tasso could speak when 6 months old, and knew Latin at the age of 7. Linneo, at a very early age, composed most touching sermons and played the bagpipes and the violin with astonishing skill. Cardan at 8 had apparitions or revelations of genius. Ampere was a mathematician at 13. Pascal at 10, inspired by the noise made by a plate struck with a knife, worked out a theory of sound, and at 15 composed his celebrated treatise on conic sections. Haylor preached at 4, and devoured books at 5. 4. Many of them have been excessive in their abuse of narcotics, or of stimulants and intoxicants. Haylor was in the habit of taking enormous doses of opium, and Rousseau was excessive in his use of coffee. Tasso was renowned as a drinker, and also the modern poets Kleist, Gerard de Nerval, Musset, Merger, Majlath, Praga, and Rovani, as well as a very original Chinese writer Li Taipo, who was inspired by alcohol and died of it. Linneo also in his later years was an immoderate consumer of wine, coffee, and tobacco. Baudelaire abused opium, tobacco, and wine. Cardan confessed himself an indefatigable drinker. Poe was a dipsomaniac. So was Hoffman. 5. Nearly all of these great men, moreover, showed anomalies of the reproductive functions. Tasso, who was guilty of exaggerated licentiousness in his youth, was rigidly chaste after his 38th year. On the other hand, Cardan, impotent in his youth, gave himself up to excess at 35. Pascal, sensual in his early youth, afterwards believed even a mother's kiss to be a crime. Rousseau was affected by hypospadias and spermatoria, and like Baudelaire, was subject to a sexual perversion. Newton and Charles XII, so far as is known, were absolutely continent. Linneo wrote, "I have the painful conviction that I am unsuitable for marriage." 6. Instead of preferring the quiet seclusion of the study, they cannot rest in any place, and have to be continually travelling. Linneo removed from Vienna to Stockerau, and then to Crumden, and finally emigrated to America. "I need," he said, "a change of climate every now and then to stir up my blood." Tasso was continually travelling from Ferrara to Urbano, Mantua, Naples, Paris, Bergamo, Rome, and Turin. Poe was the despair of his editors, because he was continuously wandering between Boston, New York, Richmond, Philadelphia, and Baltimore. Giordano Bruno wandered to Padua, Oxford, Wittenberg, Magdeburg, Helmstadt, Prague, and Geneva. Rousseau, Cardan, Cellini were constantly staying now at Turin, now at Paris, now at Florence, Rome, Bologna, or Lausanne. Change of place, says Rousseau, is a necessity for me. In a fine season I find it impossible to remain for more than 2 or 3 days in one place without suffering. 7. Sometimes they changed their career and course of study several times in succession, as though the mighty intellect could not find rest and relief in a single science. Swift, in addition to his satiric poems, wrote on the manufactures of Ireland, on theology, on politics, and on the history of the reign of Queen Anne. Cardan was at the same time a mathematician, physician, theologian, and literary man. Rousseau was painter, music master, charlatan, philosopher, botanist, and poet, and Hoffman, magistrate, caricaturist, musician, romance writer, and dramatist. Tasso, as did Gogol after him, attempted all variety of poetry, epic, dramatic, and didactic, in all metres. Newton and Pascal, in moments of aberration, abandoned physics for theology. Linneo cultivated medicine, agriculture, law, poetry, and theology. 8. These energetic and terrible intellects are the true pioneers of science. They rush forward regardless of danger, facing with eagerness the greatest difficulties. Perhaps because it is these which best satisfy their morbid energy, they seize the strangest connections, the newest and most salient points. And here I may mention that originality, carried to the point of absurdity, is a principal characteristic of insane poets and artists. Ampere always sought out the most difficult problems of mathematics, the abysses, as Arago has noted. Rousseau, in The Devin du Village, had attempted the music of the future, afterwards tried again by another insane genius, Schumann. Swift used to say that he only felt at ease when treating the most difficult subjects, and those most out of the line of his habitual occupations. In fact, in his directions to servants, he seems not a theologian or a politician, but a servant himself. His confession of a thief was believed to have been really written by a well-known criminal, so that the latter's accomplices, thinking that they were discovered, gave themselves up to justice. In the prophecies of Biggerstaff, he assumed the character of a Catholic and succeeded in deceiving the Roman Inquisition. Walt Whitman is the creator of a rhymeless poetry, which the Anglo-Saxons regard as the poetry of the future, and which certainly bears the imprint of strange and wild originality. Poe's compositions, says Baudelaire, one of his greatest admirers, seem to have been produced in order to show that strangeness may enter into the elements of the beautiful, and he collected them under the title of arabesques and grotesques, because these exclude the human countenance, and his literature was extra-human. Here too we note the predilection of insane artists for arabesques, and moreover for arabesques which suggest the human figure. Baudelaire himself created the prose poem, and carried to the highest point of adoration of artificial beauty. He was the first to find new poetic associations in the olfactory sense. 9. These morbid geniuses have a style peculiar to themselves, passionate, palpitating, vividly coloured, which distinguishes them from all other writers, perhaps because it could only arise under maniacal influences. So much so that all of them confess their inability to compose or even to think outside the moments of inspiration. Tasso wrote in one of his letters, "I am unsuccessful and find difficulty in everything, especially in composition. My ideas," Rousseau confesses, "are confused, so in arising and developing themselves, nor can I express myself well except in moments of passion." The eloquent and vivid exordiums of Cardin's works, so different from the rest of his tedious books, shows what a difference there was between the first and last moments of his inspiration. Haller, though a successful poet himself, used to say that the whole art of poetry consisted in its difficulty. Pascal began his 18th provincial letter 13 times. Perhaps it was this analogy in character and style which was the cause of Swift's and Rousseau's predilection for Tasso, and drew the severe Haller towards Swift, while Ampere was inspired by Rousseau's eccentricities and Baudelaire by those of Poe, whose works he translated, and of Hoffmann, who he idolized. 10. Nearly all these great men were painfully preoccupied by religious doubts, raised by the intellect, and combated as a crime by the timid conscience and morbid emotions. Tasso was tormented by the fear of being a heretic. Ampere often said that doubts are the worst torture of man. Haller wrote in his journal, "My God, give me one drop of faith. My mind believes in thee, but my heart refuses. This is my crime." Lenau used to repeat towards the end of his life, "In those hours when my heart is suffering, the idea of God passes away from me." In fact, the real hero of his Savonarola is doubt, as is now admitted by all critics. 11. All insane men of genius, moreover, are much preoccupied with their own ego. They sometimes know and proclaim their own disease, and seem as though they wished, by confessing it, to get relief from its inexorable attacks. It is quite normal that, being men of great intellect and therefore acute observers, they should at last notice their own cruel anomalies and be struck by the spectacle of the ego, which obtruded itself so painfully on their notice. Men in general, but more particularly the insane, love to speak of themselves, and on this theme they even become eloquent. And the more shall be expected in those whose genius is accompanied and quickened by mania. It is thus we get those wonderful records of passion and grief, monuments of phrenopathic poetry, which reveal the great unhappy personality of the writer. Cardin wrote not only his autobiography, but also poems on his misfortunes, and the work De Somnis, equally composed of his dreams and hallucinations. The poets of Whitman are the glorification of the ego. Rousseau, by his confessions, dialogues, reveries, like de Musset in his Confessions, and Hoffmann in Chrysler, only give a minute description of themselves in their own madness. Thus also Poe, as Baudelaire has well remarked, took his text, the exceptions of human life, the hallucination which, at first doubtful, afterwards became a reasoned conviction, absurdity enthroned in the region of intellect, and governing it with a terrible logic, hysteria occupying the place of the will, the contradiction between the nerves and the mind carried so far that grief is driven to utter itself in laughter. Pascal, who was driven by delirium into exaggerated humility, who said that Christianity suppressed the ego, has not written his autobiography. Yet he, who shows traces of his hallucinations in the celebrated amulet, and in his Pensées, subtly described himself when speaking of others. It is certain that he was alluding to himself when he wrote that extreme genius is close to extreme folly, and that men are so mad that he, who should not be so, would be a madman of a new kind, and when he observed that maladies influence our judgment and sense, and while great ones perceptibly alter them, even slight ones cannot but influence them in proportion, and that men of genius have their heads higher, but their feet lower than the rest of us. They are all on the same level, and stand on the same clay as ourselves, children and brutes. Haller, in his diary, gives detailed notes of his own religious delusions, and often confesses to having completely changed his character in the course of 24 hours, and being giddy, mad, persecuted by God, and scorned and despised by men. Lessman, who, at a later time, hanged himself, wrote the humorous Diary of a Melancholiac, 1834. Tasso, in his letter to the Duke of Urbino, and in the stanza already quoted, clearly depicted his own insanity. Francesco, he says elsewhere, O Francesco, within my infirm limbs I have an infirm soul. It is a curious fact that shortly before his first attack of mania he wrote these words, As I do not deny that I am mad, I must believe that my madness has been caused by drunkenness or love, since I know well that I drink to excess, etc. Dostoevsky continually introduces semi-insane characters, and especially epileptics, in Bessie and the Idiot, the moral lunatics of crime and punishment. Gerard de Nerval was the author of Aurelia, which has been well called the Song of Songs of Fever, and is a mixture of poetry and gibberish. Barbara wrote Les Détrigues. Buston described his own hallucinations. Alex, though not a medical man, wrote on the treatment of the insane. Linnell, 12 years before he actually succumbed to the attacks of insanity, had foreseen and described it. All his poems depict, in colours painfully vivid, suicidal melancholic tendencies. The reader may judge of this from the mere titles of some of his lyrics. To a hypochondriac, the madman, the diseased soul, the violence of a dream, the moon of melancholy. I do not think that it is possible to find in the most doleful pages of J. Ortiz so accurately and vividly coloured a description of suicidal tendencies as in the former extract from Seelenkrank. I carry a deep wound in my heart. I will carry it in silence to the grave. My life is broken from hour to hour. One alone can comfort me, but she lies in the grave. O my mother, let myself be moved by my entreaties. If thy love still survive death, it is still permitted thee to care for thy child. O let me soon escape from life. I long for the night of death. Oh, only help the crazy son to lay aside his grief. His Traumgewalten is, as I re-observed, a terrible truthful picture of that hallucination which preceded or accompanied the first attack of suicidal mania, and here the reader can easily trace in the phrases and ideas that disconnected the fragmentary character which is the mark of the delirious paralytic. Here is a specimen. The dream was so terrible, so wild, so frightful, that I wish I could tell myself it was nothing but a dream. Yet I continue to weep, and to feel that my heart beats. I awaken and find the sheets and pillow wet. Did I seize them in my dream and wipe my face? I do not know. While I was sleeping, my hostile guests have been holding an orgy there. Now they are gone. Those savages, they are gone. But I find their traces in my tears. They have fled, and left the wine on the table, etc. He had previously, in the Albigenses, dropped some allusions to the terrible impression made on him by his dreams. Terrible, often in the bite of dreams, it shakes, pains, presses, threatens, and to the sleeper does not awaken in time. If the twinkle of an eye, he is a corpse. 12. The principal trace of the delusions of great minds is found in the very construction of their works and speeches, in their illogical deductions, absurd contradictions, and grotesque and inhuman fantasies. Thus Socrates was clearly of unsound mind, when, after having all but arrived intuitively at Christian morality and Judaic monotheism, he directed his steps in accordance with the sneeze, or the voice and sighs of his imaginary genius. Thus Cardan, who had anticipated Newton in discovering the laws of gravitation, and Dupuis in theology, who in his book De Subtilitate explains as hallucinations the stranger portentous symptoms of the possessed, and also of some of those hermits who are accounted saints, carrying them with the delirium of quartan fever. Cardan was insane when he attributed to the influence of a genius not only his scientific inspirations, but the creaking of the table and the vibration of the pen, when he declared that he had been several times bewitched, and when he produced his book on dreams, which speaks to the mental pathologist as a pseudo-membrane would to the physical. In this, at first, he puts on record the most accurate and curious observations of the phenomena of dreams, e.g., how severe physical pains act with less energy, slight ones with greater, a fact recently confirmed by psychiatrists, that the insane are much given to dreaming, that in a dream, as on the stage, a long series of ideas passes in a very short space of time, and finally, and this is a remark of much justice, that men have dreams either entirely analogous to, or entirely at variance with, their own habits. But of these clear and undoubted proofs of genius, he reaffirms one of the most absurd and contemptible theories ever held by the paupers of ancient times, namely that the slightest accidental circumstance of a dream must be the revelation of a more or less distant future. Thus he draws up, with the sincerest conviction, a dictionary identical in form and origin, which lasts undoubtedly pathological, with cabalistic productions. Every object, every word, which may find a place at a dream, is there attached to a series of allusions which serve to interpret each other. Father may signify author, husband, son, commander. Feet, foundation of a house, arts, workman, etc. A horse appearing in a dream may signify flight, riches, or a wife. Shoemaker and physician are interchangeable in meaning. In short, it is not actual analogies which prevail, but analogies in words, in sounds, even in terminations. Orior and morior have an equal prophetic value, because, since they differ from each other only by a single letter, the one passes over to the other. We are seized with a compassion for human nature and for ourselves, and we find him relating that a knight who suffered from the stone always, if he dreamed of food, had an attack on the following day, and adding, Quibus enim et dolores degustare dicemas, as though nature were in the habit of amusing herself by making puns in Latin. Yet this was a man who had intuitively divided the admirable theory of painful sensations in sleep already alluded to, and who, a physician, and one of no mean distinction, had clearly conceived the sympathetic action of the solar plexus. Newton himself can scarcely be said to have been sane when he demanded his intellect to the interpretation of the Apocalypse, or the horns of Daniel, nor again when he wrote to Bentley, by means of the law of attraction, one can very well understand the elongated orbits of comets. But as to the nearly circular orbits of planets, I see no possibility of obtaining their lateral difference. This can only be accomplished by God. Yet in his optics, Newton had inveighed against those who, after the manner of the Aristotelians, admit occult properties in matter, thus arresting the researches of natural philosophers without leading to any conclusion. In fact, a century later, the true cause, which had escaped Newton's observations, was discovered by Laplace. Ampere believed, in all sincerity, that he had found the method of squaring a circle. Pascal, though he had been the first to study the laws of probability, believed that the touch of a relic had power to cure a lacrimal fistula, a statement which he printed in one of his works. Rousseau makes of his own maniacal savagery the ideal type of man, and believes that every natural production, if agreeable to the sight or taste, must be nauseous, so that arsenic, according to him, could not be harmful. His life is made up of contradictions. He prefers the country and lives in the Rue Platinière. He writes a treatise on education, and sends his children to the Foundling Hospital. He educates on the claims of the various religions with the acuteness of an unbiased skeptic, and throws stones at trees in order to divine the future and decide the question of his own salvation. Nay, he writes to the deity, and lays his letters on the altars of churches, as though they were his exclusive abode. Baudelaire finds the sublime in the artificial. Like the rogue which enhances the beauty of a handsome woman, he carries out an insane idea by describing a metallic landscape with neither water nor vegetation. All is rigid, polished, shining, without heat and without sun. In the midst of the internal silence, the blue water is enclosed, like the ancient mirrors, in a golden basin. He finds his ideal in the Latin of the decadents, the only tongue which can thoroughly render the language of passion, and adores cats to such a degree as to address 3 poems to them. Linnell, in his Moon of the Hypochondriac, sees, contrary to the usual practice of poets, in the cold moon without water and without atmosphere, the sexton of the planets, who with a silver thread entwined enchains the sleepers and draws them to death. She beckons with her finger, leads sleepwalkers astray, and counsels the thief. Though as a young man he had frequently expressed his opinion that mysticism is a symptom of insanity. He often showed mystical tendencies, especially in his later poems. In the Koran, there is not a single chapter which has any connection with another. On the contrary, it often happens that in the course of a single surah, the ideas are interrupted and follow each other almost at random. O Muhammad, writes Morkos, the most contradictory verdicts may be pronounced, for it is impossible to deny his great excellence, while at the same time there is no disguising the fact that we find in him the most signal artifices of imposture, the grossest ignorance, and the greatest imprudence. It appears to me, moreover, that the great writers who have been under the dominion of alcohol have a style peculiar to themselves, whose characteristics are deliberate eroticism, and an inequality which is rather grotesque than beautiful, owing to the unrestrained fancy, frequent imprecations, and abrupt transitions from the deepest melancholy to obscene gaiety, and a marked preference for such subjects as madness, drink, and the gloomiest scenes of death. Poe, says Baudelaire, likes to place his figures against greenish or violet backgrounds, surrounded by the phosphorescence of decay, and the atmosphere of storms and orgies. He throws himself into grotesquerie for the love of the grotesque, into horror for the love of the horrible. The same thing is done by Baudelaire himself, who loves to describe the effects of alcohol or opium. There are days when my heart faints in me, and the mud overwhelms me, sang poor Praga, who killed himself with alcohol, and who, singing the praises of wine, blasphemed thus: Let it come, the reproach of the sober man, come, the contempt of the human race, come, the hell of the eternal Father, I will go down into it with my glass in hand. Steen, the drunken painter, usually painted drinking scenes. Hoffmann's drawings ended in caricatures, his tales in extra-human extravagancies, his music in a senseless succession of sounds. Alfred de Musset saw, in the Ladies of Madrid, sus ancol di signe, un sin verge et dore come la giua vigne. Murger admired women with green lips and yellow cheeks, no doubt through a species of colour blindness, such as we have already met with among painters. 13. Nearly all of these great men, for instance, Cardan, Linnell, Tasso, Socrates, Pascal, attach great importance to their dreams, which no doubt assumed a more vivid and powerful colouring than those of sane persons. 14. Many presented voluminous by very irregular skulls, and like madmen have ended by serious alterations to the nerve centres. Pascal's cerebral substance was harder than is normally the case, and left lobe had separated. The brain of Rousseau revealed dropsy in the ventricles. Byron and Foscolo, great but eccentric geniuses, both showed premature ossification of the sutures. Schumann died of chronic meningitis and cerebral atrophy. 15. The insane characters of men of genius are scarcely ever found alone. Thus melancholia was associated and alternated with exaggerated self-esteem in Chopin, Comte, Tasso, Cardan, Schopenhauer, with alcoholic mania, impulsive insanity or sexual aversion in Baudelaire and Rousseau, with erratic and alcoholic mania and that of self-esteem in Gerard de Nerval. In Coleridge, the mania of morphia was associated with folie du doubt. 16. But the most special characteristic of this form of insanity appears to reduce itself to an extreme exaggeration of 2 alternating phases, viz., erethism and atony, inspiration and exhaustion, which we see physiologically manifested in nearly all great intellects, even the sanest, phrases to which they, or the like, give a wrong interpretation, according as their pride is gratified or offended. An indolent soul, afraid of every kind of business, a bilious temperament, which suffers easily and is sensitive to every discomfort, seem as though they could not be combined in one character, yet they form the groundwork of mind, such as Rousseau's confession in Letter 2. Therefore, as the ignorant man explains the modifications of his own ego by means of material and external objects, they often attribute to a devil, a genius, or a god. They have the inspiration of the exalted moments. Tasso, speaking of his familiar spirit, genius, or messenger, says, It cannot be a devil, since it does not inspire me with a horror for sacred things, nor yet a natural creature, for it causes to arise in me ideas which I never had before. A genius inspires Cardan with his written works, his knowledge of spiritual matters, his medical opinions, Tartini with his sonata, Mohammed with the pages of the Quran. Van Helmont asserted that he had seen a genius appear before him at all the most important moments of his life, and in 1633 he discovered his own soul under the form of a shining crystal. William Blake often retired to the seashore to converse with Moses, Homer, Virgil, and Milton, with whom he believed himself to have been previously acquainted. When questioned as to their appearance, he replied, "They are shades full of majesty, grey but luminous, and much taller than the generality of men." Socrates was counselled in his actions by a genius who, as he expressed it, was better than 10,000 teachers, and he often advised his friends as to what they ought or ought not to do, according as he had received instructions of his daimonion. It is certain that the vivid and richly coloured style of all these great men, the clearness with which they describe the most grotesque eccentricities, such as the Lilliputian academies, or the horrors of Tartarus, denote that they saw and touched, as it were, with a certainty of hallucination, all that they describe, that in short, in them inspiration and insanity became fused, and resulted in a single product. It may be said, indeed, of some, as of Luther, Mohammed, Savonarola, Millions, and in modern times the chief of the taping rebels, that the false explanation of the Ephiletes was of great service to them, giving to their speeches and prophecies that air of truth, only resulting in a profound conviction, which alone can shake the popular ignorance and carry it in the wake of a new doctrine. This characteristic is common to the insanity of genius and the most trivial aberrations of eccentricity. When inspiration and high spirits fail together, and depression of mind prevails, then these great unfortunate ones, interpreting their own conditions still more strangely, believe themselves to have been poisoned, like Cardan, or to be condemned to eternal fire, like Haller and Pierre, or persecuted by inveterate enemies, like Newton, Swift, Barthes, Cardan, and Russell. Moreover, in all these cases, religious doubt, raised by the intellect in despite of the heart, appears to the subject himself as a crime, and becomes both cause and instrument of new and real misfortunes. 18. Yet the temper of these men is so different from that of the average people that it gives a special character to the different psychosis, melancholia, monomania, etc., from which they suffer, so as to constitute a special psychosis, which might be called the psychosis of genius. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Man of Genius by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2. Analogy of SANE to INSANE GENIUS. Want of character, pride, precocity, alcoholism, degenerative signs, obsession, men of genius and revolutions. But these characteristics are not confined to insane genius. They are also met with, though far less conspicuously among the great men freest from any suspicion of insanity, those of whom the insane geniuses just mentioned are but the exaggeration and caricature. It is thus that the complete and perfect character, while conspicuously seen in Socrates, Columbus, Cavour, Christ, Galileo, Spinoza, is not to be found in Napoleon, Bacon, Cicero, Seneca, Alcibiades, Alexander, Julius Caesar, Machiavelli, Carlyle, Frederick II, Dumas, Byron, Comte, Bulwer-Lytton, Petrarch, Aretino, Gibbon. Self-esteem, carried to an almost incredible point, has been noticed in Napoleon, Hegel, Dante, Victor Hugo, Lassalle, Balzac, and Comte, and as we have already seen, even in men of talent, but not of genius, as Cagnoli, Lucius, Porter, etc. Precocity, moreover, does not fail to appear in normal men of genius, such as Mozart, Raphael, Michelangelo, Charles XII, Stuart Mill, D'Alembert, Lully, Cowley, Otway, Prior, Pope, Addison, Burns, Keats, Sheffield, Hugo. Among these we also find the abuse of alcohol, sexual deficiencies, or excesses followed by sterility, the tendency to vagrancy, and impulsive acts of violence, alternating or associated with convulsive movements. Bismarck once said to Beust, "Do you ever feel the wish to break anything as an amusement?" Like Gladstone and the Belgian Malin, he often takes exercise by cutting down trees like a woodman. We have also found in some of them numerous anomalies in the shape of the skull and conformation of the brain. Degenerative symptoms such as stammering, left-handedness, precocity, sterility abound in both, as well as divergences from ancestral character. There is also seen in them that invasion, or rather possession, by their subject which transforms the creature of the imagination into the true hallucination, or an auto-suggestion. Flaubert says that his character seized upon him and pursued him, or that, more correctly speaking, he lived through them. When he described the poisoning of Madame Bovary, he felt the taste of arsenic on his tongue, and showed symptoms of actual poisoning so far as to vomit. Dickens, too, was affected by sorrow and compassion for his characters, as if they had been his own children. To my mind, writes Edmond de Goncourt, my brother died of overwork, and more especially the elaboration of literary form, the chiselling of phrases, the labour of style. I can still see him taking up again pieces which we had written together, and which at first had satisfied us, working them for hours, for half a day at a time, with an almost angry persistency. You must remember, in short, that all our work, and in this perhaps consists its originality, and originality dearly bought, has its roots in nervous illness, that we drew our pictures of disease from our own experience, and that by dint of analysing, studying, dissecting ourselves, we at last attained a kind of superacute sensitiveness, which was wounded on all sides by the infinite littleness of life. I say we, for when we wrote Charles de Mailly, I was more diseased than he. Alas, he took the first place, later on. Charles de Mailly, it is a strange thing to write one's own history 15 years in advance. The obsession of genius sometimes attains such a point as actually to create a double personality and transform a philanthropist into an overbearing tyrant, a melancholy man to a jovial reveller. Finally, we have found, even in the sanest most complete genius, the incomplete and rudimentary forms of mania, as melancholy, megalomania, hallucinations, etc., a fact which helps to explain the convictions of certain prophets and founders of dynasties, convictions so deeply rooted as to serve the purpose of inspiration, so far as the mass of the people were concerned. Maudsley says that one of the conditions essential to the originality of genius is a disposition to be dissatisfied with the existing state of things. We have also met with the use of peculiar words, which is so frequent a characteristic of monomania, and also those uncertainties which reach their extreme point to the madness of doubt. The whole difference resolves itself at bottom into this, that in sane genius the symptoms are less exaggerated, the double personality is less conspicuous, the choice of subjects connected with madness less frequent, Shakespeare, Goncourt, and Daudet being exceptions, and the note of absurdity less emphasized. This, however, is scarcely ever wanting, inasmuch as nothing is closer to the ridiculous than the sublime. It is also not without importance to note that, whenever genius appears in a race, the number of the insane also increases. Of this fact we have found remarkable proofs among the Italian, German, and English Jews. So much is this the case that it is the custom, in Germanic lunatic asylums, to reckon genius and the parents among the aethological elements of insanity. Both genius and insanity are influenced by violent passions at the time of conception, by advanced age, or alcoholism in the parents, and as, in all degenerate natures, genius is only exceptionally transmitted. It almost always assumes the form of more and more aggravated neurosis, and rapidly disappears, thanks to that beneficent sterility through which nature provides for the elimination of monsters. Though all the proofs we have given should have been forgotten, the fact will be quite sufficiently demonstrated by the pedigrees of Peter the Great, the Caesars, and Charles V, in which epileptics, men of genius, and criminals alternate with ever greater frequency till the line ends in idiocy and sterility. In all these three types, insanity, insane genius, and sane genius, we see at work, with nearly equal intensity, the influence of race, of hot climates, of diminutions, unless greatly exaggerated, in the degree of atmospheric pressure, and in frequent cases of maladies accompanied by a high temperature. But the most convincing proof of all is offered by the insane who, though not possessed of genius, apparently acquire it for a time while under treatment. These cases prove that geniality, originality, artistic and aesthetic creation may show themselves in the least predisposed natures as a consequence of mental alienation. Finally, note the least important proof is contained in the singular phenomenon of the mattoid, who is distinguished from the really insane, has all the appearances without the reality of genius. Taking all this into consideration, we may confidently affirm that genius is a true degenerative psychosis belonging to the group of moral insanity, and may temporarily spring out of other psychosis, assuming their forms, though keeping its own special peculiarities, which distinguish it from all others. The identity of genius with moral insanity is seen in that general alteration of the affective instincts, which shows itself more or less disguised in all, even in those rare altruistic persons with a genius for goodness to whom the name of saints has been given. This also explains their longevity. There is beyond all doubt some connection between all these observations and the fact established by Tamburini and myself that the best artists of the asylum were all morally insane. It should be remembered here that the clips were brigands, and that the moral character of many great conquerors has been so far subject to alteration as to make of them true brigands on a large scale. Arvid Barain, in noticing the beauty of countenance of certain brigands figured in my work in L'Uomo Delinquente, has very justly observed that such a profession requires high intellectual endowments, and precisely the same as those needed by conquerors, who certainly have had no superabundance of moral sense. History proves that the moral sense is in no degree a function of the intellect. Great men have been so often devoid of it, that the world has been forced to invent for them a special morality which may be summed up in 5 words, frequently uttered by such. From Napoleon down to Benvenuto Cellini, everything is permitted to genius. Men of genius are among the principal factors in true revolutions. History records a saying of Tarquin, that for the preservation of despotism it was necessary to cut down the tallest heads. Carlyle believed that the whole of history is that of great men. Emerson wrote that every new institution might be regarded as a prolonged shadow of some man of genius. Islamism of Mahomet, Protestantism of Calvin, Quakerism of Fox, Methodism of Wesley, Abolitionism of Clarkson, etc. Men of genius, wrote Flaubert, summarized in a single type, may separate personalities and bring new persons to consciousness in the human race. This is one of the causes of their immense influence, and not only are they not messianistic, they are haters of old things and ardent lovers of the new and the unknown. Garibaldi, when he pushed on into almost unknown regions of America, said, "I love the unknown." And Christ carried his idea of the new world that was about to appear as far as complete communism. Many men of genius rule beyond the tomb. Caesar was never so powerful, wrote Michelet, as when he was a corpse, and so William the Silent. Max Nordau even claims that all human progress is owing to despots of genius. Every revolution is the work of a minority whose individuality cannot conform to conditions which were neither calculated nor created for them. The only real innovators known to history are tyrants, endowed with ability and knowledge. No revolution succeeds without a leader, wrote Machiavelli, and elsewhere. A minute without a head is useless. This is natural because the man of genius, being essentially original and a lover of originality, is a natural enemy of traditions and conservatism. He is the born revolutionary, the precursor and the most active pioneer of revolutions. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Man of Genius by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 3. The Epileptoid Nature of Genius. Etiology, Symptoms, Confessions of Men of Genius. The Life of a Great Epileptic. Napoleon, St. Paul, the Saints, Philanthropic Hysteria. We may, however, enter more deeply into the study of the phenomena of genius by the light of modern theories on epilepsy. According to the entirely harmonious researches of clinical and experimental observers, this malady resolves itself into localized irritation of the cerebral cortex, manifesting itself in attacks which are sometimes instantaneous, sometimes of a longer duration, but always intermittent and always resting on a degenerative basis, either hereditary or predisposed to irritation by alcoholic influence, by lesions of the skull, etc. In this way we catch a glimpse of another conclusion, viz., that the creative power of genius may be a form of degenerative psychosis belonging to the family of epileptic affections. The fact that genius is frequently derived from parents either addicted to drink, of advanced age, or insane certainly points to this conclusion, as also does the appearance of genius subsequently to lesions of the head. It is also indicated by frequent anomalies, especially of cranial asymmetry, the capacity of the skull being sometimes excessive, sometimes abnormally small, by the frequency of moral insanity and of hallucinations, by sexual and intellectual precocity, and not rarely by somnambulism. To these we may add the prevalence of suicide, which is on the other hand very common among epileptic patients. The intermittence of bodily and mental functions, more particularly the occurrence of amnesia and analgesia, the frequent tendency to vagabondage, religious feeling manifesting itself even in the case of atheists, as with Comte, the strange terrors by which they are often seized, W. Scott, Byron, Heller, the double personality, the multiplicity of simultaneous delusions, so common in epileptic cases, the frequent recurrence of delusions produced by the most trifling causes, the same misonism, the same relation to criminality, which finds its point of union in moral insanity, and to this the origin and ancestry of criminals and imbeciles, which constantly show traces both of genius and epilepsy, as may be seen in the genealogical charts given of the families of the Caesars and Charles V, and the strange passion for wandering and for animals, which I have often found in degenerated and especially in epileptic subjects. The distractions of mind for which great men are so famous are often, writes Tonini, nothing else but epileptic absences. The greatest proof of all, however, is that effective insensibility and loss of moral sense common to all men of genius, whether sane or insane, which makes of great conquerors, even in the most recent times, nothing else than brigands on a large scale. Such conclusions may seem strange to persons unacquainted with the way in which the region of epilepsy has been extended in modern times, so that many cases of headache, hemicrania, or simple loss of memory are now recognized as forms of epilepsy, though in disguise, the manifestation, as Savage has observed, causing the disappearance of every trace of the pre-existing epilepsy. It is sufficient, however, to recall to the reader the numerous men of genius of the first order who have been seized by motory epilepsy, or by that kind of morbid irritability which is well known to supply its place. Among these we find such names as Napoleon, Molière, Julius Caesar, Petrarch, Peter the Great, Mahomet, Handel, Swift, Recalou, Charles V, Flaubert, Dostoevsky, and St. Paul. To those acquainted with the so-called binominal or serial law, according to which no phenomenon occurs singly, each one being, on the contrary, the expression of a series of less well-defined but allegedless facts, such frequent occurrence of epilepsy among the most distinguished of distinguished men can but indicate a greater prevalence of this disease among men of genius than was previously thought possible, and suggests a hypothesis of the epileptoid nature of genius itself. In this connection, it is important to note how, in these men, the convulsive made its appearance, but rarely in the course of their lives. Now it is well known that, in such cases, the psychic equivalent, here the exercise of creative power, is more frequent and intense. But above all, the identity is proved to us by the analogy of the epileptic seizure with the moment of inspiration. This active and violent unconsciousness in the one case manifests itself by creation and the other by motory agitation. The demonstration is completed when we come to analyze this creative inspiration or stress, which has often suggested epilepsy, even to those ignorant of the recent discoveries with regard to its nature, and this not only on account of its frequent association with insensibility to pain, with the regularity of the pulse, and with an unconsciousness which is often that of a somnambulist, of its instantaneous occurrence and intermittent character, but also because it is not seldom accompanied by convulsive movements of the limbs, followed by amnesia, and provoked by substances or conditions which cause or increase the excessive flow of blood to the brain, or by powerful sensations, and also because it may succeed or pass into hallucinations. This resemblance between inspiration and the epileptic seizure, moreover, is demonstrated by an even directer and more cogent proof, the confessions of eminent men of genius, which show how completely the one may be confounded with the other. Such confessions are those of Goncourt and Buffon, and especially Mahomet and Dostoevsky. There are moments, writes the latter, in Betsy, that it is only a matter of 5 or 6 seconds when you suddenly feel the presence of the internal harmony. This phenomenon is neither terrestrial nor celestial, but it is an indescribable something which man, in his mortal body, can scarcely endure. He must either undergo a physical transformation or die. It is a clear, indisputable feeling all at once. You feel as though you were placed in contact with the whole of nature, and you say, "Yes, this is true." When God created the world, he said, at the end of every day of creation, "Yes, this is true, this is good." And has not tenderness, nor yet joy. You not forgive anything, because there is nothing to forgive. Neither do you love. Oh, this feeling is higher than love. The terrible feeling is the frightful clearness with which it manifests itself, and the rapture with which it fills you. If this state were to last more than 5 seconds, the soul could not endure it, and would have to disappear. During those 5 seconds, I live a whole human existence, and for that I would give my whole life, and not think I was paying it too dearly. Are you an epileptic? No. You will become so. I have heard that it begins just in that way. A man subject to this malady has minutely described to me the sensation which precedes the attack, and in listening to you, I thought I heard him speaking. He too spoke of a period of 5 seconds, and said it was impossible to endure this condition longer. Remember Mahomet's water jar? For the space of time it took to empty it, the Prophet was wrapped into paradise. Your 5 seconds are the jar. Paradise is your harmony. And Muhammad was epileptic. Take care you do not become so also. Kirillov. And in The Idiot, Volume 1, page 296. I remember, among other things, a phenomenon which used to precede his epileptic attacks, when they came on in a waking state, in the midst of the dejection, the mental marasmus, the anxiety which the madman experienced. There were moments in which, all of a sudden, his brain became inflamed, and all his vital forces suddenly rose to a prodigious degree of intensity. The sensation of life, the conscious existence, was multiplied almost tenfold in these swiftly passing moments. A strange light illuminated his heart and mind. All agitation was calmed, all doubt and perplexity resolved itself into a superior harmony, a serene and tranquil gaiety which yet was completely rational. But these radiant moments were only a prelude to the last incident that immediately succeeded by the attack. That instant was, in truth, ineffable. When at a later time, after his recovery, the prince reflected on this subject, he said to himself, those fleeting moments in which our highest consciousness of ourselves, and therefore our highest life, is manifested, are due only to disease, to the suspension of normal conditions, and if so, it is not a higher life, but on the contrary, of a lower order. This, however, did not prevent his reaching a most paradoxical conclusion. What matter, after all, there would be a disease, abnormal tension, if the result, as I, with recovered health, remember and analyze it, includes the very highest degree of harmony and beauty? If at this moment I have an unspeakable, hitherto unsuspected feeling of harmony, of peace, of my whole nature being fused in the impetus of prayer with the highest synthesis of life. This farrago of nonsense seemed to the prince perfectly comprehensible, and the only fault it had in his eyes was that of being too feeble a rendering of his thoughts. He could not doubt, or even admit the possibility of doubt, of the real existence of this condition of beauty and prayer, or of its constituting the highest synthesis of life. But did he not in these moments experience visions analogous to the fantastic and debasing dreams produced by the intoxication of opium, hashish, or wine? He was able to form a sane judgment on this point when the morbid condition had ceased. These moments were only distinguished, to define them in a word, by the extraordinary heightening of the inward sense. If in that instant, that is to say, in the last moment of consciousness which precedes the attack, the patient was able to say clearly, and with full consciousness, of the import of his words. Yes, for this moment one would give a whole lifetime. There is no doubt that, as far as he alone was concerned, that moment was worth a lifetime. No doubt, too, it is to this same instant that the epileptic Mahomet alluded, when he said that he used to visit all the abodes of Allah in less time than it would take to empty his water jar. I will add here some lines from the correspondence of Flaubert. If sensitive nerves are enough to make a poet, I should be worth more than Shakespeare and Homer. I have heard through closed doors people talking in low tones 30 paces away, across whose abdomen one may see all the viscera throbbing, and who have sometimes felt, in the space of a minute, a million thoughts, images, and combinations of all kinds, throwing themselves into my brain at once, as it were the lighted squibs of fireworks. Let us now compare these descriptions of an attack, which might be called one of psychic epilepsy, and which corresponds exactly to the physiological idea of epilepsy, i.e. cortical irritation, with all the descriptions given us by authors themselves of the inspiration of genius. We should then see how perfect is the correspondence between the two sets of phenomena. In order the better to illustrate these strange displacements of functions in epileptic subjects, I shall call attention to an example, cited by Dr. Frigerio, of an epileptic patient who, at the moment of seizure, felt the venereal desire awaken, not in the generative organs, but in the epigastrium, accompanied by ejaculation. Let me add that, in certain cases, it is not only isolated paroxysms which recall the psychic phenomenology of the epileptic, but the whole life. Bolger remarks that, for the Goncourts, life reduces itself to a series of epileptic attacks, preceded and followed by a blank. And what the Goncourts wrote has always been autobiography. Zola, in his Romanciers Naturalistes, gives us the confessions of Balzac. He works under the influence of circumstances, of which the union is a mystery. He does not belong to himself. He is the plaything of a force which is eminently capricious. On some days he would not touch his brush. He would not write a line for an empire. In the evening when dreaming, in the morning when rising, in the midst of some joyous feast, it happens that a burning coal suddenly touches his brain. These hands, this tongue, a word awakens ideas that are born, grow, ferment. Such is the artist, the humble instrument of a despotic will. He obeys a master. Let us glance at the pictures which Taine has given us of the greatest of modern conquerors, and Renan of the greatest of the apostles. The principal characteristics of Napoleon's genius, says Taine, are its originality and comprehensiveness. No detail escapes him. The quality of facts which his mind stores up and retains, the number of ideas which he elaborates and utters, seem to surpass human capacity. In the art of ruling men, his genius was supreme. His method of procedure, which is that of the experimental sciences, consisted in controlling every theory by a precise application observed under definite conditions. All his sayings are fire flashes. Adultery, said he to the Conseil d'Etat, when the question of divorce was under discussion, is not exceptional. It is very common. Si est une affaire de canapé. Liberty, he exclaimed, on another occasion, and he remained faithful all his life to the spirit of this exclamation, is a necessity of a small and privileged class, endowed by nature with faculties higher than those of the mass of mankind. It may therefore be abridged with impunity. Equality, on the contrary, pleases the multitude. He possesses a faculty which carries us back to the Middle Ages, an astounding constructive imagination. What he accomplished is surprising, but he undertook far more, and dreamed much more even than that. However vigorous his practical faculties may have been, his poetic faculty was still stronger. It was even greater than it ought to have been in a statesman. We see greatness in him exaggerated into immensity, and immensity degenerated into madness. What aspiring monstrous conceptions revolved, accumulated, superseded each other in that marvellous brain. Europe, he said, is a molehill. There have never been great empires or great revolutions save in the East, where there are 600 millions of men. In Egypt, he was thinking of conquering Syria, re-establishing the Eastern Empire at Constantinople, and returned to Paris by way of Adrianople and Vienna. The East allured him with the mirage of omnipotence. In the East he caught a glimpse of the possibility that, a new Muhammad, he might found a new religion. Confined to Europe, his dream was to recreate the empire of Charlemagne, to make Paris the physical, intellectual, and religious capital of Europe, and assemble within its precincts the princes, kings, and popes, who should have become his vassals. By way of Russia, he would then advance towards the Ganges and the supremacy of India. The artist enclosed within the politician, as issued from his sheath, he creates in the religion of the ideal and the impossible. We know him for what he is, a posthumous brother of Dante and Michelangelo. Only these two worked on paper and in marble. It was a living man, sensitive and suffering flesh, that formed his material. Napoleon differs from the modern men in character, as much do the contemporaries of Dante and Michelangelo. The sentiments, habits, and morality professed by him are the sentiments, habits, and morality of the 15th century. I am not a man like other men, he exclaimed. The laws of morality and decorum are not made for me. Mais, dit Stahl, and Stendhal compared Napoleon psychologically to the lesser tyrants of the 14th century, Sforza and Castracani. Such, in fact, he was. On the evening of the 12th Vendemiaire, being present at the preparations made by the sections, he said to Junot, if the sections would only place me at their head, I would answer for it that they should be in the Tuileries within 2 hours, then all these wretched conventionalists out of it. 5 hours later, being called to the assistance of Barras and the convention, he opened fire on the Parisians, like a good condottiere, who does not give but lends himself to the first who offers, to the highest bidder, reserving for himself full liberty of action and the power of seizing everything should the occasion present itself. Never even among the Borgias and Malatestas was there a more sensitive and impulsive brain, capable of such electric accumulations and discharges. In him no idea remained purely speculative. Each one, as it occurred, had a tendency to embody itself in action, and would have done so if not prevented by force. Sometimes the outburst was so sudden that restraint did not come in time. One day in Egypt, he upset a decanter of water over a lady's dress, and taking her into his own room on the pretext of remedying the accident, remained there with her for some time, too long, while the other guests, seated around the table, waited, gazing at each other. On another occasion he threw Prince Louis violently out of the room. On yet another he kicked Senator Volney in the stomach. At Campo Formino, he threw down and broke a china ornament to put an end to the resistance of the Austrian plenipotentiary. At Dresden in 1813, when Prince Metternich was most necessary to him, he asked him, brutally, how much he received from England for defending her interests. Never was there a more impatient sensibility. He throws garments that do not fit him into the fire. His writing, when he tries to write, is a collection of disconnected and indecipherable characters. He dictates so quickly that his secretaries can scarcely follow him. If the pen is behindhand, so much the worse for it. If a volley of oaths and exclamations give it time to catch up, so much the better. His heart and intellect are full to overflowing. Under pressure like this, the extempore orator and the excited controversialist take the place of the statesman. My nerves are irritable, he said of himself, and in fact the tension of accumulated impressions sometimes produced a physical convulsion. He was not seldom seen to shed tears under strong emotion. Napoleon wept not on account of true and deep feeling, but because a word, an idea by itself, is a stimulus which reaches the inmost depth of his nature, and certain distractions, consequent upon vomitings or fainting fits, which caused, it is said, the loss of General Verdamaine's corpse after the battle of Dresden. Though the regular is so powerful, the balance of the works is, from time to time, in danger of being deranged. An enormous degree of strength was necessary to coordinate, to guide, and to dominate passions of such vitality. In Napoleon, this strength is an instinct of extraordinary force and harshness, an egoism, not inert, but active and aggressive, and so far developed as to set up in the midst of human society a colossal I, which can tolerate no life that is not an appendix or instrument of its own. Even as a child, he showed the germs of this personality. He was impatient of all restraint, and had no trace of conscience. He could brook no rivals, beat those who refused to render homage to him, and accuse his victims of having beaten him. He looks upon the world as a great banquet, open to every comer, but where, to be well served, it is necessary for a man to have long arms, help himself first, and let others take what he leaves. One has a hold over man through his selfish passions, fear, greed, sensuality, self-esteem, emulation. If there are some hard particles in the heap, all one has to do is to crush them. Such was the final conception arrived at by Napoleon, and nothing could induce him to change it, because this conception is conditioned by his character. He saw man as he needed to see him. His egoism is reflected in his ambition, so much a part of his inmost nature that he cannot distinguish it from himself. It makes his head swim. France is a mistress who is his to enjoy. In the exercise of his power, he acknowledges neither intermediaries, nor rivals, nor limits, nor hindrances. To fill his office with zeal and success, it is not enough for him, above and beyond the functionary. He vindicates the rights of the man. All who serve him must extinguish the critical sense in themselves. That scarcely audible whispers are a conspiracy or an attack on his majesty. He requires of them anything and everything, from the manufacture of false Austrian and Russian banknotes in 1809 to 1812, to the preparation of an infernal machine to blow up the Bourbons in 1814. He knows nothing of gratitude. When a man is of no further use to him as a tool, he throws him away. During a dance, he would walk about among the ladies, in order to shock them with unpleasant witticisms. He was always prying into their private life, and related to the Empress herself the favours which, more or less spontaneously, they granted him. While still stranger, he carried the same methods of proceeding into his relations with sovereigns and ambassadors of foreign states. In his correspondence, in his proclamations, in his audiences, he provoked, threatened, challenged, offended. He divulged their real or supposed amorous intrigues. The bulletins 9, 17, 18, 19, after the Battle of Jena, evidently accused the Queen of Prussia of having had an intrigue with the Emperor Alexander. and reproaches them with a personal insult to himself in the employment of such or such a man. He requires them, in short, to modify their functional laws. He has but a poor opinion of a government without the power of prohibiting things which may displease foreign governments. It is the completest view of Napoleon ever given by any historian. To anyone acquainted with the psychological constitution of the epileptic, it becomes clear that Taine has here given us the subtlest and precisest pathological diagnosis of a case of psychic epilepsy, with its gigantic megalomaniacal illusions, its impulses, and complete absence of moral sense. It is not, therefore, only in moments of inspiration that genius approaches epilepsy, and the same thing may be said of St. Paul. St. Paul was of low stature, but stoutly made. His health was always poor, on account of a strange infirmity which he calls a thorn in the flesh, and which was probably a serious neurosis. His moral character was anomalous. Naturally kind and courteous, he became ferocious when excited by passion. In the school of Gamaliel, a moderate Pharisee, he did not learn moderation. As the enthusiastic leader of the young Pharisees, he was among the fiercest persecutors of the Christians. Hearing that there was a certain number of disciples at Damascus, he demanded the high priest a warrant for arresting them, and left Jerusalem in a disturbed state of mind. On approaching the plain of Damascus at noon, he had a seizure, evidently of an epileptic nature, in which he fell to the ground unconscious. Soon after this, he experienced a hallucination, and saw Jesus himself, who said to him in Hebrew, "Paul, Paul, why persecutest thou me?" For 3 days seized with fever, he neither ate nor drank, and saw the phantom of Ananias, whom, as head of the Christian community, he had come to arrest, making signs to him. The latter was summoned to his bed, and calm immediately returned to the spirit of Paul, who from that day forward became one of the most fervent Christians. Without desiring any more special instruction, as having received a direct revelation from Christ himself, he regarded himself as one of the apostles, and acted as such, to the enormous advantage of the Christians. The immense dangers occasioned by this haughty and arrogant spirit were compensated 1,000 times over by his boldness and originality, which would not allow the Christian idea to remain within the bounds of a small association of people poor in spirit, who would have let it die out like Hellenism, but, so to speak, steered boldly out to sea with it. In Antioch he had an hallucination similar to that of Mahomet at a later period. He felt himself rapt into the third heaven, where he heard unspeakable words, which it is not lawful for a man to utter. Anomalies are also observed in his writings. He lets himself be guided by words rather than ideas. Some one word which he has in his mind overpowers him and draws him off into a series of ideas very far removed from his main subject. His digresses are abrupt. The development of his ideas is suddenly cut short. His sentences are often unfinished. No writer was ever so unequal. No literature in the world presents a sublime passage like 1 Corinthians 13, side by side with futile arguments and wearisome detail. Epilepsy in men of genius, therefore, is not an accidental phenomenon, but a true morbus totius substantiae. To express it in medical language, hence we gather a fresh indication of the epileptoid nature of genius. If, as seems certain, Dostoevsky described himself in The Idiot, we have another example of an epileptic genius, whose whole course of life is determined by the psychology peculiar to the epileptic. Impulsivity, double personality, childishness, which goes back even to the earliest periods of human life, and alternates with the prophetic penetration and with morbid altruism and the exaggerated affectivity of the saint. This last fact is more important as bearing on the objection that the usual immorality of the epileptic would forbid us to connect this type with that of the saintly character. This objection, however, can be partially eliminated by the researchers Bianchi, Tonini, Filippi, according to whom there are cases, though rare, 16%, of epileptic patients of good character, whose even manifest an exaggerated altruism, though accompanied by excessive emotionism. Hysteria, which is closely related to epilepsy and similarly connected with the loss of affectivity, often shows us, side by side with an exaggerated egoism, certain bursts of excessive altruism, which at the same time have their source in and depend on a degree of moral insanity, and shows us the morbid phenomenon in excessive charity. There are some ladies, justly observes Le Grand du Sol, who, though remaining in the world, take an ostentatious part in all the good works going on in their parish. They collect for the poor, work for the orphans, visit the sick, give alms, watch the dead, ardently solicit the benevolence of others, and do a great deal of really helpful work while at the same time neglecting their husbands, children, and household affairs. These women ostentatiously and noisily proclaim their benevolence. They set on foot a work of charity with as much ardour as bogus company promoters launch a financial enterprise which is a result of hyperbolical dividends. They go and come in constantly increasing numbers. They instinctively act with a charming tact and delicacy, think of everything necessary to be done, whether in the midst of private mourning or public catastrophe, and affect a blush on receiving tribunes of admiration from grateful sufferers or deeply moved spectators. Their ready tact and sympathy are surprising, and the greater the trouble, the more admirably do they seem to rise to the occasion, while the paroxysm lasts. When their feelings are calmed, the benevolent impulse passes away. Being essentially mobile and spasmodic, they cannot do good deliberately and on reflection. The charitable hysteric is capable of achieving feats of courage, which have been quoted and repeated and even become legendary. They have been known to show extraordinary presence of mind, resource, and courage in saving the inmates of a burning house, or in facing an armed mob during a riot. If questioned on the following day, these heroines will be found in a state of complete prostration, and some of them candidly avow they do not know what they have done, and were at the time unconscious of danger. At a time of cholera epidemic, when fear causes such ill-advised and reprehensible derelictions of duty, hysterical women have been known to show an extraordinary devotion. Nothing is repugnant to them. Nothing revolts their modesty or wearies out their endurance. For such persons, devotion to others has become a need, a necessary expenditure of energy, and without knowing it, they pathologically play the part of virtue. People in general are taken in by it, and for the sake of example, is just as well. It was this consideration which induced me to ask and obtain a public acknowledgment of the services of a hysterical patient, and one time an inmate of a lunatic asylum, whose deeds of charity in the district where she lives are truly touching. While constantly active in attendance on the sick, and spending liberally on their behalf, she confines her personal expenditure to what is strictly necessary, her dress being the same at all seasons of the year. Now this lady shows a great variety of hysterical symptoms, becomes intensely excited on the slightest occasion, sleeps very badly, and is a serious invalid. Lastly, in private sorrows, the hysterical patient often departs from the normal manifestations of grief. At the loss of her children, she remains calm, serene, resigned, does not shed a tear, thinks everything that ought to be done, gives numerous orders, forgets none of the most painful details, imposes on all around her the most dignified attitude, and attends the funeral without breaking down. People think that this mother is exceptionally gifted, and has a courage superior to others. This is a mistake. She is weaker than they. She is suffering from disease. In order fully to grasp the seeming paradoxes contained in these conclusions, we must remember that many philanthropists love their neighbours, but only at a distance, and nearly always at the expense of the more physiological, more general affections, love for the family, their country, etc. We must remember Dostoevsky's remark in The Brothers Karamazov, 1, page 325, that what one can love in one's fellow is a hidden and invisible man. As soon as he shows his face, love disappears. One can love one's fellow men in spirit, but only at a distance, never close at hand. One also recalls Sterne, who was overcome with emotion at the sight of a dead ass, and deserted his wife and his mother. The great philanthropists, such men as Beccaria and Howard, have been harsh fathers and masters. Even the divine philanthropist was, as we have seen, hard towards his own family. St. Paul, before his conversion, distinguished himself by his vehement and cruel persecutions of the Christians. It is well known how, only too often, the man of real and fervent religion has to forget his family and make a duty of celibacy and hatred to the other sex. Thus St. Liberata was angry with her husband for weeping at parting from their children, and according to the legend, the mother of Baruch replied to her son when, during his martyrdom, he implored her for water in his anguish. Thou shouldst desire no water, now save that of heaven. These cases, moreover, show that, very often, exaggerated altruism is itself only a pathological phenomenon, a hypertrophy of sentiment accompanied, as always happens in cases of hypertrophy, by loss and atrophy in other directions. We have seen in Juan de Dios, in Lazzaretti, Loyola, and St. Francis of Assisi, saintliness showing itself in true psychic polarization as a perfect contrast to their former life in which the tendency to evil was strongly pronounced. If we add to these phenomena, so frequent in epileptic and hysterical patients, all those others of clairvoyance, thought transference, transposition of the senses, facadism, mental vision, temporary manifestations of genius, and manoidism so frequently observed in these maladies, phenomena so strange that many scientists, unable to explain, endeavour to deny them, we can demonstrate the historical character of saintliness, even its least explicable manifestations, those are miracles. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Man of Genius by Cesare LOMBROSO. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on the volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4. Sane Men of Genius. Their unperceived defects. Reculeo, Sesostris, Foscolo, Michelangelo, Darwin. But a graver objection is that afforded by those few men of genius who have completed their intellectual orbit without aberration, neither depressed by misfortune nor thrown out of their course by madness. Such have been Galileo, Leonardo da Vinci, Voltaire, Machiavelli, Michelangelo, Darwin. Each one of these showed by the ample volume and at the same time the symmetrical proportion of the skull, force of intellect restrained by the calm of the desires. Not one of them allowed his great passion for truth and beauty to stifle the love of family and country. They never changed their faithful character, never swerved from their aim, never left their work half completed. What assurance, what faith, what ability they showed in their undertakings, and above all, what moderation and unity of character they preserved in their lives. Though they too had to experience, after undergoing the sublime paroxysm of inspiration, the torture inflicted by ignorant hatred, and the discomfort of uncertainty and exhaustion, they never, on that account, deviated from the straight road. They carried out to the end the one cherished idea which formed the aim and purpose of their lives, calm and serene, never complaining of obstacles, and falling into a few mistakes which in lesser men might even have passed for discoveries. But I have already answered, in the opening pages of this book, the objection furnished by these rare exceptions, pointing out that epilepsy and moral insanity, which is its first variety, often pass unobserved, not only in distinguished men, the prestige of whose name and work dazzles our judgment and prevents our discerning them, but in those criminals to whom such researches might at least restore self-respect by depriving them of all responsibility. Who, but for the revelations of some of his intimate friends, would have suspected that Cavour was repeatedly subject to attacks of suicidal mania, or thought that Reculeo was epileptic? No one would have paid any attention to the morbid impulsiveness of Foscolo, or recorded as a symptom, if Davies had not examined his skull after death. Who could make any assertion with regard to the moral sense of Sesostris? Yet, as Arvid Barain justly remarks, his skull completely corresponds with the criminal type. The low and narrow forehead, prominent superciliary arc, thick eyebrows, eyes set close together, long, narrow aquiline nose, hollow temples, projecting cheekbones, strong jaws, the expression not intelligent but animal, fierce, proud and majestic, the head small in proportion to the body, are all so many indications of the most complete absence of moral sense. In all the biographies of Michelangelo, we do not discover one spot on that gentle yet robust soul who trembled for the sorrows of his country as at the expression of beauty. But the publication of his letters and the keen researches of Parle Greco have revealed physical anomalies never before suspected. One of the most important is his complete indifference to women. This may be observed in his works, and his masterpieces were all masculine: Moses, Lorenzo, Giuliano de Medici, etc. He never used, it appears, the living female model, though he made use of corpses. His Bacchanate is a virago with masculine muscles, unformed breasts, and no feminine touch. In his many love sonnets, written rather to follow the prevailing fashion than from any true inspiration of passion, none bear the mark of being addressed to real women. Only 14 times, it is said, does the word donna occur. On the other hand, in the Barbera collection, sonnets 18 and 12 show a very marked admiration for the male, and Varacai considers that these are addressed to Cavaliere, who was of great physical beauty. There are in existence 2 of his letters addressed to Cavaliere, July 28, 1523, July 28, 1532, which seem to be written to a mistress, and in which, humiliating himself, he swears that, if banished from the other's heart, he will die. There is a similar letter written to Angelini. This moral anomaly, which he would share with many artists, Cellini, Sodoma, etc., is not the only one to meet with. In his letters, writes Per le Greco, may be seen constant contradictions between ideas that are great and generous, and others which are puerile, between will and speech, between thought and action, extreme irritability, inconstant affection, great activity in doing good, sudden sympathies, great outbursts of enthusiasm, great fears, sometimes unconsciousness of his own actions, marvellous modesty in the field of art, unreasonable vanity in the appearance of life. These are the various psychical manifestations in life of Buonarroti which lead me to believe that the great artist was affected by a neuropathic condition bordering on hysteria. Every day in his old age he discovered some sin in his past life, and he sent money to Florence for masses to be said and for alms to the poor, and to enable poor girls to be married, and, which is stranger, to be made nuns. All of this was to gain paradise. Letter 187, 214, 240, 330, to save his soul. He who had said, "It is not strange that the monks should spoil a chapel at the Vatican, since they have known how to spoil the whole world." At some moments he feels that his conscience is clean, and then he desires to die, so that he may not fall back into evil. But then his discouragement returns, and he believes, strange blasphemy, that it was a sin to have been born an artist. Conosco di quaintera dera carica, lea fetusa fantasia, c'è l'art mi fec idolo e monarca, li perol del mondo mi hanno tolto, il tempo dato e contemplare Dio. And he believes himself destined by God to a long life simply that he may complete the fabric of St. Peter's. In old age, he who had shown so little vanity where his work was concerned and so much modesty in speaking of it, went about studying how he could best exhibit the nobility of his descent, claiming to trace in a direct line from the Counts of Canossa, a claim which, even valid, would not be worth a finger of his Moses. Michelangelo tenderly loved his father and brother and nephews, and enabled them to live in easy circumstances. Yet in his letters to them he frequently shows himself suspicious and treats them unjustly. In 1544, he fell seriously ill at Rome. His nephew naturally hastened to his bedside. Michelangelo became very angry and wrote, "You have come to kill me and to see what I leave behind. Know that I have made my will and that there is nothing here for you to think about. Therefore go in peace and do not write to me more." 3 months after he changed his tone. "I will not fail in what I have often thought about, that is, in helping you." He has himself left a confession of his almost morbid melancholy in a letter, 97, to Sebastiano del Piombo. "Yesterday evening I was happy because I escaped from my mad and melancholy humour." Without the recent biographical and autobiographical notes published by his son, no one could have imagined that Darwin, a model father and citizen, too self-controlled and even so free from vanity, was a neuropath. His son tells us that for 40 years he never enjoyed 24 hours of health like other men. Of the 8 years devoted to the study of the Cirripes, 2, as he himself writes, were lost through illness. Like all neuropaths, he could bear neither heat nor cold. Half an hour of conversation beyond his habitual time was sufficient to cause insomnia and hinder his work on the following day. He suffered also from dyspepsia, from spinal anemia, and giddiness, which last is known to be frequently the equivalent of epilepsy, and he could not work more than 3 hours a day. He had curious crotchets, finding that eating sweets made him ill. He resolved not to touch them again, but was unable to keep his resolution unless he had repeated it aloud. He had a strange passion for paper, writing the rough drafts of his correspondence on the back of proof sheets, and of the most important MSS, which thus rendered difficult to decipher. He often instituted what he himself called fool's experiments, e.g. having a bassoon played close to the cotyledons of a plant. When about to make an experiment, he seemed to be urged on by some inward force. From a morbid dislike to novelty, he used the millimetric tables of an old book, which he knew to be inaccurate, but to which he was accustomed. He would not change his old chemical balance, though aware that it was untrustworthy. He refused to believe in hypnotism, and also at first in the discovery of prehistoric stone weapons. He frequently says his daughter inverted his sentences, both in speaking and writing, and had a difficulty in pronouncing some letters, especially W. Like Skoda, Rikitansky, and Socrates, he had a short snub nose, and his ears were large and long. Nor were degenerative characteristics wanting among his ancestors. It is true that he reckoned among them several men of intellect and almost genius, which, as Robert, 1682, a botanist and intelligent observer, and Edward, author of a gamekeeper's manual, full of acute observations on animals. His father had great powers of observation, but his paternal grandfather, Erasmus, poet and naturalist at the same time, had a passionate temper and an impediment to his speech. One of his sons, Charles, a poet and collector, resembled him in this respect. Finally, another uncle, Erasmus, a man of some intellect, a numismatist and statistician, ended by madness and suicide. It might be objected that the fact of such different forms of psychosis, melancholy, moral insanity, monomania, being found either complete or undeveloped in men of genius, excludes the special psychosis of genius, and still more that of epilepsy. But it may be answered that recent research, which has enlarged the domain of epilepsy, has also demonstrated that, apart from impulsive and hallucinatory delusions, epilepsy may be superadded to any form of mental alienation, especially megalomania and moral insanity, and, as is the case in nearly all degenerative psychoses, undeveloped forms of mental disease and recurring multiform delusions brought on by the most trivial causes especially predominate in epilepsy. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Man of Genius by Cesare LOMBROSO. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on the volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5. Conclusions. Between the physiology of the man of genius, therefore, and the pathology of the insane, there are many points of coincidence. There is even actual continuity. This fact explains the frequent occurrence of madmen of genius, and men of genius who have become insane, having, it is true, characteristics special to themselves but capable of being resolved into exaggerations of those of genius pure and simple. The frequency of delusions in their multiform characters of degenerative characteristics, of the loss of activity, of hereditary, more particularly in the children of inebriate, imbecile, idiotic, or epileptic parents, and above all the peculiar character of inspiration, show that genius is a degenerative psychosis of the epileptoid group. This supposition is confirmed by the frequency of a temporary manifestation of genius in the insane, and by the new group of mattoids to whom disease gives all the semblance of genius without its substance. What I have hitherto written may, I hope, while remaining within the limits of psychological observation, afford an experimental starting point for a criticism of artistic and literary, sometimes also of scientific creations. Thus, in the fine arts, exaggerated minutiae of detail, the abuse of symbols, inscriptions or accessories, a preference for some one particular colour, and unrestrained passion for mere novelty, may approach the morbid symptoms of mattoidism. Just so in literature and science, a tendency to puns and plays upon words, an excessive fondness for systems, a tendency to speak for oneself and substitute epigram for logic, an extreme predilection for the rhythm and assonances of verse in prose writing, even an exaggerated degree of originality may be considered as morbid phenomena. So also is a mania of writing in biblical form, in detached verses, and with special favourite words, which are underlined or repeated many times, and a certain graphic symbolism. Here I must acknowledge that when I see how many of the organs which claim to direct public opinion are infected with this tendency, and how often young writers undertake to discuss grave social problems in their capricious phraseology of the lunatic asylum, and the disjointed periods of biblical times, as though our robust lungs were unable to cope with the vigorous and manly inspirations of the Latin construction, I feel grave apprehensions for the future of the rising generation. On the other hand, the analogy of mattoids of genius, whose morbid phenomena only are inherited by them, and with sane persons, with whom they have shrewdness and practical sense in common, ought to put students on their guard against certain systems, springing up by the hundreds, more particularly in the abstract or inexact sciences, and due to the efforts of men incompetent, from a lack either of capacity or knowledge of the subject to deal with them. In these systems, declamation, assonances, paradoxes, and conceptions, often original, but always incomplete and contradictory, take the place of calm reasoning based on a minute and unprejudiced study of facts. Such books are nearly always the work of those true, though involuntary charlatans, the mattoids, who are more widely diffused in the literary world than is commonly supposed. Nor is it only students who should be on their guard against them, but especially politicians. Not that in an age of free criticism like our own, there is any danger that these pretended reformers, who are stimulated and guided solely by mental disease, should be taken seriously, but the obstacles justly opposed to them may, by irritating, sharpen and complete their insanity, transforming a harmless delusion, whether ideological, as in the case of most mattoids, or sensorial, as in monomaniacs, into active madness, in which their greater intellectual power, the depth and tendency of their convictions, and that very excess of altruism which compels them to occupy themselves with public affairs, render them more dangerous and more inclined to rebellion and regicide than other insane persons. When we reflect that, on the other hand, a genuine lunatic may give proof of temporary genius, a phenomenon calculated to inspire the populace with an astonishment which soon produces veneration, we find a solid argument against those jurists and judges who, from the soundness and activity of the intellect, infer complete moral responsibility to the total exclusion of the possibility of insanity. We also see our way to an interpretation of the mystery of genius, its contradictions, and those of its mistakes, which an ordinary man would have avoided. And we can explain to ourselves how it is that madmen or mattoids, even with little or no genius, Passanante, Lazzaretti, Trebisius, Fourier, Fox, have been able to excite the populace, and sometimes even bring about serious political revolutions. Better still shall we understand how those who were at once men of genius and insane, Mahomet, Luther, Savonarola, Schopenhauer, could, despising and overcoming obstacles which would have dismayed any cool and deliberate mind, hastened by whole centuries of unfolding of truth, how such men have originated nearly all the religions, and certainly all the sects, which have agitated the world. The frequency of genius among lunatics and of madmen among men of genius explains the fact that the density of nations has often been in the hands of the insane, and shows how the latter have been able to contribute so much to the progress of mankind. In short, by these analogies and coincidences between the phenomena of genius and mental aberration, it seems as though nature had intended to teach us respect for the supreme misfortunes of insanity, and also to preserve us from being dazzled by the brilliancy of those men of genius who might well be compared, not to the planets which keep their appointed orbits, but to falling stars, lost and dispersed over the crust of the earth. End of conclusions. End of section 20. And end of The Man of Genius by Cesare LOMBROSO. Recorded by Harvey.